Going on, family? Welcome to Sage Talk. Let's get these likes up. Subscribe to the channel. How y'all doing? Man, we just came off having a great show with Lapeef and Sundays. If you guys missed it, make sure you guys go ahead and click over and check it out. But now it's Sage Talk. Welcome to Sage Talk. Let's get the likes up. Also, subscribe to the channel. We are live in Atlanta, April 5th, April 6th. So make sure you guys click that link that's pinned to the top of the chat right there. That is your access granted to the Lapeef Experience live show in Atlanta. Come see what it's all about, man. Come see what it's all about. Let me go ahead and bring Lee up so we can get right into it. How you doing, sir?
Hey, good afternoon, Jared. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. I'm glad to have you back again. I'm gonna go ahead and dip up out of here. Let you do your thing. Make sure y'all hit the like button. This is Sage Talk with Lee.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the chat and those who may listen in on the replay. Welcome back to another edition of Sage Talk. I'm your host, Lee. And today's topic is, do Black men trust Black women? Protect your sperm is a subtopic. Now, this particular conversation I'm going to have with you guys, it comes from a little bit of personal experience that I have had. So I kind of incorporated that into the greater overall life lesson, I think, that can be gained primarily for the man. And I guess wherever any of the women that listen to Sage Talk can extrapolate how they themselves can move to put themselves in a better position to be in a long-term relationship or marriage with a Black man, kudos to you. Okay. As I said, today's topic is somewhat personal to me. Why? Because from a very early age, when I was very young, maybe 18 or 19 years old, I had a very interesting, eye opening situation that my grandmother taught me. It was in reference to one of my girlfriends that I had. And at the time, she had a 2-year-old daughter. And this was probably like maybe my third girlfriend in my life or something like that, if my memory serves me correctly. We were the same age, just about 2 months apart. And we had been dating now for about a year or so. I'm not going to get into her daughter and her per se. I'm just going to talk about the situation. She follows me on Facebook. We still talk from time to time. So I wouldn't want to have anything I say directly impact or affect her family in any way. But one day I brought her and her daughter home to meet my mom. It was a short meeting, just a general introduction. I think I may have gotten her something to drink, the courtesy stuff that you do when you bring someone to your house. They sat down, they spoke to my mom, whatnot. But unbeknownst to me, I was not aware that my grandmother was going to be there. And my grandma, she lived in California. That's my mother's mom. And she had came over to visit, and she had came by the house, and she was going to be staying there, I guess, a few days or a week or whatever. And so I brought her home to the house, and I introduced her to my girlfriend and her daughter, to the rest of my family. My brother and I have a twin sister and brother, and they were young. But everything seemed to have gone pretty well, to my knowledge. So after all the courtesies was done and a little chit chat, we left. But when I got back home, my grandmother called me and she said, "Lee, come here. I want to talk to you." And my grandmother is like very stern. And I think that's where my mom get her stern character from as well. I mean, even my mom don't really disobey her. She is like, I wouldn't say a rock. She's caring and everything, but when she says something, she was very impressionable, I would say the least. You would know not to play with her or go against her. So she said to me, oh, let me back up a little bit. So she came to me, I came over to her, we sat down, and she said to me, very straight, very direct. She was like, Lee, you need to break up with that girl. And I was like, why? And what she said to me next stayed with me for the rest of my life from that conversation up until this day. And I'm sure it will stay with me until, until my passing come and go. And what she said was, you have your entire life ahead of you, and you don't want to be saddled with the financial responsibilities of taking care and raising another man's child. Very plain, very straightforward. That's how my grandma was. And she lived to be about 98 years old, not about 98. She just passed away back in 2014. So I asked her, what do you mean? Why are you telling me that? And she said, you should concentrate on building your own family and look to get married when you're financially ready. And that was a short conversation, maybe about 10 minutes. But I never forgot what my grandma told me. Until this day, I, to some degree, still think the same way. I have since dated women with children, but I've never had long-term committed relationships with women that already had a ready-made type like family. So from then on, I was always very careful when I had sex. I would always ask myself, is this girl a woman that I would want, or a young girl, because I was still in my teens and 20s, is this girl that I would want to either marry or have a child with? Could I see myself living with her? Obviously, this was a mental thought. It wasn't something I would say to her. It was just a calculation I made in my mind. Now, you have to understand somewhat like back then, this was like the early 70s, was not like it is now. One night stands were not common. I'm sure they happened. It didn't happen with me, but it happened. And it was much more rare. It wasn't culturally accepted for girls to move that way. And many times you had to get to know the girl before she would have sex with you, which allowed you to get to know her family, her brothers, sisters, if she had any. Obviously, you get to know her girlfriends because back then, young girls, they hang out in cliques, so they would always have friends. And of course, you get to meet her mom and dad. And depending on the girl, that could take a month, sometimes longer, for sex to happen before you become sexually active with that girl. The point I'm trying to make was, one, sex was not casual as it is today. And because of that, I wasn't, my mindset, I didn't have like a mindset of scarcity like I hear some men talk about in terms of dropping a woman that you didn't find that you wanted to be with. In my mind, I knew I can get another girlfriend. That wasn't going to be a problem. So if I changed my mind in being with her, I could just change my mind freely. I mean, when you do that, obviously, when you break up with a girl, it's a lot more emotional than when she break up with you because they expect guys to handle that. But women or young girls don't handle that so easy. Now, of course, I'm talking about girlfriend material, girls that you're going to be emotionally connected to, you're going to be bonding with, and you might even try to make plans for the future if things are going well. It's not just hit it and quit it wham bam, thank you, ma'am, as we used to say back in the day. Also, on a personal note, I had a pretty good pullout game after a while too, so it didn't really become a problem for me. I was fortunate. And back then, condoms was not so readily available like it is now. Like now, you can just go into a drugstore or pharmacy or whatever, or even some supermarkets, and you can just pick up, a couple of packs or whatever. I say that to preface how life was back then in the 60s, late 60s, and early to mid 70s, relationship wise, how black men and black women move, but also how conscious I was about my seed even back then. Now, I did not, it did in some sense limit my sexual experience, I'm sure. I could have had far more greater variety of sex, much more than I had, but there's always a trade off with the decisions you make in life. And I understood even as a young man in my early 20s the value of my seed. I made certain choices which were not in line with many of my friends. Many of my friends had kids, 16, 17, 18, before they got out of high school, some in their early 20s. But walking your own walk and making your own decision, that's part of being a man, choosing your own path. For me, I didn't have my first son until I was married and I was 29, 30, somewhere around there. Back then, that was like during the Black Power movement. James Brown said loud, I'm black and I'm proud. This is when an era where black men and black women still really liked one another. We enjoyed each other's company. And if you had a girlfriend, she was with you wherever you went, pretty much. Even if you were hanging out with your friends, she'd come on the block and y'all all hang out together. And sometimes she'd bring her girlfriends, and one of your friends might ask you to hook them up, stuff like that. It was very friendly, social. But however, now in 2022, things have changed considerably. Black men and black women seems to be as far apart from one another as we as a whole are separated from the slave plantations. It seems as though we're not really of the same people anymore. Obviously, there's still a part of our society, our black community, where black women still care and black men care about each other and want to be with one another. But that's probably a small minority, not necessarily a majority at this point. Many black women of today who are more modern minded, 21st century women, they look at life, marriage, family in a completely different way. For them, it's like, I can have the baby by myself. I just need the man's seed, and that's it. We don't need to be married. We don't even need to be in a relationship in some cases. But black men, we're still living and functioning like it's the 1900s. We're a century and a half or a century and who knows how long, culturally and traditionally out of sync with the greater society and specifically with our own women. If you listen to how many black women speak, they speak as though they are of a different species than us. Not that we're of the same species, but different sex. They act as though we're completely different from them. Like they have a fear of being around us. They can't trust us. We don't talk. We don't play. We seem to only get together for entertainment and pleasure, sex. And for the past 18 months or so, since I've been listening in the manosphere, I've been listening longer, but I can remember over the past year or more that there have been a lot of panels and discussions about men protecting your seed. Now, I've heard Dick Discipline as well, but I think they're probably one and the same and how I see it. So I decided to speak on the one that has value to the man, and it has value to the women. And as for those of you who have been listening to Sage Talk from the beginning, you'll probably remember in one of my talks, I talked about self control. I was probably in one of the first three-part series. And self control is not really, it's not about the women, it's about you. It's about how you move in your life. So when it comes to one's protecting his seed or man in the 21st century, how do you accomplish that in a time where sex is so easily accessible? Obviously, it's more easier for some men than others, but nonetheless, whether you're a man that have what people may say you hit the genetic lottery, or you may be a man who find yourself a great level of financial success, or both. Either way, you are potentially a target, not just by black women, but all women. For one thing, I do believe in general, black men in particular, that we need to upgrade what we know as traditionalism and what we understand patriarchy to be, and to redefine it in a 21st century like lifestyle. Because over the past 50 or so years, our women have been doing that for the past 50 or so years. They have been growing and changing generation by generation. So from the end of the baby boomers into Generation X, into the millennials, up to Generation uh, Y or Z, women have completely transformed into a totally different mindset in the way in which they move in terms of relationship, the value they see with men, being with a man, the value of a man. All of these things have gone through various iterations and metamorphoses in society from the female perspective, but not so much in society from the male perspective or from men. So, what do men need to do to get caught up? I mean, a lot of this conversation is bringing awareness, but it seems to me that men have not made the paradigm shift to get what it is that we want out of life. In many ways, men are still speaking as though we need to roll the cultural clock back where women were the way women were 60 plus years back in time. And I think that potentially is not going to happen because the greater society probably won't let it. But I think it would take determination on the part of women in general to make that switch. First, I would say let's understand how women see marriage. For the most part, for many women, it's a come up. It's a get the bag. And as men, we all understand what is hypergamy, how it works, and what's the benefit of it to women as opposed to men. And women are determined to build a society that's more matriarchal and centric in view in life. And not only the society, but government is enforcing it, corporate business is supporting it. And this new structure, when it's so well woven into the fabric of society, it's not going to be something that you can unravel or change its course. It's either going to have to go down this course until something catastrophic happens that society realize if we don't make a change, X could potentially happen or Y could potentially happen. And both of those situations are bad or negative outcomes. So a forced change would then be in the eyes of not only governments and nations, but then potentially business as well. So that's not something that would happen voluntarily. That would be something that would have to be forced. One of the key things I see as men that I think we should understand or need to understand is how valuable your seed is. I was fortunate that I learned that at an early age, and I learned about the financial aspects of spreading your seed recklessly, how it can affect you. And this was long before child support and things like that became the norm, and how negatively it's impacting the Black community, Black men, and Black women too, and definitely the kids, right? One of the key things I would say is that artificial incubation, the chambers, those things already exist around the world. They're not just in labs anymore. Many trauma centers for pediatrics or childbearing, they have them. And that's in probably any major hospital in most major cities, which means that technically a child can be sustained outside of the womb of a female body and brought to maturity. And I don't mean 18 years old. I mean old enough where they can suffice and eat food and where either a parent, male or female, can take that child home. But the male seed, where all the gene codes are mapped for life and existence, that cannot be easily manufactured, at least not with present technology. So just from a scientific aspect alone, you can see in the valuable or priceless quality of a man's seed. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself in this conversation, but the idea that a man should have to protect his seed implies that someone or something is up to no good. Hence the term protect your seed is now a mantra call. Why do we need to protect our seed as men? From whom? Well, in general, it's a woman. Doesn't matter if it's a Black woman or any woman. If you live in the Western hemisphere per se, most societies operate very similarly. I mean, they have language difference and certain laws are different. But in the general culture of the society, with regard to female behavior, rights, feminism, and so forth, it's ingrained throughout the society. But to a larger extent, sex without marriage is the default setting in today's modern life, both for men and women. So that is not singularly to women behavior. I think men are just as guilty in casual, non-committal sexual relations as women are. And I guess that's part of the freedom, I guess, that women have wanted, have fought for, and have achieved with the other freedoms that they have achieved as well. The idea that we as men now have to be aware of our own women because they could be up to some nefarious objective when they say, I love you, or when you're just in a casual relationship and you're having friendly sex with one another. In today's world, the consequences could be far reaching. So, my question is, have life with a black woman become so toxic that a man could be at risk of losing up to 50% of his financial livelihood? That's about 20 years. And why I say 50%? The reason I say that is because most men do not start working a career or a job until, let's say, the age of 20. We know some men start in their teenage years, but most men either graduate a 2-year college or later a 4-year college. So using that as a round number, it would normally take a man a good 15 years, 15 to 20 years to make himself into the man he's going to become from a financial standpoint. By the time he's 40, 45, he's going to reach his stride. And if he's on a tremendous up climb, more than likely that up climb will continue. If he's been stagnant for the past 10, 15 years, it's quite possible he has reached his plateau, he's maxed out, and that's where he's going to cruise from there. So, in my looking at this just from a financial standpoint, and I do make those calculations a lot when I think about many things that I do, business or personal, because I have that background in training. I look at risk and I look at financial risk. So if you're a man that's worth, I would say 25 million or more, getting into a marriage or a long-term relationship and producing a couple of children, if you get divorced, yes, you will get hit for a large amount, but it's not going to destroy your life. You will still be able to live a very high quality life and maintain the life that you have. And depending on the age when that happens, if it's less than 55 years of age, you can still make back a lot of that money because a good 10, 15 years, a man that's successful will continue to be successful. However, if you fall into the average guy who's making between 40 and let's say 80, let's round it off to 100 grand. If he's making 100 grand and he has one or two kids and he's been married for 10 years or more, he's going to lose a lot. He's going to lose 50% of his pension. He's going to lose any social security, a percentage of that. He's going to lose whatever cash he has in a bank, that's gone. He's going to have to pay some type of alimony and he will have to pay child support. So for a man like that that's just making it by and have a few $1,000s saved or whatnot, he's going to lose 70 or more percent of his worth. And given the same time frame, especially if he has plateaued out economically his ability to recover is going to be significantly curtailed. The damage to him, both dollar wise and percentage wise, will be greater than the rich man. The rich man would lose more dollars, but he would lose less as a percentage of his income. The man that is not financially secured would lose less dollars, but he would lose a greater percentage of his income and worth. So this message really is about both men, whether you're successful or whether you're not so successful. And to think for a man, especially, when a man looks at a woman in a relationship and the things that he do for that woman and care his own emotions and the financial outlays that he spend to give her a good life, whatever that good life is based on his own personal economics. For you to be paying out money 50%, 75, 70%, 80% of your money going to a woman that you no longer are in a relationship with, no longer have no influence or control with, and you're just paying for her to live and exist. And when it comes to taking care of the kids, let's say she's a good mom. She does take care of the kids well. If she doesn't give you access to those kids, then you're out a lot because you're out the finance, but then you're out some of the critical things that men find valuable are their children and what contributions you can lay in terms of foundations in them to help them succeed in life as they grow. So for men, this is really deeply concerning. And these are very, very serious risks for us to consider. The thing that women are having so much free sexual experience these days, and with those sexual experience, they understand the power in which that gives them in terms of their access, because the women grant access to sex. Men want sexual relations with women. That gives women an incredible amount of power in the social dynamics between men and women. And many women today have no sensibilities about using that power against you. And it is an incredible amount of power because when a woman have a child by a man, it opens the floodgates of access to additional finance, both from the man and from the government. And so often I hear women speaking on YouTube and they're talking about getting the bag, getting the bag, getting the bag. They want a man to worship them. Why a man not worshiping us? All these things. The other night, not sure when it was, last night or Friday night, I was watching a show and I heard a woman said, and she was on a panel, she said that a child should be able to sue a parent when they turn 18 years old. And I listened to a part of the discussion. And just looking in hindsight from the number of abortions that we as a people, Black people and Black women specifically, how that liberally they have used abortion in the past. If there was a law to allow a child, once they became an adult, to sue the parent for bringing them into this world, because she tried to make a caveat that if the child was born into a violent world or a home of poverty, It's funny because if you read biographies of many successful people, both in business and in personal life, what you find is that it's the challenges and the difficulties of their youth that form their character that allowed them to become great achievers. And if you look at children today where society is so pampered, kids are soft. Kids are weak. They're weak mentally, they're weak emotionally, and they're weak physically. You know, so often I see guys in their 50s and 60s on YouTube knocking out guys that are in their 20s and 30s. Like, really? These guys are weak and they don't know how to fight. But I'm digressing. But my point is that many times women will say things not looking at the far reaching unintended consequences of what they say. Because I know if I was a young man in my 20s and 30s and such a law existed, I would get snipped because as technology get better, it's a reversible surgery. And if you really wanted kids, you can just lock them up in a freezer somewhere and wait till you're ready to use it for your needs. Because accidentally having a child, even if it was a planned child, the child could turn around and sue you when they're an adult. And what if you had an accidental child with a woman that you weren't really in a relationship with? She'll take you to the uh, she'll take you to court and get as much money as she can for you to take care of her and the child or children. And then when the child becomes an adult, they'll sue you for whatever else you got. So, I mean, just the idea of a woman saying that, not understanding the consequence, and it works the same way for a woman, because if the woman is a successful one, she wouldn't want to get sued by her child when he or she grows up. So she might just have abortions and never bring a child into the world. So I think sometimes some people they would see things from a short-term self-gratification or self-beneficial way, but then don't see what the long-term potential conflicts or fallout consequences could be if such a law was actually put into existence. Now, one thing I would say for a man, what are the benefits of marriage? The benefits of marriage could be financial security, financial growth, advance up the ladder in corporate America, or even if you have your own business for doing business with other colleagues as well, because you can socialize with upper level business people that you want to get aligned with. And when you have a family, it shows that you are grounded and structured and you're thinking long term. If you're providing for a family, you're thinking long term. And obviously having children and so forth. But for women today, women don't necessarily see marriage such a similar way. I also saw a clip or part of a show, and it's probably like maybe 3 weeks to a month back, where a young lady said that marriage is short term. Marriage is not forever. She was like, I want to be married, but I don't want to be married forever to the same person. So I think taking all these things into account is vital because women have modernized their thinking in the 21st century. Men are still living and thinking about life like as though it was the turn of the century, the 19th century. And I think, in honesty, men have to catch up play catch up to where the society is, where women are, construct a whole new idea of what marriage means, what it would look like for them, and whether or not marrying just because the woman shares your color is your best objective to get what you want out of marriage and family. One of the things I think that contribute to the way things are, and it's not so much that we have been instrumental in this, but I think we have just kind of fall in line and play according to the way society is. We have a very low degree of morality as a people, and everyone have their own moral standards, which they enforce or don't enforce when it's beneficial to them, but when it's not, they don't want to count it. However, there's a fallout from that, and that fallout really has become trust. Trust in any relationship is everything. And I learned that years ago when I used to work in sales. And one of the things that helped made me to be very successful was not only that I was good at what I did, but I was also good at building a rapport with my clients and gaining their trust and keeping them as long-term clients, some of them until they died when I used to trade on Wall Street. So trust in business is vital. Trust in relationships, someone that you would be building a life with for who knows how many years, potentially 30, 40, 50 years. You'd want that to be a good thing. But if the trust is eroded and you have to go into the situation with your shields up, then automatically, if you're going in with your shields up, there's danger ahead. And you're hoping that the danger is not so bad that you could come out unscathed or that it could probably work out. Men don't trust women and women don't trust men. And that specifically applies to black men and black women. I know the greater society does apply to, but we're talking about us, right? We're talking about us. So what I would like to have this discussion about, and if JR you're still listening and you can go ahead and drop the link for those who may want to come up and have this conversation. I was looking at what are the possible solutions that we can implement or that are potential for us to be able to have the life that we would want. Significantly, since as men, we are the ones that pay for the life of our women and our children. Now, not every man had the financial capacity to do that at a 100% level or even at an 80+% level. But some men do. And most women, if asked, that's the kind of man that they want to be in a relationship with, whether they stay or not. So there are two options I see. One, change behavior. And the other is men must adapt to the current environment. Changing a behavior. Changing a behavior is almost impossible. And it's usually come by some manner of force. outside influence to cause it to happen. And I'm going to reflect back on something I knew or I experienced when I used to live in New York. And when you have a car in New York, especially if you're downtown, midtown, any of the avenues, no matter what, if you're in midtown, double parking or parking in a red zone where it's not permitted. I think it was Mayor Koch or one of those mayors or Giuliani. They implemented a fine. Initially, the fine was $175, but soon thereafter, the fine jumped to $375. First offense. That means you get a ticket. They will tow your car. So when you come out, you don't know if it was towed or if it was stolen. They would store it, and usually what they would do, they would store it in Queens or Long Island somewhere. So by the time you figure out that your car was towed, you go down to the court or wherever, they give you a number, you go to court, you pay the fine, then you have to go find your car and they tell you, oh, it's over in Long Island, such and such storage yard. You got to find it. And if the car was there for 3, 4, 5 days, that's $100 a day, storage fees. So when I said force, that's force by financial consequence. If you had a second offense, your ticket was $700. Everything doubled. First time it might cost you like a G, 1200, maybe 1500. The next time it's going to be like 3 Gs plus, and you get a point on your driver's license, which affects your insurance. If for whatever reason it happened a third time, if you were that kind of a knucklehead, if it happened a third time, usually you lose your license. Your license is suspended for 6 months. So it doesn't matter how slow you were to change, you'd make that decision because it became too financially costly. You're better off putting it in a parking lot that's going to charge you $30 an hour than to get it towed and pay $3,000 for 15 minutes. That's what I mean by force. Or the government could potentially implement laws to punish both male and female who have children outside of wedlock. And those punishments could come from limiting higher education, universities. It can also limit you to access into top corporate positions because of that. And lastly, they could take away the benefits of single motherhood and not make it profitable. Those were 3 or 4 of the options I looked at that could potentially force change behavior. Now, as men, we know that is highly improbable that something like that would ever happen. So we could just scratch that. So what are some of the other options that men can take to protect themselves? Well, one, I would say choose women where they're traditional minded and come from a traditional household 2 or 3 generations back, where it's obvious. You don't have to search for it. From the minute you meet the family, the way they move, the way they act, the way they treat you is purely traditional. And the girl that you're interested in or the woman you're interested in move the same way. Sometimes that could be a first generation immigrant into the United States. But men, primarily those who have the financial means, you can travel. There are countries around the world where the patriarchal culture of the society is still very strong. And the majority of the women 80, 90% move in that way. Family is very important, and disrespecting the family is also highly important to them, where they would not want to be a disgrace to the family. So that's one option. Surrogacy is also another option. Obviously, surrogacy in the United States, you'd have to find a state that's more where the laws are more, how can I say, convenient for that. And you would have to definitely have the financial wherewithal to make sure that the women walk away with a serious financial package, that she walk away from that baby from the day that baby is born. You need to have your own house. You need to have a nanny. You need to have everything in place to take care of that child from it's a baby. You need to make sure your schedule is such that you can bond with that child and not have no other person bond with that child. And she needs to be able to sign over all papers of claim to that child before the baby is born. And my suggestion would be once you have the child and the child is able to travel, leave the country, raise the child someplace else, at least for the first 5 to 10 years. Then you can maybe bring them back to the States. But you have to get out of the arm's reach of her trying to, at some later date, take the money. And when that money is gone, try to come back for a second hit. Because some women don't have any real consciousness of what a contract means. They take it very lightly. Obviously, seeking relationship overseas, that's always on the table. That's something that's been talked about and seemed to be being practiced a lot. And of course, prenups. Prenups can shield a lot of your money. Uh, a trust can shield a lot of your money. But the bottom line is, most men, especially successful men economically, they want to have a family. They want to build not only a financial legacy, but a family legacy, an organic being that can continue into the next 2 or 3 generations based upon the wealth that you have established to give them a head start in society and allow them to become an influencer, a power broker, a successful businessman or woman, whether you have sons or daughters, and of both. I think every man look to have children that will not only carry their name, but do something good with their life. And part of that is giving them a leg up into the next generation. And I think as men, you know, like I remember there were girls that I knew I could have been with easy, but knowing their family and their brothers, I didn't want to chance it because I thought if I get her pregnant, I'm done. My kid is done because I see their little nephews and everybody else around them, how they move and how they behave. And I think as men, we have to start really considering, do we need to have 100 or 200 women as sexual partners? Or will 50 do? Will 40 do? Will 60 do? Where's your limit with regard to the sexual experience you want to have? So you don't, the larger the number of women you deal with, the higher your potential exposure will be. And I see that this comment, children need mom and dad. That is so true. But in society today, the father really don't have a choice of being a dad. That's only up to the mother if she wants that man to be a dad. And when she decide she doesn't want him to be a dad anymore, even If he is a good dad, if that man is no longer with that woman, she will make sure she can hurt him, make him pay a price. So he won't be able to have as liberal of time to be able to spend with his children or child. And that's part of the problem because it's so one-sided as to we know most women walk away from marriage. So it's not the man that's breaking the family. And we know the women who go get child support usually block the husband or the former husband or ex-husband or the daddy if they were just in a long-term relationship. They block the father from being in a strong relationship with that child because in some states, the more time you spend with the child, the less your child support could potentially be. So some women want the max amount of finance, and that means for them blocking the social time that the kid will have or children will have with their father. So to that degree, I think men have to look at how they can best have what they want. And a question I would put to the audience today is, can matriarchy and patriarchy coexist? Which means women will still continue to have sex and breed with the men that they want to breed with, whether they're financially capable or not. And men would then have to go out and find women that they can have children with and then have another woman raise those children. Whether you marry that woman or not, she's in a long-term relationship with you. She's maybe culturally or traditional minded and patriarchal minded. And you have to set up constructs to prevent yourself from losing your child because in the Western world, if you want to live a very high industrial technological life, the laws are so against you as a man that even after your seed is brought into this world, even if you chose the woman right, that if the woman decide she no longer wants to be with you, that's it. You're out. You're gone. You're done. And unless she is financially secure in her own right, meaning that she's got millions, then more than likely you will be hit for a major economic, uh, I don't want to say robbery, but to have your pockets emptied significantly, and the law will see to it that that occurs. So I'd like to open up the conversation. Primarily, I want to talk to men. However, if there are any young women in the audience that want to add to this conversation their perspective on how they may see this issue or potential solutions, because whenever I look at a problem, I always look at the problem and come up with at least one, two, or three potential solutions. I don't like just identifying a problem. And part of my background and career made it so that if you were a problem solver, you increase your profitability. So whenever I look at a situation that's a problem, I'm always going to have a potential solution. Does that mean that that solution is the right solution or the best solution? There are others that may have better solutions, but I'm always going to have a solution to entertain the possibilities of choice. OG Frost, I'm going to bring up Chicago Rilla first. And Chicago, I don't believe you've ever been up. Chicago, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here with you, OG.
Okay, cool. I don't think you've ever come up on the panel before, so I'm definitely welcome. Good to have you. Talk to me. What's your point of view on this whole subject,
Yeah,
protecting your seed, black man?
Yeah, thank you for having me, Harlem Lee.
All
I've been
right.
up here before, but I do so sparingly. I like to sit in the background and really take in some of the wisdom that you and the gems that you give us, and then I try and look for areas of my life that I can apply those things to produce the results that I'm looking for. So, honestly, sir, you are doing the Lord's work out here. Shout out to you.
Appreciate it.
Um,
Thanks a lot.
I do want to say, I mean, obviously, in terms of men protecting their seed, I mean, I agree 1000%. I mean, we're so haphazard. And again, we've diminished intimacy, intercourse, sex. Like, we've reduced it so much to where it's just transactional now. And
Right.
dudes
It's
just be looking,
monetized.
yeah, dudes just be looking to bust a nut, and females are looking to run your pockets with no consideration for all the consequences that comes with that, right? So I'm all for dudes being intentional and direct about where they plan on spreading their seed, right? And preferably, you would want that within the confines of the nuclear family. But you did mention something regarding, like you were saying, like, hey, I primarily want to talk to men, but if women have something to offer in the space, I love the sisters, but I'm gonna tell you, the more I go down this journey, I know no, the ladies might get mad. It is what it is. But the more I go on this journey, and the more, I just had a conversation with one of my best friends and his wife, and we got to talking about because he follows me in this space, and then he said something to the effect of like, yeah, I want you to talk to her because she doesn't agree with KS on everything, right? So we started having a conversation around KS, and I started identifying one of what the problems were. One of the problems with females in this space is that they think they eat. I love you, ladies, but y'all think y'all equal to us and have equal say in terms of the direction and leadership that this community should go in. And what's happening, what you're seeing is Harlem Lee, you coming to the table with solutions. I'm at a space now where I'm done talking. I'm over the talking. I'm done talking. I'm done complaining. I'm over that stuff. Like, what's the solution, right? So you got like-minded men coming together, ready to lead the community, and then you got women pushing back, like, nah, 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 nah. Like, I hear you, gentlemen, but ain't no but. We not saying it the way. The problem that my homeboy, his wife had with KS is that she didn't like his tone. I don't care about tone. I care about solutions. I don't agree with everything the brother said, but what he said, for the most part, in terms of restoring the nuclear family and holding the mirror to black women and even to black men and showing us where we are, spot on. So we are dead last, and we don't have the luxury or time to be majoring on minor. This train is pulling out of the station, and we got to get to solutions. So, yeah, gentlemen, we got to do better. You got to protect your seed. You can't be running around here willy nilly because, Harlem Lee, I know you know this. When you get to a certain age, for all the women that you knocked down in your younger years and for the notches on your belt, man, that don't account for nothing. In the end,
You
what
for,
matters is your legacy.
and in actuality, you forget most of them.
Correct. Yeah, you're right, because I don't even remember half them heifers. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters is what I can, and KS in his passing, it did make all of it, well, at least for me, it made me consider my own mortality. And if I was to meet the same fate, what would be said of me? What legacy have I left? How would my kids look at me? Is my estate planning in order? Are my affairs in order? You know what I'm saying? If something was to happen to me, my portfolio that's up 94% this year in total gains, who does that, do I have all that laid out? Like, that's the stuff we need to be talking about. All this, gender war, this fake beef and all that, man, I'm telling you, I'm just over it. I'm over it. So the movement that you produce in, I really do try and stay off here a lot. I'm always in the comments. I'm always supporting with a super chat or something like that. I really do
Appreciate it.
appreciate the work that you're doing. I see you galvanizing the brothers. I see you changing the perspective of a lot of men, and I see you having the conversation at an angle that most of us don't consider. So I appreciate you challenging us, but I'm 10 toes down with you 1000%. We got to pull this train out of the station. Ladies, y'all gonna either have to hop on board, get lost, or get left.
Appreciate it. I appreciate you coming up. Your voice is always welcome. Don't worry. I see you in the chat sometime, but sometimes it's going too fast that I can't respond to the ones that I would like to respond to at times. I'm still trying to get this multitasking down with the visual effects and uh, the text communication as well. So appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right. If you like, okay, cool. OG Frost, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Lee?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
I got three things to suggest. Uh,
Sure.
if you was to pull up LeBron James' son going to the prom, then if you was to pull up Dwayne Wade's son on that picture and just look at the comments, you'll see what they you'll see what we up against, Lee. Uh, and third is if you was to watch Zoom to Uganda for as the traditional woman, uh, they train their women to be wives.
Well, I think there are other countries around the world because of this whole YouTube experience who are able to tune in those of those who find the black manosphere or the manosphere in general. They're starting to really see the fallout of how third and fourth wave feminism has affected our society and how it's having a degrading effect in the black community. And some countries are starting to take steps to prevent that, to limit the risk fallout within their society for that. And I think the SYSBM, Passport Bros, and all of that stuff that I see, I executed that long before I knew about that stuff because I've always been a free thinker. I've never been the type of person that was a follower of a group or a crowd. I mean, I was in groups and crowds, but if what they were looking to do went against the grain of who I am as a man, I can always step off. And I've been traveling. I mean, before I was 10 years old, I had lived in 3 countries and I wasn't a military brat. And then by the time I became 30, I started traveling overseas. So I've lived in quite a few, well, not lived, but spent significant time about about my life and looking at life the way it is and understanding the way things are now. I think in hindsight, because of my age, I can look back 40 years ago and see what life was like then, how the black community were more unified, how black men and black women interrelate with one another, how we loved one another, how we knew our neighbors, we cooked for each other. You could come by the house and get something to eat. If if when my mom finished cooking, her neighbor across the street, if she wasn't home yet from work and the kids needed to eat, she would just invite them upstairs and we'll all eat together. Now we're not really like that. We don't even relate with some of our neighbors, black people to black people. And some of us, even within families, we don't relate that strong towards one another. That's why now people are saying, like your blood is not your family no more. You could choose anybody that you rock with to be your family. And I understand when you grow up, you can choose your friends who are like family. But if blood now is no longer considered family, that says something. That says something about how far, as a society, black people have fallen, that now it's easier for us to trust someone of a totally different culture, totally different way of life that have no relations to us whatsoever. And it's easier to choose one of them to be friends with, and they would hold you down as if they were your family, but your family won't. That's a serious situation. And
Yeah,
I have seen both of those pictures that you cited. I mean, me personally, uh, I never want to tell a man who to choose to be with that would be a good spouse and a good mother and a good wife, and that he can love and be in a strong relationship with and build with for his future. But I personally would not choose a white woman. I mean, knowing the history of America and how white women have been instrumental in the destruction of black men, I personally would not choose to get into a marriage and raise children with a black woman. But every man don't see life that same way. And today many young people see life much differently. Dr. Mental, how are you? Good afternoon, sir.
I'm good. How are you, Mr. Lee?
Yes, I'm fine. And you, sir?
I can't call it. I'm here. I'm blessed.
Okay. Okay. What do you have to add to the conversation? Welcome to Sage Talk.
Thank you for having me. I've been watching you a while, and the recurring narrative of the train has to leave the station is. You know, I'm 32, so guys my age are like, all right, if they don't want us, if they don't want us, then we just gonna take ourselves and go.
Well,
You
they
know.
want you if you have a certain financial uh, success accomplishment,
Mm-hmm.
and
I,
if you meet the kind of genetics outlook that they like aesthetically. I think there are two things
that
I
is true.
think our women focus on: genetics first, and I don't know where in the sequence the money falls, but I would say it's in the top three or top five.
I think the money is first. I've always thought it's them first, and okay, the money might be second, but it's them first, and then it's money.
Well, I mean, if you go by who a lot of women are having children with in our community, I would not say that the money is first, because the guys that they're having kids with are not financially sound individual. And if they're in illicit business, their financial survivability is not long term.
It's very
That's a short
scarce.
term.
It's very
Yeah,
very scarce. It comes and goes just like the days come and go.
like the wind, absolutely.
Right.
So they choose, I think, primarily from the genetic outlook, things that we might call game. Game
Hmm.
for me is just really having a confidence to talk to a woman, know how to be persistent, and have some
Right.
personality to yourself, right?
That's
Not
true.
being dead in the way in which you interrelate,
Not being boring.
not being
If
boring, exactly.
you know every
So let me ask you, in terms of the
mhm.
potential options, you're 32, you're not married, right?
No,
You don't have any children yet?
no.
Okay. So what are you looking at as an outlook for your life?
Well, I'm in a relationship, but
Okay.
I I'm like just keep your head down, keep grinding, just do every project like it's your first project, and push forward, whether it be a job, whether it be business, self improvement, just whatever you do, try to put 100% into it. You know,
How long have you been married? I mean, in this long-term relationship. Apologize.
about a year.
Okay. How do you see this woman in your life?
Peaceful. I can
Is
say
she an
that.
American black woman? Or
Do I?
is that too much to ask?
Uh she's American, but we're not going. We won't go there.
Okay. All right. Good enough. Well, when you say things like peaceful, those are key words that would make a man like myself ask the question to another level. But my point is, do you see yourself potentially marrying and raising a family with this woman?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's good. And have you guys talked about it?
It's a conversation that comes in spurts, and each one of us are as
Okay.
honest as we can possibly be with each other at this point.
Okay.
Not necessarily banking off potential, but more so the reality that we both live in. You had said earlier that things change, and things have changed just in, you said 40 years, just in 20 years things have changed, just from the way I remember the world to where it is now. A lot of times you look around and you're like, this is not what they raised us around. There's a lot of like confusion because there's a lot of old and then there's a lot of new, and it's all mashed in together. And people,
when you say there's a lot of old coming from where?
tradition is
Okay.
one place where things do come from, and then you still have a lot of people who are past their golden years. They're in their 70s and their 80s, and
Uh-huh.
they are part of that tradition as well.
Okay. But are they practicing it where it's influential on their family members?
The family is a house divided everywhere.
Okay.
People's families have been slowly, not really torn, but just people just kind of drift off, and then you either never hear from them. You know, black people only get together when graduations and funerals and cookouts. Let's, to be honest, that's the only time you get to really see your family, is when you're having a very joyous occasion or you have a very tragic occasion. Otherwise than that, people's families don't speak.
And why do you think that is? Why we have sifted down to just those two emotionally driven activities that happens in general life,
Well,
and it's not in a more broader way?
for one thing, when your old people die, not only does the information about the family go, but the glue, because old people keep people in check. Call your mother, call your father, make sure you go see your uncle this weekend, make sure you come by and see me before you leave whenever you're going somewhere. My grandmother used to tell me that all the time. She used to always, so you call your mother, you speak to this one, you speak to that one. And as a young person, it may be a little aggravating because it's like, come on. But that's your old people telling you to check on your old people. And that's an important thing. When we only check on them when they die, and people really only try to get to know their old people when they're not in their right minds, or they're not capable of being in their right minds. And that tears the family up, because that person is usually a keystone, a grandmother, a grandfather, a greater uncle, a great grandmother. And you see it all the time in communities across the world, since we have internet access, that when those keystone people make their transition, the family everybody scatters. They scatter like roaches, and they go into these little. Go ahead.
I was going to say part of that may have to do with there's no one that has been groomed to take over their leadership role.
They're
in the
too
process.
young. They're too young right now.
No, we're not
and they
too
won't
young,
listen
because
to them.
usually the grandparents had their own children.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be a grandparent unless you had children of your own.
Mm-hmm.
So somewhere within the family of the children, whether some of the boys, our sons, or some of her daughters, were the ones to be able to develop a sense of leadership within the family that kind of handled a lot of the things and was respected by the other siblings and the grandkids as well. So when the grandparent or grandparents pass, he or she or both brothers and sisters would step in and take that position over and continue the leadership within the family. But I think Generation X may have advocated that responsibility. So when the baby boomers pass on, there's nobody there anymore, because Generation X is hanging out with millennials, Generation Y, and Generation Z, right? Everybody's hanging out together.
I have siblings that are Generation X's, and if you look at it, if you listen to them, everybody in that crowd, they'll tell you they kind of got their childhood kind of taken from them. They didn't have a chance to really be kids. That's the perspective that I've been told. But it's like, okay, these things happen. We can't continue to not be accountable and not be responsible. We have to have a strong chain of command, not just a chain of command, where people can have a rapport with one another and be able to have these strong family units that we as people now are trying to break generational curses, as they say, you know?
But talking about it, I mean, how long are we going to talk about it? Because
How long are we going to talk about it?
because change only happened through action,
Right,
right?
right.
And where are we seeing enough of the change uh, in society by Black people for other Black people to say, I want to mimic that. I want that result. And then I'm going to make the change in my life to achieve those results. Because we know that many of our Black people, if you tell them something that they don't want to hear, it's going to be an automatic knee jerk reaction that you don't have the right to tell me what to do, or you cannot judge me. Those are usually
Right.
the responses.
Oh, I'm living my truth. And
Or
in
I'm
my
living my
truth, life
truth.
is not like that. And it's like, listen, we cannot continue to live the delusional truth. We have to, not just as men, but as people, be honest with ourselves and say, you know what? We can't keep going that way. This is a new path opening up. We've never been this way before. We have to try something. We have to go a different route. We cannot continue on the route that we are going. Otherwise, we won't be the people that we know today.
Okay, but I mean, let's just look in hindsight for a minute.
Mhm.
Kevin Samuels was in the forefront of trying to shift the mindset and change the paradigm of the Black community,
He
how
did.
both Black men should be looking at marriage and how Black women should prepare themselves to be a wife. And in the end result, when he died, there were more people yelling at his crucifixion as those who were in homage to the man that have left
It was
so many good
disgusting.
jewels,
It was
so many good
disgusting.
jewels on what steps maybe we can take to go on and live his message through, where we can see a stronger Black community filled
Kevin
with Black families.
Kevin was Kevin was that uncle that always kept it real, that your aunts will always look sideways at, like, there go Kevin over there talking his yang. No, Kevin is telling the young guys the truth. The truth is, you can't be whack. You have to have some kind of style. You have to have some money to go with that style. You have to have some education, and you have to be physically fit. And you have to combine that into one man and be a one-man army with your wolf pack. You have to have other men with you, that not just to validate that you're doing good, but you have to have other men around you. You can't build the world alone. You can't.
But it's funny because, I mean, and even coming from men, just because you didn't identify with 100% of what he said,
Doesn't
kind of
mean it
like
wasn't true.
gave them license to just dog the guy out. Because I don't think anyone believes 100% of what anyone says.
They
And
shouldn't.
unless you're a robot, that's the only way you would probably think that way, because it would lack your own ability to self criticize information. So
Right.
I never expected everyone to be of his exact mindset. But there are
It
things that
does.
were valuable that could make a stronger, better Black community. And Black men and Black women being married and staying together and raising a family together was one of those things. And in achieving that, lifting yourself up as a Black man to be more resourceful,
Mhm.
financially solvent, where you
Right.
can build a life
Right. A
and have a
legacy.
quality standard of life for both your children, yourself, and your wife. I think there was nothing negative in that kind of idea. And
Absolutely not.
also wearing a suit. Now, I've heard many criticisms about wearing a suit. I
I
wore a
only have
suit
one.
for about 22 years, but that was my job. I worked on Wall Street. I had to wear suits. if you work as something else and the suit is not part of your attire, you shouldn't wear a suit every day, or no one is suggesting that you should have to wear a suit. But I found that individuals would find things to pick at
Yeah.
because they could make some derogatory assessment about the idea. But I think whether you are in the business where you have to wear a suit or not, as a regular man, you should own at least, I would say, 4 suits:
I agree.
a black, a blue, a gray, and some other color, tan or brown.
Brown.
Now, I will tell you this, and if you watch when people go to court, the color that you wear in court is gray,
Right.
particularly if you want to succeed. Go back and watch any court trial and watch the defendants, and you can just revert to Amber Heard. She wore a gray female pantsuit
Right.
almost every day in court.
Mm-hmm.
And
It's a
I
show of
know
money.
I have had instances where I went to court. I used to like to drive fast, and when I was young, I bought a sports car, and I would take that sucker 120 miles an hour, and I would be flying. And I've been stopped several times, and I've gotten tickets 30, 40 miles over the speed limit.
My
And in
mind.
those cases, they're either going to pull your license, you got to go before the judge. And without
Right.
a car, I couldn't go to work. And I had a really good lawyer. He was a young guy too, about, I don't know, maybe 28, and he had good connections. And we would go to court, and he would say, "Lee, can you get a bottle of Napoleon?" And whether it was brandy or scotch, Napoleon scotch,
Right.
you bring this, give it to me, I'll
I
get
got
you
you.
probation. Boom. Every time. He knew the judges. I'm not going to say the state because I don't want to put nobody,
No, we're
find
not going
somebody,
to aid all the way
find
out.
somebody
No,
out, right?
no. Right.
But I've had 3 instances where I faced a judge, and besides paying my lawyer, all I had to do was buy some $150 bottle of scotch or something like that. And this is back in the 80s. So that same scotch today might cost you $1,000, right? But it was at least
Yeah.
56-year-old age scotch. And I'm telling you, when I went to court, he always said, "Lee, wear a suit, wear a gray suit." So I know in the business world, if you want to learn how to move in this society, there are things that you might have to do that you may not be always comfortable with. But
Right.
if you want the best outcome for yourself, learn to move with what is commonly
Blend
accepted
in. You have to blend
in
in.
certain environments.
Right.
Because if you
Right.
come and you're too out of place, 1, you become too noticeable, and 2, you seem to like you want to buck the status quo. And people who want
Right.
to buck the status quo, many a times people see you as
A
someone
threat.
who is rebellious. And
You're a
when you're
threat.
rebellious, you can be a threat. Thereby, you must pay a price, right? If you want to move that way, become a billionaire, and then you can move however you want,
Right.
But in the meantime, on your travels, learn to move in a certain way. So, I mean, and I kind of digress a little bit, but I was making a point that some people was using the fact that Kevin was saying that brothers should wear suits, you know, but you should wear a suit to get comfortable with it, because you don't want to put on a suit and feel like the king that have no clothes on, right? Like it's too
Right.
foreign to you that you don't know how to move in it
A
where you're
lot of guys
comfortable.
are like that. A lot of young guys are like that because in a sense, even the corporate structure has kind of laxed. Even millionaires and billionaires have kind of laxed their they've kind of laxed their fashion as well. That doesn't mean don't own a suit. That doesn't mean don't own a good fitting suit. My only criticisms that I have with suits is the high water suits. I can't do it. The
What do you
really
mean
tight
high
high,
water?
the,
Your
the
legs?
right. I can't do the suits with the high waters that are super tight. Like if you're
Well,
gonna wear a
first of
suit,
all,
it should fit
a
you.
suit is not made that way. You have to tailor it that way, right?
Right.
And whether you have a slim fit, that's that's a personal style for what you want to buy and how you want to present yourself. Most of the time, especially if you dress corporate, you're gonna wear regular slacks uh, for your suit, and it's going to be French cuff. For those who
Right.
don't know what that is, it's turned up, right? It's French cuff.
Right.
But let me bring Cat. 1% chance pregnancy is too high. Bragging about sex is completely insane.
Sure
I
is.
think in today's understanding of the world with which we live, absolutely. But time pass, you know, if a man did not have some kind of notoriety in the society and his community and business and success, the first thing you learn in kind of like getting the adulation from both men and women was how many women you can conquer. And
Mhm.
you were looked up to both by men and by women in the community, or at least as a teenager, by other teenage friends, that you were the man. The more girls you can lay, you were the man. That was a thinking and that was a way of life. And that existed not only in the black community, but fraternities and college. Those were things that was regularly practiced back then. But society has changed. That is no longer a way in which you might want to live because there's a financial consequence to behaving that way that can, one, even if you don't have children, a woman can have sex with you and would have been all into you. But 30 years later, her life didn't go the way she expected it to, but yours went completely different way and you became this multimillionaire successful guy. She could bring a case against you 30 years later, 40
That's a
years
fact.
later, when you're in
That's
your
a fact.
60s or even 70s, that, the sex that you had with her back then was not consensual, not the way she remembers it. And just her uttering it could potentially put you in a situation. And 9 times out of 10, if you can, you would try to settle it because your reputation and whatever business you're doing is far more valuable to you than to fight it. And even if you win, because the fact when you fight it, it becomes more publicized. Every time you're in court, every time there's a hearing, every time there's something dealing with this case. And
Every
then the
time they
worst
see
thing you want
you.
to do is now another girl see her, another girl come out of the woodwork and say, me too, me too. Now you have 5, 6, 7 women, and the logical way of thinking for most people is, well, I didn't believe him when the first one came out, or believe her. But now that there's 4 or 5 women, 6 women, they can't all be lying. That's the analogy, right?
Mhm.
So if they can't all be lying, which we've seen that with what's the guy, the singer, Chris
Chris
Brown.
Brown.
We've seen that
Oh
with
yeah,
Chris
Chris
Brown.
Brown.
Many women had came after him and they were lying.
Right.
So it can happen depending on what kind of man you are. So I think
Deshaun
in the
Watson.
way in the way in which we move as men today, there are consequences to everything we do.
Right.
Being a nice guy, helping somebody. It's like last week, there was a woman who was molested or bothered on a train in New York, and no one came to her defense because people are looking at situations now, and coming to a woman's defense can mean your life. You can lose your
It
life,
it
and
can
you don't even know what
financially
the
ruin you.
and you can be financially ruined because that same woman could come back and sue you for why didn't you do something sooner or
Right.
whatever,
Right.
right? So being a good Samaritan can
It has a
definitely
price.
jeopardize both your financial situation and your freedom as well. I remember, and this was probably like near the year 2000, probably between 98 and 2001, somewhere in that area. And I was riding the train going downtown Brooklyn, and there was a little boy. He was probably 10 years old or younger, sitting by himself. And I'm dressed in a suit because I'm going to take care of business. And this guy, looking almost homeless like, but bummy, but he wasn't stinking, but he's a bum. And he sat next to the kid, and he saw the kid getting antsy, was getting uncomfortable. And then he kind of held the kid leg and held his hand, and the kid was definitely nervous. So I told the kid, get up, come over and sit next to me. And at first he was hesitant. And then I said, get up and get over here. So he got up and he came over and sat next to me. And I looked at the dude and he looked at me and I'm like, yo, whatever you want to do. I'm from Harlem, baby. Don't let the suit fool you. So he got up and he went to another car. And I took the kid off the train and I told him, wait for another train and take that train. But
It's
this
hard
is
to be
me. This
nice
is
out
how
here.
that's how I move. But I would be hesitant to move like that now, considering the way I see things going down,
Yeah.
and especially if you're helping a woman, you can help a woman and then it could turn the other way, turn against you. She might think in the end she might get so confused, or she might be high on something and she might think you're the one that was trying to cause her harm as opposed to you're the one trying to help. So there's so many situations in overall society today that can make a man very circumspect when it comes to putting himself forward to assist and help in society. And these are some of the things in a broader society that's breaking down the morality and the ethics of people, how people move, and things of that nature.
Mr. Lee, you touched on a lot of points there. Most men think like this. Not to categorize men, but even not the brightest of men think like this. They understand that my intervention can either cost me a lot of money or my life. And they think 4 or 5 steps ahead. It's like, well, what if I help this person? Or what if I do get involved? Then I'm on legal paperwork, and it can affect your job. It can affect a lot of things. It can affect your mental health, because
Absolutely.
you have
And
people.
even being like a big brother. If you want to
Right.
be a big brother to a child and you want to help out, I've heard conversations where, if you play the role of like a father figure with a child, a woman can literally go down to child services and
Mhm.
put you on child support. Now, you could already be married and have your own family, but because you have played the role to help out, maybe
You're
instead of
automatically
babysitting,
responsible.
put the kid into an after school program and look out for him. And after the program is over, you bring him home. That could be 2, 3 hours a week, or, you know, either on the weekends. Those hours add up, and over several months, someone can make a case that you're a temporary stepdad,
Right.
you know, and that's how far our society is going. And it's women that are leading the charge on these things. Men are not leading the charge on these things.
I
Women are
asked a
making
question.
these, yeah.
I asked a question the other day, and I said, "Who runs the Black community?" And a few of my followers responded with drugs. Some said churches, but the majority of them said women. Majority of those people were men. They said that women run the Black community. And in some of the responses, you had some men that were like that had said to me in a private message, they were like, "Yo, you're not afraid of backlash for speaking like that?" It's like, somebody has to say something, and then we have to take action. We can't just continue to stay here in this litigious bubble, because that's what we've become. We've become very litigious with one another. If you don't, I will, and legal process.
Well, I think the change can't happen with the generations that are present. I mean, if you're a young person, 10 years old, 11 years old, maybe your parents can make a way where by the time you become old enough to have a relationship, and you continue your life in a way that's similar, changes potentially can be made. But when you're talking about changing laws, it took a long
Mhm.
time for women to get the laws to change to their benefit.
Right.
And now it is at a momentum, right? The ball is rolling, it's going downhill, and there's momentum
Avalanche.
behind it. So whatever they do tends to just get sucked into that momentum automatically.
Right.
For men to try to stay that situation and then change its direction, I think it's going to be difficult to do.
I don't think they should. I think they should get out of the way. What
You think
happens
men
when
should get out of the way?
think about an avalanche. Let's use an avalanche as a perfect example. It starts at the very top of a mountain. A clap can start an avalanche. And as it comes down the mountain, it picks up force. Some avalanches can hit with the force of 100 diesel freight trains. Why would you want to try to steer that and get in front of? You can't. Humanly, you can't do it. It's already taken a course. It's already going. It's going already.
And that's a good point, because one of the things with my show, Sage Talk, and what I'm trying to accomplish is to help Black men see other options, because you can't stop this train. It's already moving. It's going downhill. And for women who are not even subscribers to the idea of the whole feminism piece and what's going on, they are shamed or canceled or whatever by the other women who are. And so they may just sit quietly on the side and not say nothing because they don't want their lives to be turned upside down.
Right.
But the end result is that this thing is not going to stop until it hit a wall somewhere.
I think that wall is close, though.
And between now and then, what should or what do Black men do for those who want legacy, family, a wife, and want to build that type of nuclear, traditional type family with a woman?
I'm going to have to agree with KS.
We have to broaden our perspectives.
I think
we can't limit ourselves just to the women who think this way, whether they're in America or other places. We have to broaden our perspective where we can find a woman that we want, whether in the North or in the South, in the Central, or somewhere globally. I think we have to broaden our vision that there are many Black women on this planet. America doesn't hold all the Black women that could make you happy.
I'm traveled. I've managed to get around the world a couple times, and you have to leave here to understand. You have to leave here to miss it, for one, and you have to leave here to understand that not all people are like this. There are different mindsets and perspectives outside of America. People view the world differently than just America. And
okay, hold on one second. I want to bring this young lady up. Taranay or Taranay. Am I pronouncing your name right? Taranay?
It's Tyranny.
Tyranny? Okay. One thing I would say, this is your first time to Sage Talk. Be courteous, and I'll be courteous to you, and be respectful, and I'll be respectful to you. So what do you think about the topic with regard to men protecting their seed and the lack of trust between Black men and Black women, relationship-wise?
Well, I feel like men protecting their seed sounds good, but men don't care about their seed being protected when we're out there having sex without a condom. And then when you do have a baby, you just hit the deuces on the baby because you really didn't want to be with the woman anyway. Now, I'm not talking individual, so don't take this personal. I'm talking as a whole. But you have a lot of men that really, like literally what I just said, oh, I just busted down, and now that you had a baby, that's up to you to take care of. Literally, a lot of men could care less about their seed or even know the importance of their seed. Now, I hear you guys talking about feminism, right? And that word just came up a couple of years ago.
Hold on one second. You just made one point, so let me address that. Now, with regard to the men that we speak to in this space here, we're usually speaking to the men that are of the 20%, 10%, or 1% man in terms of financial success. We're not speaking to the average everyday guy. That's one. Number two, we know that it's women who control access to sex. So if the woman is opening her legs for any guy who want to bust it down, I mean, don't the sex, just the encounter, don't that begins with the woman making the choice?
No, because both of them makes the equal a choice that they equally want to lay down. Equally want to lay down and equally want to have sex. She opens her legs and he opens his legs. She lets it go in and he lets it go out. So it sounds
Right.
very equal to me.
Right. But when a man approach a woman, obviously a man approach a woman so he can have sex with her, right? We both agree that.
No, no. And that's the issue. A lot of young women don't know that. We
No,
really
hear
are
me
sold
out.
on the fact of a Cinderella story to think that y'all really just want to, you love me. Oh man, I fell in love with this girl. I like her. That's what a lot of us believe. That's why we give y'all
But
opportunities and chances.
are men saying that to you? Or do you know that as common that are men is saying that they love you and they want to spend their life with you? Is that what they're saying
Yeah.
today?
From what I've
Okay.
heard,
Well,
men would tell a
hold
woman
on,
anything to
hold
get in
on,
between
hold
them
on.
legs. I'm answering your
Okay.
question. Let me answer your question, right? I can't just say yes or no. This is the way I answer.
Okay.
But from my understanding, a man would tell a woman anything if he wants to get between them legs.
Say again, a man is gonna what? I didn't quite hear you.
Tell a woman what she wants to hear just to get between the legs.
Okay, so if you know that, how do you
Right.
then make sure that the man is not just trying to get between your leg and he's looking for something more? If the woman just
So
wants to have sex, let me finish. If the woman just wants to have sex with the man, then they're both on equal playing field because
right,
he wants to have sex and she wants to have sex with him. So that's
That's
equal.
fair.
right,
So
That's
if
fair.
she gets
right, and
pregnant in the if she gets pregnant in the process, you both know that sex is the purpose to create life, right? It has a
Yes.
pleasurable side effect, which we all enjoy, but the purpose is to create life. We understand that, right?
mhm,
Mhm.
Now, and
right,
there are more than 20 different birth controls for women versus one for man, right?
Right.
okay.
Okay. So who have the greater ability to prevent childbirth by accident, the man or the woman?
Both of them. The man because he nutted
Women
in
do.
her.
Women do.
The
Say
man
again?
because he nutted in her. Now the woman can literally, I cannot see your sperm coming out of you while I'm having sex with you. That is literally a man's decision to say I'm gonna let it loose or I'm gonna pull it out. And even pulling out is, we all know that's 50-50 as well. So the
Women
man literally has could. Mm-hmm.
women have access to
Hold on one second.
contraceptives.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
But that's
I just
abortion. So some
no,
people don't
abortion
take
is not
abortion pills.
no.
No, a contra
Abortion, one second. Abortion is not a contraceptive. And I think
mm-mm.
you need to get that
Like
out
a
of your
Plan
mind.
B
And
pill. A
abortion is
Plan B
not a
pill is
contraceptive.
abortion.
Say again? A plan
Like a
B, I'm
Plan
not
B
even talking,
pill.
a plan B is
Mm-mm.
after the fact, but you can take preventative measures before you even have sex with the guy,
Right.
right? Yes. If you
No,
know
a
you
Plan
don't
B
want to,
pill comes
if you,
after sex, not before.
right, I know that, but I'm saying you can take protective measures before you have sex with that man if you know you don't want to have a baby. Is that right? And you can
No,
also insist, one second, you can insist that if we're going to have sex, you got to put on a condom. If you don't wear a condom, we're not having no sex. Could you not say that?
That happens a lot.
no. Why am I having to tell you what to put on your willy? You should make
Because the
that decision
child,
on your
because the
own.
child, because the greater responsibility of the child is with you.
I
You
have a
have to
question.
carry it, right?
And that's the issue. Because
And it will
the
have a
child
greater
starts
effect
off.
of changing your life than it will in the man's life.
Absolutely
Yes?
not.
No?
Absolutely not.
So you
No,
think the
it is
change is
equal.
equal?
It's absolutely because I've seen so many
How?
times, like an example, Floyd Mayweather, where he and Shaquille O'Neal, like they are grown up to be great people, never had a dad, but as soon as they get their check, daddy's right there at the door. So a
No,
child has the
that's
ability
not
to make a child has the
right.
ability to make a difference in the man and woman's life. And I should not have to tell you to wrap up your willy if you want to stick it inside me. That's completely on you. I also don't tell you to nut inside of me. That's completely a decision on you. And since the
That's not
baby
true.
since the sperm starts inside of the egg sac, literally the baby starts with the man. Then you impregnate a woman and
Absolutely.
put
You're
that
right about
baby off
that.
on her. Yeah,
You're
right.
right
And
about
then
that.
then a woman gets impregnated with your sperm, and then you want to tell her to take care of your sperm.
Okay, so then if a black man decides to get with other women that have a different cultural beliefs with regard to family and with sex and having a baby, you wouldn't have a problem with that because he chooses to nut someplace else where he can build a family with that woman after he nut. You'd be okay with that?
Why you can't build a family in your own community?
Because black women divorce men at 80% clip. That's why.
Right.
Black
Right.
women divorce black men. Black women
That's
are
right.
still with their white man. They're still with their Mexican
I'm
man.
saying
But black
That's
men
that's
decide
what
to
we're
go out
saying.
there.
well, black men divorce. I'm sorry, black women divorce black men at an 80% clip. Those are the stats.
Okay, what's the reason?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Irreconcilable differences.
The reasons are irrelevant unless he was whipping her ass. Then that's a good reason. But if he ain't
Or
whipping
cheating.
her ass and he's holding it down, paying the bills, taking care of the kids, they're working together, building, and she might just not be feeling him 5 years after the marriage, that's too damn bad. You made a commitment.
Right. You can't just break it because you don't
He
like
can't just stop working and not take care of the kids if he's not feeling you or the woman.
Right.
He has to maintain his commitment in the relationship. So the women do too. So I think the best thing for some black men to do, those who have the financial capacity to do it, is seek women who want traditional life, families, who want to build together, and who are not going to tell you, well, if you don't wrap it up, you're just going to have a baby, and I'm going to take you to child custody court and take your money, and bye-bye.
No,
And that's
so
what black
this is what I
women
said.
do.
This
That's
is
what
what I
black
said in
women
one of
do.
my other lives. You know,
Uh-huh.
we could care. Our last resort is child support. Y'all really
No,
think
you're
That's
that
not.
not
black
true.
women
No, you're
will?
That's
not.
not
That's
true.
a
Okay,
lie.
well
That's not
I'm
true.
talking
That
as
is
a
a
woman. I'm
lie.
not talking as
That
a
is a
man. I'm
lie.
talking as a woman.
That
Maybe it's
is
a
a
lot for a
lie.
man, but it's not a lot for a woman. So let
Maybe
me
you
finish.
have
Let
the
me
ends
finish.
of the pendulum.
Men are the
Okay,
primary
so
components of child support. We're talking to you as men.
I'm not talking to you as a woman.
Whenever women
Okay,
feel a way after the baby is born or throughout the pregnancy, they go directly to child support court, and the
wrong.
subpoena
That
shows
is
up.
that's a
You can
last
look
resort
That
at
is
this.
not
for
Not a
us.
wrong. That
last
is true.
resort. It's not a.
That
It's
Okay,
is
not
so
a
what
true.
I
last
was
resort.
saying was, anyways, as a woman, we don't want to do that to y'all. We want
Mm-hmm.
our family. Now, I'm not talking
Prove
about
it.
these young girls that the
Well,
Cardi B's
the
and Megan Thee
statistics
Stallions. So
don't
hold
prove
on,
what you're saying.
let me finish what I'm saying,
Hold
right?
on 1 second. I'm
So
the host
y'all
of the
are no,
show. So when I start
right,
speaking, you have to listen to me, okay? The
but you're cutting me
statistics,
off.
which are
You can't even
numbers
understand what I'm
based
trying to say.
on the statistics based on the numbers, don't show what you're saying. What you're saying sounds good,
What am I saying?
but there are attorneys who are family attorneys in this black manosphere with 20 years of experience, and they can tell you it is not a last resort. It is
It's
a
the
first
first
resort.
resort.
Okay.
Those
Well,
are the
I don't know where
stats.
you're from, but over down
I'm
here,
from
where
the
am I
United
going to be able to
States.
finish what I'm saying?
The
Am I
United
going to be able
States.
to finish what I'm saying?
Well, you asked the
It
question, so I answered that question.
it
Go ahead.
may
I
not
Make
be
your
didn't.
point.
your
I
primary. It may not be your primary go-to, but it is a primary
Well, let me
go-to.
ask you this: do you have any children?
I have 3,
Ooh.
Okay. Are you married
and
to
no,
any
their
of the
father's not on
fathers?
child support. Yeah,
I'm asking, are you married to any of the fathers?
I was.
You was.
So
And
that's a no.
that one man gave you all 3 children, or do you have them from different men?
Yep, I'm just recently divorced in October.
Okay. If you don't
Why?
mind, why did you get divorced?
Domestic violence.
Huh? Say again?
Domestic violence.
How long were you guys married together?
80 years. Yeah, forever. Like, why did we were married, but even if we were married for 5 days, I'm divorced for domestic violence.
Well, if it's 5 days, it's not really a marriage, it's an annulment. So that's not
Right.
even a marriage, right?
Right.
So what I was saying was, you know, like I said, my kid's father isn't even on child support because we agreed to payments and he pays his payments. What I
Okay,
really
so
would have liked is
you're
for
one woman,
but let
you're
me
You're
one
a
can I
woman
rare
out of
can I
millions.
occasion. You're a
You're
rare
one
but
woman
occasion.
out of
I know
millions.
I'm not. If y'all just let me finish, honestly, please. I'm not friends with myself. I have aunts, mothers, grandmothers. And what I do know is what y'all are talking about is this new generation of women. Seriously, they don't care about being in no family. Any woman right now under the age of 30 could give a rat's butt about being in a family because what the environment is teaching them is to be a thought and get paid. But
So
when
if you
y'all
know that's the
actually,
environment, why are you arguing the point?
Right.
but what I'm not arguing the point. What I'm saying is as a whole of women, child support is not our first resort. Making it work with our family is. Now, reconcilable difference, okay, people change. Honestly, you know, you can
No,
start off thinking that
no.
you can
People
start off
change
thinking
their
that someone
mind.
is
People don't
great.
change. People change
Right.
their mind. People don't change.
Okay.
People are
Well,
creatures of
people
habit.
give us
They stay the same.
Let one of
someone
us
to give
speak
me
to
a
her at a
facade
time.
of themselves.
Want to? Go ahead, young lady.
Someone to give me a facade of themselves, you know. And I mean, come on now. People change, or they act it, or they fake. You know what I mean? Somebody could get with you once they marry you, then it's a whole different person. I mean, a lot of women can agree to that, and maybe
But
men too.
you were,
That y'all got with a
but
He,
you,
woman,
were-
he
thought
was
she was
that he was
but
that
you
awesome,
were
and
with
person the
that.
whole
just
One
went to
time.
second.
Jezebel.
Excuse me, sir. 1 second. Let me speak with her because she's getting two people coming at her at the same time. That's not fair. What I would say is, if you were with this man and you born 3 children with him, at what point did you learn that he was violent? On the 3rd child or in the 1st child?
No, I've left him a couple of times, but I got divorced from
For the
him
same thing?
finally.
For the same thing? For his
For what?
violence? Because
For
of
his
his violence
violence,
when
and
you
then
left
he
him?
changed
Uh-huh.
me. Before we even got married, I didn't see the parts of him that I see, but at all. I mean, I didn't see. And then after, it seemed like as soon as we got married, and he admitted this to me. He said, "I married you, I loved you, but then once I married you, I realized you weren't going nowhere. So I'm gonna do what I wanted to do." He literally admitted that to me. And that's what a lot of people do. They'll get you,
So,
and once
so
you're
if you
tight,
weren't
then
okay, so
they
my
change on it.
okay, so if you weren't going nowhere, which means you're going to stay with him, what was the need for him to be violent about?
I mean, that's something he grew up learning. That if a woman doesn't agree with you, then you can put your hands on her. I'm not saying it's all, but that's what he and a lot of men grow up and not understand. Their anger is also a big reason that women just like, I'm not doing this with you. So am I supposed to stay with an angry man, a cheating
Well,
man?
did you guys go to counseling to find out what the problem
I mean,
was?
I don't want to talk about my relationship, but what I was saying was
Okay.
that's really not a first
But you're
resort for
using
women
but you
to
are
just
using
leave
your
y'all.
relationship, you're using your
I wasn't.
relationship as an archetype to other black women, which is not true because the
No,
numbers
you
don't
mentioned,
support that.
you asked about my relationship. I didn't, and I would prefer not to speak about my relationship. Actually, I'm speaking as
That's
a
fine.
whole as a whole, you know. But as a
Right, but when
whole,
I asked
we
you
don't want
where
to
you're getting
leave
your
y'all.
information, when I asked you
I'm
where
a
you're getting
woman.
your information, you were getting your information from your own family and personal relationship. That's what you cited. So that's
And
why we went
friends,
down this
things I've
conversation.
seen, women I've worked with, and their stories. You know, you see this
Okay.
stuff all the time. So
But you
and
also
let me
said
let me
that women 30 years old or younger, the way they move, they're not moving for relationships, marriage, or family, right?
right.
And these are the men that I'm talking to. I'm talking to men in their mid 20s and their mid 30s, some older, particularly who are unmarried, that want a wife, that want to have a family, that want to have children. But we see every day women who are coming out talking about, if you're not a 7-figure man, don't even talk to me if you're not making $1 million. We have women who saying, if you just make $100,000, don't even talk to me. So women
I
are
mean, get
using
your
men
game
purely
up.
for the sake of getting a bag. And this is
Get your bag
pervasive in
up
the
then.
society. Say
I
again?
mean, y'all supposed to desire to be with a woman anyways, right? Back in the day, that's what
Right,
men did. They worked for their family. So if you see you a
right.
bad chick and man, I like everything she got going, but my requirement is $100,000, then what do I need to do to get that money up so I can be with her? What's wrong with that?
No, what you do is you move on. If a woman is setting
Oh,
a
to something
financial
cheaper.
number for you to be with her, you move on. Because
To
a
something
woman should be
cheaper.
looking at the whole man as a character, not just his wallet. Because if you
Right.
look at rich men, many rich men have had their money and lost money throughout their life. And some win it back again through hard work and whatnot. So the point is, if he's up on top now with his money, when something happened in his financial security and that fall below the threshold that the wife or you may find it uncomfortable, then she's going to leave if you're making that the requirement.
Right.
True or
I
false?
also put a responsibility on the man for dating a type of woman like
Well,
that
we know the
because it's really hard.
responsibilities. The responsibility is all the men. We know that. Women won't take responsibility for nothing. There's nothing you have said once in this conversation where a woman is responsible in a relationship. It's all the
But
man. So
that
because we understand that, we can choose other women.
you can choose, yeah, and you're choosing other women anyways. But the reason I'm saying this
Absolutely.
is because y'all are
Absolutely.
building your riches in other communities. And those same communities are raising kids to come in your elementary schools and shoot you. Those same communities that you're putting your money in is raising their kids to come in their
No,
grocery
those
stores and shoot
communities,
you.
that
Yes,
community
they.
was all the
Uh-huh.
same, and they shot their own. So that was their own
No,
communities. But our communities are
no.
shooting each other's too. They're just not going into school. They wait for you on the street corner, but they're shooting each other
But what
down
I'm
too.
saying is, y'all are putting your inheritance, your hard-working money, in a community that they don't even like you.
Because
They
like
don't like
you,
you.
men who are successful, their wives leave them and take half the money and run.
But there's a reason that the
So it's
wives is
better to
leaving.
stay with
Ain't
a woman.
nobody.
It's better to stay with a woman. You know why? Because the community where you go, if you raise your children, the woman will get some of your money no matter what. That's all communities. But your children will be instilled with your values, and then you can pass a portion of your wealth on to your kids to the next generation. Our women don't stick around for that. They bounce.
Hey, and I mean, and you know what? If you're doing a woman wrong, not every woman is perfect either. But if you're doing your woman
You
wrong,
don't
she's
have to be
gonna hit the
perfect.
deuces. Grandmama stayed. Grandmama
Oh,
stayed with her child molesting husband.
your perspective is that the man is always
You know,
wrong. That's the perspective that you come with. The man is always wrong.
I can't
So
even
in
hang
that
up.
case, as black men, we need to choose better women. It's plain and simple. Hold on one second. I want to bring another brother up that can add to the conversation. You don't have to drop down. Stay up. Mike Perkins, good afternoon. How are you, sir? First time
I'm
on
great,
Sage
sir.
Talk. What do you have to add
Yeah,
to this conversation? Black man
yes,
preserving his sperm,
yes.
protecting his
Thank you.
sperm, I should say.
Yep. Can you hear me?
I can't even
Yes.
hear now.
Thank you. So just for starters, thank you for having me on. This is my first time. Um, for starters, 56% of black men do not have kids. Okay, that's for starters. 43%, around 43, 44% of men have kids. 62% of black women, 62, 63% of black women do have kids. The majority of the kids are being had by a very small remnant of dudes. So that the blame, and you see it play out in actual life. You know, this guy with the 33 kids at 34 or whatever. Your futures, Ayanla Van Zant had 6 guys from Memphis come on her show, and between the 6 of them, they had 87 kids. One guy even had 26. You know, so this is not a problem that black men have. It's a problem that certain black men have, a very small remnant of black men have. And when women see those kind of guys being very loose with their seed, they certainly catch them slipping, and you know they do have kids, lots of kids with them. So that's one. Two, as far as child support goes, just listening to the young lady, I mean, I'm sure she means well, you know, but 85% of custody hearings go in favor of women. Black men or men overall are only getting 75% of custody. That's relegating us to weekend dads. And that's just what happens. You know, you of course mentioned that 80% of the divorces in our community are filed by the women. Well, if 80% of the custody hearings are filed by the women and 85% of the custody hearings go in favor of the women, 90+% of alimony and resource splits go in favor of women, then what is the incentive for a man to get married anyway? Have kids anyway. And what you're seeing is you're seeing a trend of men stepping away from being married because there's no actual benefit, especially for black people, because we don't have a culture around being married that offsets American law. So worst case scenario is what happens in our community, you know, so the 80%, you know, of course, that's the highest. We're the least married. Our women are the least married. They have the most kids out of wedlock at 68%. It's a lot of things that our women are making decisions. Again, I don't think that our women are bad, but I think that our women are certainly making decisions that are not in favor for them long term. And so you get a
Mike
lot of,
Perkins, why don't you
yes.
put a question to the young lady if you have a question, because you're dropping a lot of stats and it's hard to follow if you're not a number cruncher.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, my question to the young lady is, what is, if anything, what is the woman's fault or responsibility?
Okay, so when you say the woman's fault for what?
What?
What are we blaming her for? What are we?
If a relationship, if a marriage doesn't work out, or if she just get pregnant by a man that she has no intention of being with, but she just have a baby by that man.
No, actually, what I'm
Is she
asking, sir,
Okay, so
Okay,
what
go
I'm
ahead.
asking, sir, with all due respect, what outcome that a woman has, a black woman has, what outcome that she has is her fault. So if she's a baby mama, for example, is that her making a decision, or did it just happen to her? If she's, the third or fourth or fifth baby mama, is that her, or did it just happen to her? What is a black woman's fault?
okay, so your question doesn't relate to a black woman. It relates to women, period, right? Of having a baby out of
But we are
wedlock.
talking about
Period.
black women in this
But I
this
can't sit there
show
and say
is
it's a
about
black
black
woman's
people.
fault for having a baby out of wedlock. I can't say it's a black woman's fault for having a baby out of wedlock.
But what if she had 4 babies out of wedlock with different dads? What if she have 3 or 4 babies out of wedlock with different dads?
It's literally no different than a man having 3 or 4 babies out there. What's the difference?
Well, the difference is that 56% of black men don't have kids. That's the difference. The difference is that 32% of us are married, which means most of us are married or in committed relationships when we have kids. It's just the guys that y'all find. It's a very small remnant of dudes that you all find that have all these kids. That's why one guy can have 30 kids.
I mean, Nick
I
Cannon
don't know
has
where
like
y'all
8
get y'all numbers from. I really don't.
Oh, no.
Because when you walk this, when you
blackdemographics.com.
turn,
I just did
Or
a
the
video.
when you
CDC.
turn off the TV and you walk this earth for real, I don't know where your 80% number is coming from. But what do y'all want me to blame the black woman for? I just want to know, what do y'all want me to blame the black woman for?
Okay, this is what I
Her
want. No, we
outcomes.
don't want you to.
Her
Hold on one
outcomes.
second, my brother. Hold on one second,
You
Mr.
got it.
Frank, Mr. Perkins. We don't want you to blame the black woman for anything. What we want you to do is to say, where in the whole relationship does black women have any accountability, or do they have none, and black men have 100?
But you're saying black woman as a
I'm
whole.
asking.
One black
I'm
woman
asking.
like me.
Yes, black women as a whole, because you say black men as a whole. You've
No,
been
you
saying
guys
black men, black
conversation.
men, black men all this conversation.
Right, but you want me to blame black women as a whole for.
But you've been
So you want
blaming
me to tell
black
you what a
men as a
black woman?
whole. But you've been blaming
But you
black men as a whole. How can you
no,
blame?
because
How can you blame a
originally
sex
start off
that you don't
asking
even
me.
know, but you can't blame the sex that you do know? How is that
So you
possible?
originally, I think it's just the fact that you hear that you guys have a lot more responsibility that you take, and you're acting. I mean, and not acting, but you feel as though I'm blaming you. That's not what I'm doing.
No.
Actually, I said that having
You
a
said.
baby is 2. Hold
You
on.
said.
I said having a
Okay.
baby is 2, right? It takes mama and papa. That's equal. I said that when it comes to child support, we don't want to put y'all on child support. We want y'all to come
Well,
home to mama so we
that's a
can take care of
bold-faced
our
lie.
family.
That's a bold-faced lie. We know that. But I will
Maybe
say
you
this:
feel
if
like
you,
it's a
I don't
lie,
feel anything.
but you can
We
ask
go by
black women whether they rather have child
statistics.
support or a family.
We
And
go
we
by
rather have a
statistics. What the
family.
numbers show. Do you
Where
know
you
that
get
the
these
child
numbers
support?
from?
Let me tell you. Hold on one second. The child support industry is $151 billion industry. That's the child support industry. It's the second largest industry in the single industry in the United States. So don't tell me about black women using the child support courts as the last resort. It is not. But more importantly, you also said when a black man and a black woman lay down together voluntarily, if he decides to come inside of her and blow up and shoot up the spot, he let him do that. So she's as guilty or responsible as he is. But you only say the man is responsible because he bust up inside of her. But you don't say she is responsible for allowing him to bust up inside of her. That's the difference.
50-50. Can I let my
Also-
aunt speak? She's older than
Hold
me.
on, let her respond. Let her
I'm
respond.
33, right? So I have a younger view, but she's older. So she has a. Go ahead. Tell her what you just said.
What? No, I just think it should be equal.
That's my point. Thank you.
That's what I said.
You're welcome.
But you never said
That's what
that.
I said.
You never said that. You said it's the man's fault. You've been saying it's the man's
I
fault this
didn't
whole
say that at
conversation.
all.
You never said it was equal.
I didn't say that. I
Go back and
literally
listen.
said it is
Go
a
back and
half
listen to
and
this.
half.
Go back and listen to this tape and the replay.
Okay, I'm
You
telling
never.
you
That's
what
why
I
we've
said.
been
Maybe
trying to
y'all
ask you, where is
cut
a
off.
woman's responsibility when it comes
So
to
let me
men
just
and
put
women
myself.
having sexual relations? And you said it's the man's fault.
Mr. Lee,
Yes.
if I will say this, women do not take the mass majority of women, because I won't generalize all women, but the mass majority of women do not take accountability for anything outside, not just relationships, but even things on a day-to-day basis. They don't take accountability for everything, and they blame men for everything. We get blamed for things that we're not even present for. And when you go and, like Kevin Samuels asked, who's allowed to check, in this particular case, who's allowed to check black women? Because even when black women check black women, the fierce backlash that comes behind
Can I
it,
see you on camera?
the fierce backlash that comes behind checking a black woman for her being rude, her being disrespectful, her being uncouth, her being unkempt as a woman, it's like, oh, so you want men to be responsible, 100% responsible for
My thing is,
children.
why is this only about black women? That's all. Okay.
So you guys talk as if it's only black women, right? That puts their men on child support. Yeah, because
we're
honestly,
talking about,
it's, hold on,
we're talking
no,
about the
please,
black
I would love.
community.
I'm not
We're
even
not
gonna
talking
say
about
if
white
I
people. We're not
finish
talking
a
about
sentence.
Latino people. We're
If
not
you
talking
let me
about
finish,
Indian
honestly,
people.
I will
We're
respect
talking
this
about black
conversation.
people.
You told me earlier. You let you talk, let me talk. But I've been getting cut off by both you guys, and I honestly, please. So you guys want? I told you that it's equal. I open my legs, you open your legs. When a baby is made, it's equal. It is
You
equal
didn't say that. You said
responsibility
it's the
on
man's
both
fault
parties.
because
Well,
he
I'm
shot up the
saying it
club.
now. I'm
He should
saying
have
it
wrapped
now.
it up.
I'm saying
That's
it now.
what you
I'm
said.
saying it now. I'm saying it now. I'm not
Okay,
blaming a
good.
man
All right.
or a woman
Sounds
for
better.
babies. It's both of them that is equally responsible. And when you asked me earlier, who's responsible for a baby being born, the egg, the sperm has to go inside of the egg to bring forth life. So
Well,
literally,
that's not.
like God
That's not.
created, no, like God
That
created
was not
Adam
the dispute.
as
That
the
was not the
beginning,
dispute. That was not the
then
dispute.
it is the beginning of the man that can hold his sperm inside of his nutsack and save it for his wife. Then I also stated that when it comes to child support, regardless of what y'all believe, because I know a lot of y'all don't even know, sometimes the women don't have no say so over child support. The judge is going to put child support, and I've seen it. I've seen
Well,
it
first
where
of
the woman
all,
has said she
the
don't want
only
to put
way.
child support on the husband, and the judge has said, no, I'm going to put child support on them anyway. I've seen it.
No,
So please don't think
no,
that
that is false.
please,
That is
how
false.
is that false?
The only.
I'm going to,
Let me
okay.
tell you. Let me tell you. The only way a judge can put child support on a father, if particularly if it's whether it's a divorce or whether it's just two people were together and then they separated and a child came out of that relationship, is if the woman is seeking any type of public assistance. If she's seeking public assistance from the government will tell you, go get the father. And then when you present the father, they will then saddle the father with child support so you can have Section 8 and all the other things that goes along with what the government can offer you. If you're not getting
That's
anything from
false.
the government cannot enter into that relationship at all. You have to initiate it. The government is not going
So,
around finding dads and putting them on child support. That is not how it works. You must
so this
initiate it.
lady was getting a divorce from her husband, and she
Right.
asked, "Is he on child support?" She said, "No." He said, "Why not?" She said, "Cause he don't work." The judge looked at that black man and said, "Well, you're gonna get a job today, and you're gonna have to pay $200 a month." The woman actually said she didn't want to. I got friends that didn't want to put their
And
baby daddy on
she
child support,
can
but it
go
was,
back to
but it
court.
was.
She can go back to court and close that case if she wants to.
Right.
If he took responsibility for his child,
Well,
but a
of
lot of
course,
men won't
but
even
they would
do
have.
that.
But
A
that's
lot of
my.
men won't
But
even
that's my
pay.
point.
A lot
But
of
that
men
is my
won't even
point.
pay unless there's child support on them.
Well, if you're dealing with a bum, that's not my fault.
Nobody knew he was a bum until he started acting like
She
one.
knew he was a bum. She knew he was a bum because she was paying for
And
his
y'all,
dinners. She was paying for his clothes. She was paying to take him out. She knew he was a bum. Of course, she knew he was a bum.
and y'all knew
You
these
don't
women
find out
were
a guy's
bums
a
when you
bum
laying down and
until
having a
after you
baby
have
with him.
kids.
You knew
That's,
she was a thought before you had a baby with her, though. So I
I
mean,
don't
come
have
on.
babies with thoughts. The men we're talking to here, 52% of men don't have kids. So those are not the men we're talking
56.
about. The men that you're
56.
talking about is the guys that have 15, 30, 20, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those are the bum guys that you guys are dealing with that have kids by multiple men that don't pay for their kids. The men in this sphere that we're talking to are men that are holding it down. They're making 80, 90, 120,000 and more a year, and they're looking for a good wife. They want a black woman for a wife, but because they're coming off like the way you're saying, they're saying, you know what? I can't deal with a woman like this. I need a woman that's going to be down with me. And they're finding women from other cultures and other nations. And that's what they're looking for. And black
And
women is
then they
causing
get
that.
called.
Black men is
Then
not
they get
causing
called.
that.
Then they get called the N word. Trust and believe it is not all juicy and gravy when you go out there and date the other races
Well,
because they got their
black
flaws
women
too.
call you the
You
black
gotta
women
deal with
call you the
grandma and you
N-word
gotta deal
too.
with grandpa
Black
racism.
women
Hold
call
on.
you the N-word too. Are you saying that black
So
women
he
don't call
might call
black
me
men
a
the N-word?
nigga, but he ain't gonna call me a nigger. So y'all go out there and date some other races and watch how they hurt y'all feelings.
Well, your
Watch how grandpa and
pronunciation
grandma
matters not.
don't want your black stuff. They don't even want you touching their kitchen. They don't want your filthy
Oh,
black
really?
hands on their table. Y'all
Have you
think
ever
these other
traveled?
races really
Have you
care
ever
about
traveled
y'all?
outside the United States?
Absolutely. I went to Guatemala last year.
Where have you traveled?
Absolutely.
Where have you traveled?
I went to Guatemala and Jamaica so far.
You went to Guatemala and Jamaica. What part of Guatemala did
So
you go
far.
through? I know Guatemala very well. Where?
I went to Patan. I started off in the city, and then I went to Patan Dolores. I think that's how it's called. But I went
And
to
how
the
long did
city
you
and I
stay
went
there?
to the country. I stayed there for a
And
week.
how long did you stay there? How long did you
I
stay
stayed there
there?
for a week.
A week. You think that's enough time to get to know a culture, a place, a people?
I stayed there for a week. So what I do know is
I've
Maria
been to
ain't no
Panama,
different than
I've been to
Tamika.
Guatemala, I've
No
been to
different.
Belize, I've been to Costa Rica, I've been to Honduras, I've been to all
That's
of the
all
Central
close
American
together.
countries, with the exception of El Salvador. I've been to Africa, I've been to Mali, I've been to Bamako, I've been to, where else? Burkina Faso, I've been to Guinea, I've been to Conakry, I've been to many countries. And when you get into those cultures and get to know the people in those countries, the women are different. The women are different than American women. They're not difficult to have a relationship with. And they cook your food and they serve you your food when they cook it without no attitude.
Yeah, we do too. We do too.
No, you don't.
So we're not
No,
gonna
you
talk
don't.
down on black women as if
No,
we
you
don't.
don't. No,
We
you
do.
don't.
We do too. But
No,
it's
you
only.
don't.
I think y'all really hate
See,
black
the
women, or you're
problem,
jealous
the
of
reason
it.
why we're having this conversation, the reason we're having this conversation and that you have to be the sole defense of women, because most women don't do it. If black men in general were getting the treatment that they wanted from black women, they wouldn't be saying anything. You think we're just making it up? Is that what you think?
I
You
think
think we're
y'all
just
hate
making
us.
it up? Say again?
I think y'all hate black women.
Okay, so then why do you want to be with us? Why
Because
would you
I
want to
said
be with
y'all hate
somebody that
black
hates
women.
you?
I didn't say we hate black men. I said black men hate black women.
So you don't.
Y'all hate us.
So this is the only show you see on YouTube, because I could pull up any show on YouTube. There was a woman on YouTube that is calling for the deletion, meaning abortion, of all black male children. Never have you heard a black man say that about black women.
But I heard
Never.
Margaret Sanger. I heard Margaret Sanger say it.
Margaret
and
Sanger
Margaret
is not
Sanger
a
is
black
white.
man.
But
Margaret
she's
Sanger
white.
is
She's
not
the
a black
woman that
man.
But she's a woman that you want to leave your black woman for. You see what I'm saying?
No,
Y'all
no,
want to
we
leave y'all
don't.
black woman
You're the
for a
one that,
racist.
you black women are the one that took on the whole abortion from Margaret Sanger, and her reason for doing that was to kill black children. So what are you talking about?
You know there
Black
are no
women killed.
abortion
The new
clinics in
Supreme
white
Court
neighborhoods.
opinion. The new Supreme Court opinion states that black women kill more children than any other woman in the United States. That's a fact.
But there are only abortion
That's a
clinics
fact.
in black
That is
neighborhoods.
a
There's
fact.
fertility
Well, then
clinics.
just because they're there,
You're
you
doing
don't have
the
to use them. You don't have to
Byron.
use them. If you didn't use them, they will go out of business. But you make them rich, so they stay.
No,
Okay,
y'all
I
make
just
y'all
brought
white
up a
women
brother.
rich when y'all want to date over there with the other race. That's who y'all make rich. These white
Well, y'all
Caucasians
think
who
black
go
men
and
only
kill your
want.
kids.
You think black men only want white women? No, we don't. There's a lot of black men that are marrying black women, but they're just not from the United States. You just don't know about it. Oh, we got
Yeah,
her.
y'all go and date a
Talk to me.
Chinese girl. They Chinese parents don't like you either. Maria ain't no mother freaking different. Y'all better off of staying with a race that you know. And if you want us to be
No, we're
better,
not.
be
See,
better
you know what
leaders.
that is?
You want it?
That is a
You
fair
want your black
tactic.
women
That
to
fair
be better?
tactic don't work over here.
No.
That fair tactic do
Scare
not work
what?
over here.
Oh,
That's a
I
fair
don't want to
tactic.
scare you. I want you to test the water.
That is a fair tactic, but it's not working.
Y'all
You
don't
will
want us.
see.
We don't want y'all.
Say
But
again.
introduce it. And then you're going to be running right back over here to your black queens once you realize that them other races ain't no different.
If the black queen is our best choice, that's why 56% of black men are not having children with you. They've made the decision. You know what? I'm not going to have a baby with another woman, but I can't trust the black woman, so I ain't going to have no baby at all. Those men have made that choice. Now answer that. That is not a
Good
lie.
luck is my
Check the
answer to that.
stats.
Good luck.
The CDC.
Good luck
Go
dating
check the
outside
stats
your race.
with the
Y'all
CDC.
men are hypocrites. You got mad at B. Simone for saying what she said about Martin Luther King, but yet y'all want to go against and then go date the other race. Martin Luther King never said go and have sex with a white woman. He just said fight for your black people.
Why did she insult Martin Luther King? Because that's the way
Because
most
he
black
cheated
women think
on
today. She don't
wife.
even like a black man that gave her the opportunity to have civil rights in the society with white folks, so she can even come on YouTube and make that statement in freedom. That's what she doesn't even understand. She called that man all kind of names. Call him the N-word. Now that's a black woman for you. She called a black man who is probably the most respected black man.
Mr. Lee
She
talking
called
facts
him
right now.
the N-word. So let's not talk about other nations calling other women calling us the N-word. It starts with you guys. You guys give the other women permission to say it. They look at what you do and then they do the same thing. That's where they get the permission to do that.
All that N-word stuff started with rap music. If we want to be correct, the N-word started when black men decided to sign a deal with the devil and say, you know what, now we're going to call these niggas and we're going to call our women bitches. And now y'all been
now
running
you're moving
with
the goalposts, right?
I'm not moving anything. I'm correcting you.
Yes, you
calling
are.
a black man nigga started
Now
with
you're
the black
putting the
man.
blame on rap. Now you're putting the blame on rap. First, you said it was other women that you're dealing with. They're going to call you the N-word.
But
when B. Simone called a most respected black man the N-word, you thought it was.
I love my black man. Y'all need to get y'all stuff together and just listen to a black woman. If you really hate black women, be with each other. Y'all doing homosexual stuff anyway, so just execute all black women and just be with each other. That's what y'all really just need to do.
Who have more homosexual friends?
I'm gonna go. Y'all are messing
black
up my
men
day
or black women? Who have more homosexual friends, black men or black women?
Black women.
That's what I thought. All right, let's get this conversation back on track.
Wow.
It's crazy stuff.
It was beautiful, though.
And you might get a viral clip out of that.
I guess that was probably her grandmother in the car. That wasn't a man. That was a woman. And her grandmother was the one that says the blame is equal. Before that, she was saying it's the man. He got to wrap it up. He got to do this. He shouldn't be blowing up the spot. Da 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 da. But when her grandmother said it's equal, she backpedaled. Man, oh man. But at least you respect her grandmother's point of view. What's going on, Brother Lee? Okay. Obigata, welcome to Sage Talk. How are you, sir?
How you doing? I'm good, man.
You're muted. You're muted. Oh, your mic is not on. In the meantime, I'm going to bring up Eugene. Hey, Eugene, welcome to Sage Talk. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing fine. And you?
I'm doing well.
You know, here's a fact, okay? It does take two people to make a baby, but the two people have to be involved. The woman can refuse to have sex. That's what we're trying to get them to understand. The woman has the right to say no to a man saying, look, don't enter into me, okay? Or if you're going to enter into me, please put on a condom, but not many women are doing that, unfortunately. And then after she lets the man get into her, get a baby, she wants to put the blame on him. Now, yeah, I will hold the man accountable for impregnating that woman, but I also hold her accountable for letting him do so.
Well, responsibility is something that, as a society, everyone have to embrace. But as a society, responsibility is something that no one wants to take, because being responsible means that you're to blame. Whatever goes wrong, you're to blame.
Mm-hmm.
And as a default, many things that goes wrong in society and in relationships and in families, it's the man to blame. And now I think with the pervasive talking points from what Kevin Samuels have been able to spread throughout the Black manosphere into the wider communities, women are now starting to take hold that all responsibility fall on the man, but they're not taking hold of the other part, obey. They don't want to obey the man. See, that's the other part. They're not willing to submit themselves onto the man's leadership and follow. They still want to lead and dictate and say what they're not going to do. That's why this conversation today I thought was very necessary, because taking responsibility and protecting your sperm, that really is going to come down to a major decision that men should be making in the future, as to not only who you have sex with, but who you shoot up the club with, and possibly who you marry as well. Because the behavior of how many Black women are portraying themselves to men who become successful, the engagement on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month, year-to-year, controversial arguments and disputes, that's not something you want in your home. You can deal with that out in the world, but you don't want to have to deal with that on a daily in your own house. And I know there are many women who will say, no, that's not true, but it's true enough to make it a point. Because some women would like to believe that for some reason, men are just making all this up and we're having vague imaginations about the relationships that we're in. But yet we see women covered up with tattoos, twerking everywhere, wearing clothes that you might as well be naked because everybody can see everything from what you're wearing, having children with multiple men, and have no problem coming to you after 2 or 3 kids and say, hey, wife me up, I'm ready. I'm ready, I'm serious. And I'm glad that this space actually is maturing the way it is, because it's now a space where men can start to formulate their ideas and formulate their plans as to next steps. Because 21st century woman is here. Modern day woman is here. It's not going away. How do men catch up? Because we can't live and behave like it's the 1900s. We have to take steps and live the life that we want to live at the best way possible, having children, and either having a long-term relationship or even having a wife. And that could mean doing that with a Black woman. And it could mean doing that with a Black woman in the United States. But you're going to have to make that choice if you find that woman here, as opposed to if you find that Black woman someplace else. Because for the good or the bad of slavery, one of the things that slavery did is spread out people all over the planet. And we have Black people from different cultures that speak different language or languages.
Come on, he's preaching.
So we don't have to just choose the American Black woman slave or descendant of slave. We could choose another descendant of slave. that have it more together. And I think that's something like that young lady was pointing out. It's as though the only woman of choice for a black man is a white woman. That's false. That's because of her limited mindset. All she see is what's portrayed in America. But it's important to get out of America and look back, look in within America. When you look from the outside over time, you see something completely different. And when you're someplace else, especially if you visit it often and you get to know people and the culture and businesses, you start to see something completely different. So, anything you wanna add? Eugene, you wanna add something else? Ovigata, you wanna add something to the conversation? What's
Yes,
your
sir.
thought?
First of all praises for y'all brothers, man. All praise to the Most High God. I appreciate being here. Very privileged to talk to you, Mr. Lee. I've been watching your
Thank you.
show for a few weeks now.
Thank you.
Wow, wow. I wanted to talk to that young lady because I seen her on another show in the network. Man,
Okay.
oh man. So I got a few points I want to make, and I might have to go off camera to look at my notes because I took some notes here. To the dear brothers around the world, particularly especially from here in the United States that travel, I gotta submit something to you. Okay, I want you to seriously consider where your authority really comes from, where your ethics and your morals really come from, and how you're able to articulate those things to this generation of women, these two generations of women that we're dealing with on a global scale right now. See, because the thing is, they don't respect you, brother. And another thing they don't respect is the Most High God, where you get your morals and authority from. Now, watch this. If a woman, especially from here in the West, doesn't respect the God of all creation, which is greater than you, it's very likely that she's not going to have respect for your authority in the relationship. Point blank, period. If she's going around saying, I don't believe in God, that's a disadvantage to you. Because who's going to hold her accountable on a moral higher level? She don't respect God or you. Those type of women, I would say, our brothers, we should not be dealing with them at all. Don't try to use them for no smashing or none of that. Cut them off. Have self-respect.
Well, this is really add to the conversation of protecting your seed. Because
Exactly.
if you're protecting your seed, you're not just going to smash a girl because she has the body type that you like. She might look good in the face. But if the other aspects of what makes her a woman are not conducive for a good relationship, then you might want to reconsider because that could be the very day that you slip. And it takes only one slip. It's a short window where a woman could get pregnant. But if a woman wants to get pregnant by a man, she will use that window to lure him in. She knows when her window of pregnancy is ready. So they will use that to lure the man in. And you thinking, hey, I'm getting lucky. Yeah, somebody is getting lucky, but it might not be you.
I'm going to answer the question of the show. Do black men trust black women? I agree with
Okay.
protecting your seed. Here's the thing. More and more as the days go by, we're starting to see that the trust between us is broken. And our dear brothers and sisters have to work on that. Now, a lot of brothers are losing trust for our dear sisters, particularly African American, and it goes back centuries, millennia. Our ancestors been dealing with the same issue. It needs to change, but this ties into can the patriarchy and the matriarchy coexist? I'm gonna answer both. They can coexist, but the brothers got to get their authority and self-respect back from on high. If they can get back in contact with the source of their principles and their ethics and their morals, and then translate that in a reasonable, practical sense, their authority will be respected more. And then
By
the
who?
black
By
woman
whom?
can then
By whom?
huh?
By whom? Who would respect the authority more?
Amongst ourselves, number one, and number two, when our women and children see that, they'll start to learn from it. And then we can regain and rebuild our trust
But
amongst our
okay,
people.
but you're saying that matriarchy and patriarchy can coexist together,
With us
and
in
that,
charge. With us in
well,
charge.
then that if we're in charge, how is that a matriarchy? Because a matriarchy states that the woman is in charge.
We can designate.
In a matriarchy, the children are hers, and the women run the society.
The
That's
thing
a
is,
matriarchy.
they can have a matriarchy set based on how we appoint it to their skill sets, their mentality, their morals, their ethics. They'll get their authority from us, is what I'm saying. We still need to be in charge of what they got going.
That is not a true matriarchy then. That would
Okay.
just be a patriarchal society where women have their roles.
Oh, okay.
That's what that would be. Okay. All right. Dion, welcome back to Sage Talk. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, how's it going, Lee? And gentlemen, how's everybody
well.
doing? How everybody doing?
Afternoon.
Hey.
All right. I've been listening to this conversation. First, just to answer the question, do black men trust black women? I would say for the most part, no. And the young lady was a good example. The young lady that came on. When having discussions like that, one thing that I say to women is regardless of what the man does, if a woman takes care of herself, protects herself, even if he ejaculates inside of her, she can't get pregnant if she's doing her part.
Well, the risks are greatly reduced. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If everything is effective, it's not going to happen. Yeah, but it's not 100%.
Right.
But in our society, both the men and the women, yes, we're responsible for our actions, period. But what I believe is that the women have the power to prevent a lot of things from happening. And they don't exercise their power, at least in a positive way.
Well, I think they are exercising their power. What we see in the society today is the woman's exercising of her power. We see 80% unwed mothers' births. We see boys reading at 4th grade level. We see a great majority of single household run by women. We see social services being utilized by the Black community at the highest levels, surpassing the 60s and the 70s. So, and obviously we know the divorce rate is extremely high as well. So Black women are exercising their authority. It's just that the results is not benefiting the community.
Right. And I agree with that. The way I meant it, as far as preventing pregnancy, they can, if they exercise their option, if they're saying we don't want to get pregnant, they can prevent it totally. If that contraceptive is effective, they can prevent it.
Wasn't there a young girl? I'm not sure if she was 10 or 11 years old. Was having a conversation with her teacher, and she came out and said she don't want to be married because she won't be able to get child support if she's married to the father. So you're looking at a kid before she even hits puberty, where she's menstruating. She already have it in her mind that having baby daddies is the source of life for her financial security. Because she's brought up in that. You have to understand, that is her society where she lives. That means her mothers, her aunties, her grandmothers, the women in her circle, and the conversations that she hear is promoting this idea. And they're letting each other know the benefit of how this works to get you as much money as you can from these dads. So she has now interpreted that if I want things out of life financially, I don't have to be married because my husband may not be able to give me what I want. But if I have his kid, the government will give me what I want. And I don't even have to deal with him anymore. So women in general, and Black women in particular, because this is our community that we're talking about, are making decisive decisions going into another generation of single motherhood, raising children. This is the next generation that in 6, 7, 8 years is going to be turning 18 years old, 20 years old, and becoming full-fledged citizens. And this is how they're thinking of gaming the system. I want to bring up Meek. Hey, Meek, good afternoon. How are you, sir? Welcome back.
I'm all right. Mr. Lee, how are you?
I'm doing well. Talk to me.
Excellent. So for the question, right? And there's a lot of stuff running through my mind.
Take
For
your
the
time.
question, do black men trust black women? And if you guys knew how I am, this would be controversial from a lot of things that I believe, and my beliefs come from what I see and what I've experienced. But I think black men, for the most part, want to trust black women. But I think that they have come to the conclusion that you cannot trust black women. Well, the debauchery, the nonsense. I mean, everything. First off,
give me
right?
a clear example. Debauchery, nonsense, those are vague terms that's left up to my own interpretation. Give me something
Got it.
solid.
Well, first off, right? And I'm going to say this, and a lot of people are going to disagree, but it's a fact. You can't trust a black woman at this time, and not all. I don't want to say all because I don't want to be that guy.
Well, if you
and I
never
know
use
it's
the
not
word
true.
all, how can they interpret all?
Well, you know
See,
how this goes.
we're educated men over here, and we don't apologize for the way we speak, because
Well, I'm not
if you don't use the indefinite pronoun all, if you assume that he meant all is being interpreted, then they must have a problem with the English language.
Well,
so
I
we're not
just
going to
wanna-
get into those kind of disclaimers. It's
Okay,
unnecessary.
but I just want to clear it up for the ignorant in the back.
Well, we're not dealing with the ignorant in the back. Come
Okay.
on, let's have a higher level of discussion, both
Okay,
with black
got
women
it.
and black men in this audience.
So let's look. First of all, black women are the only women that champion single motherhood. There's no one else that's a disgrace to every other nationality.
When you say champion, what do you mean by that?
I mean, like, that's a thing. Like, they celebrate single motherhood. Like, that's something that they believe is a goal to aspire to. And
Okay, but you do know in some Latin American countries, their percentages is higher than black women.
okay, but as a whole, are they okay? And I'm not disputing that fact, right?
Okay.
But is that as a whole, as their nationality, they're championing
Well, they
single
don't
motherhood?
promote it. They don't promote it. They promote family. But
Right.
it is a fact that
Right.
But it is a fact that in some countries, single mother rates are higher.
And
they
I'm not
blame it on
disputing that.
education. That might be so, and poverty. That might be so. So, I haven't read all the stats to do a comparatives between poverty levels in the Black American communities versus poverty levels in the Latin American communities.
But see, I'm not gonna blame that on poverty in our community, right? I'm gonna blame that on the way society has pushed us to where we are to push us out. That's what I'm gonna blame that on. Right? Because
who is us in that part of the conversation?
Black
men?
America.
Oh, Black America. Okay, good.
Black America, right? They've pushed. They're the concerted effort to push us to the bottom of this totem pole, right?
Well, maybe to keep us there, because we're pretty close to the bottom already as it is.
Agreed. But see, nobody paid attention at the beginning of 2020, 2021. I read an article and it said that Black people will be a permanent underclass by 2030, and
no, it's 2053.
I read 2030, and this was a quote unquote reputable organization that printed this.
Well, I've read several economic pages, and the economists, they say 2053. And I
Okay,
think even Tone Talks from Tone Talks, he cited the same stats as well.
no problem. Nonetheless, the same conclusion is what? A
That we're going to
permanent
be at the bottom,
underclass, right?
underclass, right?
So,
And that's going to be black women led with black children.
oh, absolutely. Well, I mean, but how you think we started getting here? Now, so I think for the most part we want to trust, but look at the young lady you spoke to, right? I don't want to put an age on you, Mr. Lee, but you probably could be her father.
Well, I'm old
And
enough to be, that's for sure.
okay, you're old enough to be, right? Might be even twice her age. And she knew more than you, me, and every other male on this panel. Every other man she knew more than. And there was nothing that could be said to her.
Well, I think, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
There was no productivity in that conversation. Every stat that was cited was fake, right? But hey, I don't know where you get these stats from. But had you guys said 100% of black women are completely educated and make over $600,000 a year, she would have went with that stat. Had you said that 100% of black men are deadbeat fathers, she would have went with that stat. And what we saw there is part of the problem between black women and black men, is that we cannot tell them anything. If Joe Biden would have said that, they would have accepted it. They would have been like, oh yeah, it's facts.
Well, the thing is, there are a lot of new people coming over to this Black Manosphere space, and it's finding the Lapeef Network channel as well, and the different shows that appear here. And it's a learning experience because the society has said something different. They have lived a life and believed certain things that are contrary to the things that we talk about here. So you tend to buck up against something that is new, especially if it's some way it may hold you accountable or hold you to the point where you may have to be responsible for actions that have happened in your circle. Those things people normally reject offhand before examining. But before we go deeper, I see Courtney is in the back, so I want to bring Courtney up. JR, I'll put her in the middle. Hi, Courtney.
Hi, how
Welcome
are
to Sage
you?
Talk.
Oh,
I'm good.
can you hear me?
Hi, Courtney.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, you're good. Your volume is good.
I love you on Lapeef, by the way. You're great.
Hey, thank you.
I second that.
Oh, well, I want to make sure my thing is on. So the only reason why I came up, and I appreciate you guys, and this has been I wish the young lady was still up here, but that's fine. I know she kind of trolls a little bit, so I'm going to take it as that. So I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, for the disrespect, because she can get her point across without the extraness. So I apologize.
No, you don't have to apologize for her. I know coming into this, creating a channel and coming on the platform, that at some point I would be challenged and conversation may not always go in natural form. So I've witnessed too many things already as a subscriber. So, and I'm thick skinned, so that's not an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, though.
Yes, sir. So the reason why I came up is because we talk a lot about the stats here and the stats here without pulling it up, without actually seeing the stats. And I know, so I don't know your name over here next to Lee on this side of me, was saying some things, but I would like to pull up a stat so we can physically see it. So if you don't mind, Mr. Lee, if I put this in the back
which
chat.
stat is that in reference to?
This is going to be, because you mentioned the Black demographics.
Okay.
So that's one of them. And I put it in the back chat so we can pull it up so we can actually understand what we are dealing with. Because it's a lot, and a lot of times no one says it.
Mute up. Someone please mute up. You have background noise. Thanks. Go ahead, Courtney.
A lot of times we regurgitate what we hear without actually doing our research to look at it. And a lot of things that I hear sometimes in the Black Manosphere or over on the investor sites or things, it's just hearsay. And then when I pull up the stat, it's not correct.
Okay.
So we can't.
So which stat are you going to pull up so we can take a look at it?
So this is.
At least I can take a look at it.
Yeah, and you could show it for the audience because I think it's important for them to see this too, so we're not just saying stuff out our butt. So this is the Black demographics one. Can you? I don't.
JR, if you're there, you can utilize
Maybe I
the
can
link.
share my screen. I can share.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me see if I can. And you guys tell me if you can see it.
Yeah, I think it's easier for you to share it, then I'll go ahead and bring it up. Okay, I got it. I'm gonna bring it up now.
And let me know if you see it.
Okay, I can see that.
You see it? So,
yes.
Black children stats, and this is blackdemographics.com. So we throw out the 70%, 80% of Black women are unwed with having kids, which again, it's a high number, but you guys, the stats don't show that. What the stats show is that there's actually 2-parent households is 42%, mother only is 46%, that 5% is single dads, and the 7% I believe is grandparents. So again, if we're saying these stats, and we can go down, I guess a little bit more with the CDC, but the stats that we spit out, sometimes it's not the case. It's high, yes, but it's not 70%. That's all children as a whole in the U.S. We have a lot of problems that we have to look at amongst Black women, and I totally agree with the men that said who can hold Black women accountable. No one, but maybe they're white managers, and sometimes that's fickle. But if we're looking at the stats again, I just want to make sure that we are, because you have a huge platform, and that we're being completely honest with the stats. Let's look at child support. In the U.S., majority of white people are putting their spouses or baby daddies, quote unquote, on child support. 65%. Black folks, cut this down. 17.8%. So some of the things again that we are saying.
That's a new link?
I'm sorry?
That's a new link?
Well, this is just a Google search. I mean,
right,
just
okay.
looking at the percentages.
Right.
So this is also something that I saw too.
Go back to where you said child support. Is that what you're talking about? Go back to the child support page.
Well, white folks are the majority, so that kind of would make sense.
But it's not the
majority.
Okay,
but that's percentage by the entire population. What's the percentage by Black community?
Okay, so this is the percentage of child support. You have to, of course, have a child. So the people that are having children and that are putting them on child support, this is the percentage of people that are on child support, or the main parent of their child being on child support.
Right, but that's child support based on the entire United States by percentage in terms of women or men that are on child support, right?
Yeah, the most common ethnicity among child support is white, which makes up 60. Right. That's correct.
Right. So out of all women who are collecting child support, 65% are white women, right? And then out of all Black women is 17.8, if I'm reading that clearly.
Right.
Okay. So that's all child support per the United States.
Correct.
But for the Black community segmented out of that, whatever millions that 17.8% represent, what is the percentage of that?
Would it say that again? And I can pull that up too.
Okay. The 17.8% represents a certain number of millions of Black women that are receiving child support. What is that percentage of the Black community? Because we know the overall Black percentage population is somewhere between 12 and
And a
13
little
and a
bit
half
past
percent,
13.
right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I got
So I'm
that.
trying to get, what is that? What does that 17.8% really translate to within the Black community outside of all the other communities? Because
Okay,
that is a total aggregate of 100% of
I
child
understand.
support being paid.
I got it. Let me look that up because that's a
Okay.
great question. So I'm going to
Okay,
pause
cool.
that
Not a problem.
because you're absolutely right, and I know there's numbers that can pull that up. But this is something that else I saw too.
Sure.
So the percent that I think was said earlier was 50 or some odd percent of Black men don't have kids. Well, I've seen that stat, but that stat was of a particular age. It said when I saw it was at the age of 30. And if
Hey,
someone
Courtney,
can have that, they can prove me wrong.
Courtney, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, can you zoom in on? Can you go to view and zoom in a little bit so people can
Yeah,
see it?
yeah.
Where's my Zoom?
You wouldn't have these problems you had, Mac.
Yeah, well.
Okay, it's better. Much better.
Okay.
I'll scroll to view.
By the time men were in their 40s, those disparities had narrowed. More than 83% of Hispanics were fathers, and if 80% of Black and Asian men were dads, around 3/4 of white men were fathers. So again, some of the stats, and I don't prove to have it all, but some of the stats that we are saying, we have to back it up.
Okay, I agree with that.
So we have take it off. I'll stop sharing. I totally agree we have a problem.
Yeah, what I could do, I could go and create an Excel spreadsheet and break it down according to how it's explained, and then we can get a more concise aggregate number, particularly when it speaks of the age. When it speaks of the age of Black men who have children, by what age, 40, and those who don't have children at all, and what that represent. Yeah, because those numbers, I think, need to be more accurate. You're right. And the numbers I think there was once spoke about on Black demographics may have been updated, because recently I've been seeing more and more information come out with new updated numbers. So the numbers could have been updated from the 2020 census that are reflecting more accurate information than probably what was reflected previously from 2 years ago, which started this whole 80% numbers. So I agree with that.
And I think
can check that out.
So we have a huge problem in our community, and Black women, for the most part, hasn't taken accountability for our part in the demise of our nuclear family. And I can wholeheartedly say that because I see it on a daily basis. I've seen it within myself, where it's just easier for me to blame somebody else instead of looking inwardly at myself to see where I effed up things.
Okay. Well, let me ask you something with regard to the greater topic concerning Black men trusting Black women. What's your point of view with regard to that?
I don't think Black men are seeing where they can trust Black women.
And what would you think Black women would have to do to change that perspective or point of view?
Well, first, agree that there is a problem and that we play a big role in it. And I think that's the hardest part, is to have someone to be accountable for their problem.
Because most times what we hear is it's both of us, rather than say, okay, I played a role, or what my role had been. It would then be deflected by saying, well, it's both of us. So, so how could it how could Black women more openly admit that, you know what, this part is mine. I got this. This is my fault. And what would Black men need to see to believe that when we see it?
Well, I mean, you have to see behavior change. You would have to see where, you know, if someone really believes that there is an issue and they're taking full accountability for the issues, then what are the changes are you seeing? And it has to be seen, and it has to be consistent. Consistency is a huge factor in developing trust again, and the trust that has been lost.
But I think, sorry, go ahead. You were still speaking.
What I think has happened, and this is just my idea, is that there was a breakdown in our family structure 40 years ago, 50 years ago. True. And it was a lot of Black men, drugs, feminism. It was a complete breakdown from both of our parts.
Sure.
And men have gradually, and I've said this before, have gotten better, done the work, getting more active, better fathers, better as far as economically, educational wise, and I see the progression. However, what I'm thinking, or what I know, is that women, our progression has been like men. So our progression is also financially, education, and putting all those, like men have progressed, women are paralleling that progression, but not understanding the progression that we need is for the men to lead and not for us to both be pilots. But I think it's a lack of understanding where women don't understand that progression doesn't mean to be like a man. Progression means to be now being safe of being a woman and letting the man lead.
But I mean, part of it comes from, I think, pursuing a career and pursuing your own finances come from the ideology that you can't trust a Black man to be there long term to provide for you. That's, I would think, would probably be the inner trust with women towards Black men, why they would want to pursue financial security in case, or so I don't have to depend, which means I don't need.
Right.
And then there are other things that develop with that. But Millie Main, she just dropped a comment that looks pretty interesting. She said, stop having casual sex is how Black women can take accountability. What do you think about that?
I mean, I guess that could be a part of it. But what are we taking accountability for?
Well, and that's what I was going to add, but I was trying to wait for you to finish.
Okay.
Is that I think taking accountability means you also have to come out and voice what it is that you're taking accountability for.
Right.
And then once you've voiced it, then the change must then come from there, the change in the behavior to show that this is what I've taken responsibility for, and this is what I'm doing to make sure I don't continue in that behavior going forward. So I think it's important because the scripture says, confess your sins. So you have to confess what you believe that you're guilty of or where you are wrong in the dynamic, and then look to make changes to not have those things repeat itself. So I think admittance is the first step. Well, how do we get sisters on a larger scale to come out and say that? Because what we see mostly is women digging deeper into, I'm a queen, you need to worship me, and you need to protect me. And, you know, they don't see a king. They just see a queen. It's a queendom. So that's a paradigm mental shift. And do we see it in the next generation or 2 generations behind, the 10-year-olds and not the 18-year-olds? Where do we see the change coming from? And I mean, I believe you had said that you have a young daughter. So the women that are your age, mid-30s, how can they then influence their daughters to make that change, and their sons also to not be so prolific in their sexual behaviors as well?
So with my daughter, I am raising her to be wife first. Me and her dad has said she is going to be covered. She's not going to be just at 18 out and about, restriction of dating, having conversations about sex. But literally, I'm training her how to be a woman and how to carry herself as such. I don't want her to feel like she has to feel so independent because it's her against the world. And what if this doesn't happen? What if marriage doesn't happen? Well, if you're scared of divorce, then you're already planting the seed of doubt. And I don't want to plant any seed of her like that. I want to, just like these white women and other Hispanic, all the other cultures train their daughter. I want to do that. I'm also aware that I can't tell her to do something without being it, without her seeing it. So my accountability for me is taking control over my controllables, understanding that she does need to see a man loving her mother and her mother submitting to a man. And that's how I have to teach her, by her seeing it. And also letting her know that her role in life is not to be just career driven. Your role is a wife, is a mother. That's your purpose. And I've been telling her that since she was 3-4 years old. And I know I've gotten pushback on that. How dare you tell your young girl that's her role? Because it is. And I'm just smart, but it doesn't mean that it has to be a generational curse for her to miss it. And what I got wrong, I just want to instill that she gets right.
Okay. And let me ask you, will you and her father be choosing the husband? Or will she be choosing the husband?
Funny enough that you should mention that, because I have talked to him about that.
Okay.
And trying to get around minded people that also believes in kind of grooming their son for a wife, and my daughter getting groomed for a husband, and kind of the quality of husband, because she's going to be a quality of woman. So I'm a fan of arranged marriages. They work, lowers divorce rate, and they grow together. So I'm a fan of it. And I want her to, when she gets out of the household, to go ahead and get into her husband's household. There shouldn't be a lack where she's uncovered. And
have you ever done a show about that already? That
Me?
subject? Yeah.
I might.
Black women will slaughter.
If you do, I will be tuning in.
I'm gonna tune in for that show.
Yeah.
But I guess I hate the fact that, Black men don't trust us. I understand it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Meek.
I want to.
Go ahead, Meek.
Okay. So the question was asked: what are Black women taking accountability for? Right. And it's the same thing that men have been bearing the burden for. What is happening to the Black family, the Black community? And it's been solely on the Black man this entire time, as we've been disintegrating from Oprah to all these other figures, be them Black or Caucasian or Hispanic. It's always been solely on the Black man. Everyone has capitalized on demonizing the Black man and him being the problem with why the fall of Black America is happening. And truly, it's both sides. I'm not going to sit here and say Black men been doing the right thing. Tons of Black men have walked out, done the wrong thing, tons. But we live now in a society where Black women feel like my kid doesn't need a father. I have it. Society is going to back me up on that. That's what they have to take accountability for. They have to take accountability for their role in the destruction of the Black family as a whole. Everyone plays a part, right? Two people dance in a relationship. This idea that only one person dances is pure nonsense. Two people take the dance. So if we're wondering what Black women are taking a role for, they have to take their fair share in why Black relationships are on the decline, and why Black society and this quote unquote culture, which I mean, I'm not going to get into that because that'll lead me down a rabbit hole, but why it's in complete decay. That's what they have to take responsibility for. Their part, and their part only, is what they need to take responsibility for.
Let me ask you men a question. And even you, Mr. Dix, I know that you are in the manosphere. Do you see a slight difference of attitudes of women?
No.
No. Is that
No.
everybody?
Well, I
So
would
a
say
slight attitude, a difference.
I would say with regard to women who have channels and platforms, I've
Okay.
seen changes in the way in which they communicate. But in terms of, by and large, when they have conversations with other women, especially what's Kendra G, her interview shows for women who want a man. If you take a sample testing from her, the people who interview with her to find a man, the majority of those women are very self-centered, and they really care nothing about a man other than what they want, and they can't even begin to express what value that they would bring to the man. I'm not talking about money, but just as a woman that would be part of a man's life to building a marriage and having a relationship and building a family if they didn't already have one. So looking from that as a sample that kind of like reaches out into the community of women that are non-platform channel operators, the broader society of women seems to still be on the same course or ideas.
Well, I can actually answer a question, and I thought about this last week, Mr. Lee. The last week, the podcast that you had, and I thought about it. I said, what you're seeing, and I realized that what we're seeing now is a more aggressive tone, because I think women are realizing that Black men are walking away. So they are ramping it up, because I think this is the last straw to kind of keep Black men subservient to what has been going on for the last 20 years or so. And so they've sort of been ramping up the hatred to shame Black men into dealing with them, right? See, it's not a partnership, it's deal with me.
Right.
And when you get into this deal with me ideal, you're doomed to fail. And so I'm seeing it being ramped up, because they're realizing Black men are walking away. I'll give you an example. You, Mr. Lee, and rest in peace to Kevin Samuels, right? When Kevin Samuels came in, he never spoke of Black men going out. Lately, he said, Black men, you got to go. You, Mr. Lee, last week, the week before last, you were questioning, should we be going out? They're seeing this, but they're not taking any accountability. And that's the thing. I've come to realize, and just talking and listening and hearing, is that there's no account. Like, Black women aren't saying, are we doing anything wrong? They're saying we are 100% correct and you are at fault. And you have to handle and deal with us. You know what's handled? Animals are handled.
Mm-hmm.
Cars are handled. I don't want to handle my woman. That's ridiculous. And they don't understand. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, just the last time I close. They don't understand what they're comparing themselves to. They're talking about handle and this and that. What do people handle? Did they ever ask themselves that? People don't whenever you see someone say they're handling a human being, is it ever anything nice and gracious and generous?
Absolutely not.
So this whole idea of he got to handle me, and this whole idea of, all this nonsense, they need to take accountability for their role in the demise of the Black community. And if everyone takes their accountability in the role, the Black community can move forward.
Well, I would say this: it doesn't have to be everyone. It just have to be a good many of us. You know, Kevin Samuels always say it takes 10% to create a paradigm shift. Yeah, scientifically, yes. But I think us as a community, we are very influenced by images. And I think that both Black men and Black women who are of the mind to make a shift, we need to really be able to put out a different image. And for me, what I would like to see more of is more Black women marrying Black men and staying in the marriage. That would be something that would be sending a signal. But just this past week, there was a young girl, a young lady, which I think, I'm not sure if she was Latino or Latin. Mute up whoever's in the background, stating that it was due to Kevin Samuels that she got engaged. And she's in a relationship. A fiance was the man that they were planning on having children, but they were going to do it the reverse way, have the child first and then get married. And with her conversation with Kevin, it's happening the correct way. And that is if not a mix, a Latin woman coming forth and saying, hey, you know what? I learned something and it benefited me and it's going to benefit my life. But it seems like it's a very difficult thing for a Black woman to come out and say that I learned something new. It's better than what I was thinking of the way I was living. And I'm going to try it out. I'm going to change it and see the result. And if she get a good result, come back and say, I got a good result with this, ladies. But a big part of the problem is when women like yourself, Courtney, and others who come out and make these positive assertions, they get beat down by the larger community of Black women. And I still think, based on the question you ask, are we seeing enough change? The change haven't shifted enough where women can feel like yourself, can feel free enough to come out and speak, because I'm sure there are other women quietly thinking, but they're afraid because they know the fallout effects in their circle of other women that they have to deal with in their society, especially if they have aunts, uncles, cousins and friends who may have to babysit for their kids and do other things, help them out from time to time. That becomes problematic when you lose those contacts, because if you're change in how you want to move and behave. What do you say to that?
No, I agree with you. It's not a space in the society for Black women to speak about accountability because it's a backlash. You can see it with Monique when she was talking about the bonnets. You can
Absolutely.
see it
with
Tashina Arnold when she was talking about Black women and accountability and the backlash that she got. You can see it as Lori Harvey, the backlash she got when she said she wanted to lose 15 pounds for a man. So it is an absolute backlash with women that are wanting to do that, are labeled stuff.
Did you freeze? Courtney? I think she froze. I'm going to bring up.
Excuse me, Mr. Lee.
Okay, she's back. You're back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, close for a moment.
Because it's a silent minority as of right now, I don't know how that trickles to try to be the majority. And if anybody can figure that out, you make a pretty penny.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a challenge.
I don't know.
I definitely think, though, it would have to be female in the male space who can bring a large community of women into this space, because the safe space for women is in the men's space. It's not in the female space, because the female spaces, they will beat them down. They're not going to allow you to speak up against, the status quo. So the safe place is in the manosphere space, but possibly coming in through a woman. as opposed to a man. A man would be ideal, but I think it would take a heck of a man to fill Kevin Samuel's shoes, who can have such a masterful way in communicating with women, so they can, even know that, even though they may believe that it might make them look in a negative way to come on the show and speak the truth as they know it, they're still willing to risk doing it because they believe in some way they can benefit. I think that's something else that we would have to see soon come about. Let me bring up Jay Prince. Hey, Jay Prince, welcome to the show.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
Hey,
Hey,
Jay
What's
Friend.
going on? What's going
hey,
on?
what's happening,
Doing
y'all?
well.
What up, Jay?
What do you
Okay,
have on the topic?
okay. I want to start off by saying when I listened to that young lady came on here, Tyranny, and when she said, made a statement saying that, well, black women, they stand married to their Mexican man, they're white men. See, I've been knew this, and I try to say it on the panel, but a lot of people don't want to agree that, like every time I always bring up chess, every time I come on here on the panel, a lot of times, especially on your panel, because it's a fact. Our women, when we got put in this situation, they conquered our women. I mean, they took control of our women also. So just because these women look like us, even if they come, we created them, they come from us, but the mindset and the programming that they have is built against us. So like trying to spit some basic common sense to these women on how to treat us and all this other stuff. They know how to treat us, because I seen videos that they made this comparison of black women with black men, then black women get with white men. And when they with us, you get all the ratchetness, the loud talk, the back talk, the head shaking and stuff like that. But once they once they get with white men, I was like, damn, I didn't even know how, I didn't even know black women can even act like that. Or act like feminine, loving, supportive, team player, let their man lead. They don't even disrespectful, none of that. So what that tells me is that, I said this on Anton's show before, that black women and the white man is on the same coin. They are on the same coin. So when a lot of brothers be talking about black women is our God, black women belong to us, no, they do not. Let's keep it fact. When you break down everything that black women have done to black men, it go against they did everything to go against us. And like when you say, now I'm losing my train of thought
Jay,
because it's so heavy.
Jay, 1 second. I don't like to harbor too much on what has been done, because, I mean, I'm the senior person on this panel, and I can say from my own experience and what I've seen that we both have a lot of guilt in that department. The black women have carried a lot of guilt in terms of responsibility for her behavior, and we also have carried a lot of responsibility in that regard.
But the difference is,
the point that I'm really trying to get at is, now that the recognition of the damage that has been done is before everyone, black men are trying to make a shift. We're saying, you know what? We effed up. We want families. We want black wives. We want black mothers, and we want to build relationship and rebuild the community. But where are the women that are saying that they want the same thing?
and that's my point.
They're still playing the cards that they have, that they believe are winning cards, and going forth with that. So I think the point is more at the change as opposed to what has been.
Yes, that's my point, Lee. Is that
okay?
Black men is trying. See, it's almost like when they say, when a black man get it together, the black woman already done left you. So with that being said, that we trying to get it together, have black families, but these women are not. They could care less about a black family.
Okay, so now come back to the question of the show, the title, right?
Uh-huh.
with regard to black men trusting black women.
Uh-huh.
The title is Do Black Men Trust Black Women? And the subtopic is Protect Your Sperm.
I think
First,
I think black men will be a damn fool to trust black women. You black
okay.
women have shown you over 4 or 5 decades that they will betray you, that they will put another man above you, that they worship, for one, like we said some on a different panel. We said some when we talk about the deities that we worship. The deities that these black women hold in their heart near dearly is an example of another race of a man. So they, with that alone, they not they not with us. So us black men need to come
Yeah,
to
that's
the
cringe.
realization that we need to
Well,
keep it real, and we have to move accordingly from the facts that we have from experiences that we have. They done put us in prison. Everything that we complain about other people done did, they still doing it. Our women doing it.
so hold on, Jay. Do you think white men are saying the same thing about their women?
No, I don't think no other race of men have that type of. I don't
Let
have
me
that
tell.
type of
They do.
problem.
They do.
Not to the
The
degree that we
manosphere.
do.
Okay. White men have been complaining about their women too, having all
We
this
sure have.
freedom, and I think it's a U.S. thing where we don't
Men in
have.
general.
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you. It's not necessarily just all black women are doing this. You understand where we live in a society where it gives us a lot of options where you are not needed, where I can live in a world without a man.
But
And
Courtney, let
that,
me bite back at that. Let me bite
okay.
right back at that. What you just said. It's men. When you say other races of men going through that, now keep in mind that these races of men allow you to have that type of independent income. If they wanted to, they could shut that down.
Well,
And
the
I
only way they
said
can
this
really shut it down. 1 second. The only way they can really shut that down is really by changing the law,
by changing
because
the law,
the
and they
law
don't
is
have
what
to let
the
women
laws is what
proceed.
allow them the benefits, which allow all nationality of women, ethnic groups of women, to be able to do that.
Uh-huh.
The,
And I want
but
to
the
say this.
thing is, what I would like to say to Courtney is that we understand that these things are across the board in the society as it pertains to men and women. But we're really trying over here to address it as it pertains to us. Because if we could
Right.
fix us, we could turn around a lot of the ails economically and structurally in our community and our outcomes, because we know we have a greater hand on us to keep us back anyway. So whatever destruction happened to us, it's multiplicity. That's my point of
I
view. Go
want to
ahead,
add
Jay.
this one thing. I
I
think
agree
that
with you.
it's only one way. I believe in my heart that it's only one way that black men gonna get control of the women. Not, don't take the word control out of context. Gonna get their women back in order. Is to get rid of the system and the people that give them this control. Because without them, our black women will fall back in line naturally. The only reason why they acting like this
I don't believe that.
because they got another resource outside of the black man. But if you remove that resource from them, they won't have no other choice but to get back in line.
I think that
Well,
at
first,
this point,
let 1 second.
Mm.
Let Courtney speak to that, because I think Jay was addressing her to a large degree, and then you could come in after.
Courtney, you my
That point
dog
of
though.
view.
I love
Oh
you,
yeah,
baby.
we're just having
I love you
I
too.
love Jay.
conversation.
Gap game. Who is the resource that is giving women the opportunity or the options to do it by themselves?
The same people that gave them welfare. That's what
But
this independent woman all started.
okay, so in order to fix an issue that you think it's, or in order to find the solution, you got to find who it is.
The
So
government.
it can't be Mr. Charlie. Where, who, what is giving women the power? Who is it?
I'm not allowed to say that word no more, but I would say the government. Everybody outside. Put it like this: everybody outside of the black man.
Okay. Who runs the government?
The white
They
ruling
like to
class.
say us, everybody that lived American citizens, but we don't believe
The
that.
white ruling class.
The white ruling class
And what's
gives
the
you that
gender?
power.
And what's the gender?
Men.
So you're advocating for women to stop doing something that men are putting in place for it to allow to happen.
No, that's not what he said. He said
Well,
he wants it. He says he wants the powers that be to take it away.
To take that power away from them. And once we take that power away from them, our women would get back in line, because ain't no more you at that point. You won't be able to call 911 and say, "These my kids. You can't have your kids." We won't have to. You won't be able to put me on child support or get me out the house, or if we get divorced, I got to give you half of my shit. No, that will. Or you won't be able to even disrespect the man, because if you call 911, nobody show up. Then what?
Okay,
you will get back in place.
But we can't live in a society where if you call 911, nobody shows up.
No, the rules would change.
Well, the rules can't change to the degree that a woman can make a call of an emergency and get no response. That would not be fair exercise of those rules.
Okay, this is why I went down that with him, because women are able to take advantage of situations by laws that are put in place. But still, who is leading that laws and who will forever still be the leader, even though it might not look like it, but it's still men. It's still men that are making these laws that are allowing women to have these options.
Okay, so what were you
men are still leading. Now, they're signing papers and not being vocal like women are, but women wouldn't have these options if it wasn't laws or things in place.
So what should black men do in that situation?
Then we need to have a little bit more power in the judicial system.
And how we gonna get that power?
We need to lobby more. Maybe we need to get out of a democratic Black America and start thinking a little bit more conservative. Like, we can have all these ideas, and I want the system, but it's the men that's creating the system that the women are taking advantage of. And I hate to say it, but it's true.
So Courtney just made a really good suggestion there. And that suggestion, I think, it's the enemy of your enemy is your friend.
Right.
Right? Kind of idea. Which means the Democrats wants to allow women to have an exorbitant amount of power loosely without any self-controls on the use of this power.
But that differs
which is
from
having a
black
negative
women
fallout
and
effect
other women
in our community. The Republicans, they hate us just the same, but they're not about giving away free money like that.
No, absolutely not.
So if we were to put them in power in a larger majority, the potential outlook would be that they would curtail. They're not going to take it all away, but they would curtail it. And what they may do is make it temporal. You can go on for 3 years, or you would have to renew after every 2 years. And you'd have to go through so many things to be able to get it. But you probably couldn't have it more than a certain amount of time in any 10-year period. So then it becomes far limiting. So you can't have generation upon generation of women milking the system. Because that 11th grader the other day, that 11-year-old the other day, young lady that said, I don't want to be married. I just want to have kids as a single mother because I can go to the courts and get child support. So if they were to change the laws where only a married woman who gets divorced can get child support, that means a large percent of the women immediately will come off the system automatically. That will make a big change. That means she will have to go to the father of those kids and say, I need some money. These are your kids.
Yeah. So to that, Mr. Lee, I agree. So for me, if I'm thinking solution-based, it's, the breakdown happened in a lot of our families when our laws started getting more liberal, where we had more options. So take divorce. So now you can get a divorce for $300. I saw it on the billboard. No fault divorce. So So now it's
Yep.
easier for me to get a divorce than it was 30 years ago, where back in the day, you know, it was cheaper to keep them. So, but it's made it so easy to go and easy to try to live life on my own with my kids. Now, statistically, if you look at it, we don't fan good when we leave a marriage. We actually, I tell the story where I know my brother lives in a house, he got divorced. He still got the house. Where is he? Apartment. So we don't look good, and it's not beneficial for us. We move off emotion and we feel like leaving, but then we never look at the long run. Women, we never do. We never think of 10 years. We think of the 10 days. So we don't think that way. But in order for this to change, we have to go back. Well, how make it harder to leave?
Absolutely.
And you know what else too? Oh, okay.
You know,
I want to say this right quick. You know what else? I think the problem that when it comes with our women, especially when you think about our community, when a lot of these kids been raised by women, and the reason why these black neighborhoods is the way it is now, I view women from being alive 37 years and been around black women. It's almost like they act like rebellious kids. And when you get a rebellious kid, it's $1 million. It feels like they just gonna go haywire. You won't be able to tell them shit logical. They gonna do whatever they feel. And in the black community, it's not about what makes sense. So when we talk about trying to spit some sense into these women, it don't make sense to do that, because for the past 40 years, decades, the black community been operating from their emotions and based on how they feel. They don't give a fuck about what makes sense. It's all about how they feel. That's the reason why the black community, it is what it is. You got violence, you got people deleting people over some tennis shoes. They just based off how they goes off how they feel instead of what makes sense.
But that's their logic. So the thing is the change has to come from men. And I think, and women too, because like Courtney says, there are women who are silently, maybe a small minority and not a small majority, but who are silently in support of a tighter built black community, starting with husband and wife and children from a nuclear family base. But those women also have to, if they can't outwardly come and speak, they should be able to advocate through their votes to switch parties. So they can make a silent move to make the change that they believe would also benefit the community. So that may be something that we may have to address more as we come closer to not only this president election, but to the next annual president election that may be coming up in the next 2 years after that. Let me bring up Hank, and then Lil Podcast. You'll be up next. Hank, welcome to the show. How are you, brother?
Miss Lee, I'm gonna go ahead and drop down.
Sure, you could go ahead and drop down. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
All right,
Bye, Courtney.
You. Bye, guys.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Man,
Hank.
Look here, man. This is some goddamn bullshit, Jay. You need to stop this shit, man.
Hey, Hank, I want you to stop coming at me like
Hold
that.
on.
Man, you got to be better than this. Look here, let me say this.
Hank, go on with the chastising. Just speak what you're on the topic. Don't come for me.
But brother, what I'm trying to say is, man, we got to quit making excuses, dog. We have to quit making excuses. And let me say this. I'm not coming at you, Jay. Just listen. As men, we all know it's got to be this. Because we some punk ass men out here that don't want to have the conversation with these women that we need to have, because we worry about hurting their feelings or appeasing them or not getting no ass that night because they upset with us. Men, we have to have the conversation, and if you have the conversation, a lot of these issues could be handled. A lot of them be handled. And
we agree. Give me an example. What you mean by that? Give me a suggestion of a conversation that can probably
and I'm in agreement with that.
That can address something that can be changed.
If you out here looking for a woman, don't be sleeping up, shacking up, having sex with these trash ass women. You know they trash within the first 2 sentences. then move on. Why are you trying to get with them? Just because you want to bust one? Hell no, move on. Leave some hoes
So
alone.
that's men accountability, making better choices.
That's the key. Don't be messing with these trash ass women. Child support only lasts for 18 years. 18 years.
But that's 50% of your economic life. In New York State, it's 21 years. So I use 20 years as a round number. That's a big amount of years.
Let's go with
especially to finance a woman, because you're not just paying child support for the job. It's usually an exorbitant amount that covers her lifestyle. That way, she's making money and living off of you for a woman that you have no control over. You have no control over the woman, and in some cases, no control over the kids. That's very limited.
I think a lot of that done changed a little bit because I got 3 children, and I'm not on child support for neither.
Hold on, Jay. Let him finish his thought because I cut him off. Go ahead, Hank.
We all know that, but at the same time, you got make sure you get the right type of woman. If you're gonna have a baby outside of marriage, get the right type of woman. Don't get them old trash ass women, because I'm gonna tell you, they show themselves. They show themselves within the first 2 sentences of the conversation. They're gonna show their hand. They always do. But these women who has gonna help us change, like you saying, Miss Lee, part of it is having those black women who are about their business, are about respecting the man, showing love and admiration to the man. We need for them type of women, they're gonna have to take some bullets. That means they might go out there and check their sister, and that's all part of that sister code, that sisterhood. They're gonna have to check them and accept whatever consequences or backlash they get from it. That's the only way, because it's gonna take both of us. Man, we're gonna have the conversation with these women, and the women who is on our side trying to get the men and help the men and uplift the men where we need to be at. They're gonna have to take some bullets too. You understand what I'm saying? But man,
to give you a little pushback, Hank.
Go ahead,
a lot of men are getting to the point where they don't want to have the conversation. Either the woman is walking the walk already, or they're not even going to get into that engagement to try to change her. Like I'd like if JR can try to always post my motto, and my motto is, I'm not trying to change you. A man shouldn't go into a marriage or a relationship trying to change a woman all these ways.
Oh, hell no.
You need a woman that's going to be ready to flow with you on your program. Yes, 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 yes. And be willing to form herself to what it is that you want. But if you have to, like a renovation project of a like someone said earlier, that a lot of our women in our community have mental issues. To deal with a woman with all kind of her mental issues may stem from the very fact that she has had so many different sexual relationships that it has damaged her, that she can't trust. And now you got to try to fix that.
No, you ain't got
project.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Have the conversation, and like I said, in two or three sentences, a lot of these ladies gonna tell on themselves. They're gonna show their hand. Now, are you the one gonna take a few months? Yeah, but guess what? Move on. One thing you need not do: don't get this old nasty ass heifer impregnated, so you got a 18 plus year anchor on you. You don't have to worry about that. But you got to have conversation with this woman. Just because they look good, don't mean their mind right. Their mind is probably shit. Knowing that, but they look good as hell. Don't worry about them type chicks. It's not
Mute up. Thank you. Go ahead, Hank. Finish up.
I mean, those type of chicks, that's not what you need in your life, man. That's why I'm saying, man, we got to have the conversation. Don't just fall in love with any piece of ass because it was wet. Let it be, man. Move on, man. Have the conversation with these women. Figure out what they are. Figure out their mindset, and then go from there. If the mindset ain't right, move on to the next one. We got too many options out here to keep dealing with trash mindsets. And if you're dealing with trash mindset, then you a trash ass dude, and that's what you into.
Well, let me ask you this, Hank, while you said that. So at what stage of getting to know a woman should sex be on the table for the man? Not for her, for the man. If you're going to get to know her, the sex can be first. So at what stage?
Now,
give me an idea.
It depends on each man individually. If you want to wait 2 or 3 weeks before you do that, that's fine. If you want to wait 6 months, so be it. But hey, hopefully you go in there, you put a raincoat on. You ain't going there naked head. taking them chances, talking about worry about your pullout game. Fuck a pullout game. Called preterm ejaculation. You can still get a heifer
True that.
pregnant on
True that.
So don't go that route. But hey,
Can I ask
protect yourself at
y'all a
all
question?
times, and I say it all the time. Protect yourself at all times. Don't put all your trust and rely on these women. Figure out what she is and where she's coming from and what's her angle, and then go from there.
Can I ask y'all a question? Do you think that, like how you saying, like when we first meet these women, to only date women that was raised by a father? So if they wasn't raised by a father, 9 times out of
What do you
10
mean,
they
just a father or father and a mother? What are you saying?
father and the mother, some type of male figure. Because a lot of these women that we speaking about, a lot of these women don't have no idea how to treat a man, because as a father, or nor appreciate a father, because they was raised not having it. And a lot of those women used to say, well, we don't need no father, we
Well,
don't
hey,
need
if
we
they
don't
got
need no men.
if you got your standards and your standards is to be that she comes from a 2-parent household, then that's your standards. You got to hold firm to it. Don't vary off the road and accept her just because she's pretty or she got big money and she's taking care of you or treat you right. If your standards is your standards, you got to hold firm. You understand what I'm saying? Once you get off, you accept any goddamn thing.
But I want to be fair here, right? Because if Hink is going to say that, which I agree, we should be dealing with 2-parent household women. I'm not disagreeing with that. But if black men are going to hold off and wait on that and exclusively deal with their race, they up out of there. They are up out of there.
That's Jay's standards, though. If Jay wants to make
I was
that,
just asking a question. I was just because
I thought that's what your standard was. I don't know.
Because the reason why I asked that question, because majority of women that wasn't raised with a father got these bogus attitudes and don't know how to treat a man, and they don't appreciate a father.
But Jay, doesn't mean they can't learn how. You can teach a woman. You can teach anybody.
But you just said that don't try to get with a woman that you got to change.
Now I'm gonna say this.
I
right?
said that.
I didn't say that.
Right.
Lee said that.
And I want to push back.
But if she got the mindset to looking to learn or to trying to make herself better, there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay,
But if
good
she ain't
point.
got that right mindset, no, don't do with it. But she's going to
Well,
show
let me read
you
out.
how
Let me
to
read out
treat
this
you.
comment for a second. Was that Hadayuki Heme says, "Why are we listening to men that were raised in single-parent homes?" Correct me if I'm wrong. What do you guys have to say about that?
That's
Because
identical what I'm saying, just flipped.
well, actually, what you were saying is men should not deal with women who come from single-parent homes, which particularly single mothers.
Mm-hmm.
But I think men are coming from single mother raised home as well.
Yep.
And the community have a large percentage of young people of marriageable age that were raised by single mothers, both male and females.
Mm-hmm.
But because men tend to learn accountability very early in life because they can't make mistakes and it gets swept under the rug, men learn to grow up and mature up and learn from their mistakes and learn from other men how to be. Because if they don't, they get caught up into the system real fast and they pay a price. Whereas women, there are many support systems in society to forgive them their mistakes and in some cases wipe it away as though it wasn't even an existent mistake. So a woman who come from a single family mother raised household will have a mindset where she's not accountable because she's never had to be accountable. Whereas a man that come from a single family made household from a mother, he learned very early in life that he's not afforded the same forgiveness as his sister is received the same forgiveness. If he doesn't learn real fast, he's not going to get nowhere. If he don't learn to make money the right way, he's going to end up in a joint. If he doesn't make enough money, he's not even going to be able to find a good woman or an attractive woman. So there's a lot of things in society where men have to learn how to become men, either on their own, self-study, or through some type of male group, or even in this space, learn some things themselves. whereby women tend to be given a crutch because society supports them. So they're allowed to have the mentality without being able to change because they're not held to account for their errors. So that's one big thing there. Let me bring up Bruiser
Let
because
me,
he's been waiting patiently in the
Mr. Lynn.
background. Yes, good afternoon, Bruiser. How are you? What's your, one thing before I start with you, I want to ask Hank. Hank, I never got your feedback with regard to the topic, and I would like your opinion based on the topic. And let me read it to you so you can have it fresh. Do black men trust black women and protect your sperm? What does that mean? Each of those two-part questions. How would you address that?
In general, now black men don't trust black women,
Okay.
and what is protect your sperm?
Protect your
Mean
sperm.
to
What does
me,
that mean to you? Or how you can advise black men to protect their sperm? What does that mean?
I believe I just said it. Don't trust no pull-out game, man. Put on a raincoat. Black men, protect yourself at all times. Don't ever
Okay.
accept a condom from a girl, a chick. A chick try to give you a condom, better throw it thing back in her face. And if you don't have one, hey, go home, get you some jerkies, and call it a night. Try it again tomorrow.
Survival tactics there. Those are military survival tactics. Okay, Bruiser, welcome to Sage Talk. How are you, sir?
I think you're on mute,
Can you
big
hear
bro.
me?
I think he's on mute.
Okay. Say something. Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, you're muted. Okay, you work on that. I'll come back to you. Yeshua, you need to get on camera. Okay, welcome, Yeshua,
Yeah.
to Sage Talk. How are you?
All right, man. I want you to be kind of bear with me because I do have a speech impediment. So if I'm talking, I stutter, it doesn't mean that my phone went out. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
Thanks for telling us. Go right ahead.
Okay. I'm enjoying the conversation. I want to say, as far as the topic is concerned, do black men trust black women, and is there a need for black men to protect their sperm? That's a good point, because a lot of brothers, when you say that to some brothers, they think you're a punk, they think you're gay, or they think that's not being macho. Black men need to value their penises, period, and they don't do that. They go from woman to woman to woman, and they don't value themselves. And as black men, that's something that we need to put into practice as black men. That we can't put your penis in every woman. You just can't do that, bro. You have to be able to practice a form of abstinence, because it makes you stronger spiritually and physically, mentally as well. But when you have that conversation with some brothers, they think something wrong with you, because that's that mentality that they have given black men, telling black men that we have to be macho, and this practice of machoism with black men. I'm gonna put that.
Well, let me make a suggestion to you, and the next time you may have a conversation in whatever group or channel you may be speaking through, quantify it from a financial standpoint. Let's say from the age of 25 to 65. That's what, 40 years?
Okay.
40 years of working. And let's say on average, you might make 50 grand.
Okay.
That's $2 million that you will make over that period.
Mm-hmm.
If you made 100 grand, that's $4 million your penis is worth.
Right.
How much of that you willing to give a woman?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how I would quantify it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have a baby with her, he's going to be giving up, and the courts are going to make that decision based on how much money he's making. So
Right.
you want to give up 50% of 2 million or 70% of 2 million, or do you want to give it 50% of 4 million?
Mm-hmm.
So I think if we start quantifying the value of a man's penis and his sperm, he may think of it differently, and not just look at it for the pleasure and the conquering of having reckless. And I'm not just talking about a man shouldn't have sex. No, protect yourself, obviously.
Right.
But you also have to realize what are the financial risks, because the risk is a financial risk, and it's a risk where it's going to affect you after you retire. While you're still working, you could survive. But once you hit that age where you're not working anymore and you can't make big bucks anymore, you could be in, up shit's creek without a paddle, as they say.
Right. Right.
So yes, so that might be my suggestion on how you can look to quantify, because everyone talks about getting the bag, leveling up, making their money, especially the young folks. So looking at it from a financial standpoint, that might be a way where in which someone can make better assessments.
Right.
And
right.
not necessarily go to the knee-jerk reaction of challenging your manhood or whoever is making the comments manhood. Right.
Yeah. And like I said, that as black men, we have a misconception with manhood is anyway. We got it real bad on that misconception of what manhood is. We think our manhood is in our fists or how loud we talk. Okay.
And sex.
Or who we can punk. That's our manhood, because slavery did a good job on us psychologically and having us think that this is how a man is. You see my point? Yes, but I'm gonna kind of go with the second part, and that second part was, do black men trust black women? And the question would be, no, we don't. I mean, for me, I know I don't, because I'm looking at her take sides with white supremacy. She adores white supremacy, period, because it puts her in a position of some type of power to say, I'm better than my man. No other woman has did this to her man. The white woman don't say she's better than her white man. The Japanese woman don't say she's better than the Japanese man. The Jewish woman, the so-called Jews, whatever you want to call them, they don't say they're better than their Jewish man. Latinos don't say they're better than their man. It's only when it comes to the black woman that conversation is, oh, I'm better than him because I can do they allow you to do these things to enforce this ideal that you are better than black men.
Well, I think one of the reasons that might be is because of those other ethnic or nationality groups you mentioned, none of them have really fallen power to equal or below their women. Slavery diminished us to the point where we fell below the woman in her eyes and looking towards us as men and leaders. And because
the question would be, why do black men have to explain this thing to black women? These things we shouldn't have to explain. These things we shouldn't have to explain to black women. They should know these things.
If you understand how programming is done generationally, it was wiped out over a period of generation. So those who really know, like from the baby boomers and before, they really know who work with black men. The problem didn't exist with them. But from the 70s, they've been washing that understanding out of our women that today, they may know of it from some historical reference that we were in slavery and we worked together. But there was a young lady on Kevin Samuel's show who came right out and said, yeah, but back then we had to be together. But now we don't have to, and black women have freedom, and we don't have to choose you.
Right. And I always tell black women this. I said, well, we don't have to choose you. And then all of a sudden the conversation changes. Well, what you talking about? Well, no, you just said you don't have to choose me, so why do I have to choose you? What man is with a woman who don't want him? That doesn't make any sense, right?
It doesn't make any sense. And I think you're very right on that point, because that's what I think black women have failed to understand, that black men could step. Because we've never stepped before, they don't believe it's possible.
Right.
But more and more, they're seeing black men stepping.
Right.
And at some point, the realization will step in. But before you speak, let me add to this comment that I just highlighted.
Test it.
Just Jay. Yeah, you're good. Just Jay. It says Mr. Lee puffing up some of these men's head. LOL. You know, everything begins with an idea. And I think information and knowledge is power and access is power. And I think as black men start to think outside the box and think bigger and better, particularly those in the manosphere, but especially those who come to the Lapeef Network and to this show, particularly Sag Talk, I'm gonna puff your head up. Absolutely. I'm gonna put it in your mind that you could be better than where you are, that you could dream better and you can achieve better. And I think that builds one's own inward outlook upon themselves. And once that mental shift takes place, it's just a matter of putting in some work. And you'd be surprised. In 2, 3 years, you could see your life go from making 50 grand to 100 grand. It's all a matter of learning skills at a higher earning. Simple as that.
But I don't
So
think.
I
Can
appreciate
I
it,
finish?
but
Yeah.
I am about having men improve.
Right.
Go
And
ahead.
so,
I'm sorry.
my point would be too, because I know there's different calls who's trying to also add to the conversation. But my other point would be, why should we trust her? I trust a woman who on social media, and this is never talked about. And this is the tricks I'm talking about. We had a black woman, a lot of them have says abort black male babies. Not one black woman got on social media and said, "Huzzy, what the hell is wrong with you?" Making a comment like that. They didn't say anything. They should have been trying to find out who she was. Go approach her and say, "Don't say that again. Abort black male babies." Hey, there's not one black man, whether it's in the manosphere or just brothers in general, who understand would say abort black female babies. They don't do those things, say those type of things. It takes a certain woman to want to say that about their male child. I want to abort you because you're a male. I want to abort you because I hate you.
We gotta be careful with that word.
Well, yeah,
I'm sorry about
use
that.
deletion. Use the word deletion.
Okay, deletion. Okay, and so
what I would say to that is, obviously that woman have a lot of pain inside of her. Her life with men, possibly black men, has been a painful one, and she's not realized whatever it is that she may have wanted out of life. And now she wants to inflict pain on someone else because she suffered. And we have to see it like that. But obviously, yes, when women are coming out making those statements, the fact that we don't hear other women coming out to diss her, excuse me, or to challenge that mindset, it's problematic.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some women who have come out to speak against it, but that voice should have been across the board. That shouldn't have been whether you're manosphere or non-manosphere, whether you're Paris Millen or whoever she is. I mean, I've watched her way back in the day. I don't track her anymore, but there are many spaces where the black women exist. And the fact that they stayed silent on that, lends me to believe that they agree with that.
Right.
No.
Now, Lee, I want to say this real quick. Now,
Sure.
with that being said, but they would come over here, play the role, submissive role, feminine role, to monetize us and what we say, but really be around and endure stuff like that. And I also want to say, how would this look? How would that life look when a black man decides to step and the black woman decides to step? What would that look like? Now, if we start having these children, that means the black race is going to be
Well, no, because it's the black men
deleted.
that carry the seed for the black race. So the black race is not going nowhere as long as we're having kids. If we stop having kids, the black race will disappear because the women will bring back the seed that is planted in her.
All right, let me say
Whatever
this.
race the man that
Can I
is.
One second. Bruiser had an issue with his mic and it's fixed. So I'd like to welcome him to the show and get his points of view. Go ahead, Bruiser.
Okay.
All right. So the question is, do black men trust black women? And
Correct.
I'd say black men don't trust black women because black women don't trust black men. And the reason black women don't trust black men is because of what happened in the past with our communities. And when black men, being able to get some type of leverage, breaking into the entertainment system, you know, making millions of dollars and not pushing that back into the community to repair it, why would they trust us? Why would we trust anybody who don't trust us? You know, like Dr.
Well,
Claude Anderson
I
said.
would say this. I would say this. If a man becomes successful, it's not his obligation to put his hard-earned money to repair anything.
Yeah, I would say otherwise. I would say all black men, if black men can see what our communities are like, and the sisters, you know, the fatherless homes and stuff, and just how our community is, its economic status. I feel like it's our
But why are there
obligation to repair
fatherless
that as a
homes?
race.
Why are there
I feel like
fatherless
every black
homes?
man should be for the betterment of his race and his community, just like any other race
Okay,
is for
which
their
is true.
communities.
Which is true. I agree with that statement.
And then so now we look at women, you know, they becoming independent, you know, they becoming non-traditional, they modern women, they going to get educated. Now it seems like we want them to go back down to where they was before, because now they're trying to figure out how to help themselves because nobody else out there helping. I get it, the government is doing something for them, but that's because of what the government done in the past. So they have to do that. You know, they brought the crime bill in.
But
They brought the
so
war
let
on
me ask you,
drugs, bringing black fathers out of the
did-
communities into
hold on
the
one
prison
second. Hold
industrial.
on one second. Let's have a conversation.
Oh,
So
okay, go ahead.
did not the government beat the black man into the ground, or did he
Yeah,
beat
he
the black
did.
woman into the ground?
He
Okay,
beat the black
so
man into the ground, no doubt.
he beat the black man into the ground, and then he gave assistance to the black woman.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, so over the past 40 years, the black man have dug himself up out of that hole and made himself whole.
Right. So
And now
now
he's
we
saying,
should be able to
I
take
want my
that.
family back. And now he's
that-
saying, I want my family back. And the woman is
Right.
saying what? You go ahead.
Woman is saying, show me you want your family back. And what are men doing? You got
No, I'm
athletes
saying
making millions of dollars
the
combined,
black
and they're
man is
marrying
saying,
outside of their race.
hold on one second. I'm saying the black man is saying, I want my family back.
Okay, so the thing
the
is,
black
what are
women.
we doing to get our family back? Like, what are we showing? What are we doing together collectively as black men in our communities to elevate
as
our economic
collectively-
resources?
Okay,
We're not
as
coming together. We don't
collectively-
have a mutual. Okay,
Well,
go ahead.
Collectively will come one man at a time, right? So I'm looking back from personal admissions for the past year and a half to 2 years on Kevin Samuel's show. Many women came up and said, I have been proposed to not once, not twice, but 3 times or more. There was one woman that was married, that was proposed to 5 times. She took all 5 rings and she never married any of those men. So it's not like the men don't want to get married and they're not asking for women that they're in relationship with to be their wife. The women are rejecting or objecting to it.
Hey Lee, I want to add. I kind of
Hold on. I was responding to Bruiser, so I like to get his feedback, and then you guys can jump in. Sure.
So on Kevin Samuels, rest in peace, Kevin Samuel is a good man. I want to say that a lot of those women, it kind of seemed like people was pushing for those women to represent all the black women. But I've been around black women. I'm sure y'all been around.
We were just no one was pushing for that. So don't put words in people's
Okay,
mouth.
okay.
These women came on voluntarily, and we just took it for what it is.
So those women that you saw come on the show, you're saying it as if they represent all the black women, period?
No, the word
Or
all
just-
was never used, and over here,
Okay.
if the word all is not used, it's not implied. So don't use it.
Okay, fine.
As an
Fine.
accusatory.
So what is it? What
It
is
it represents a demographic of women. To what percentage? I never uttered. I don't know, but it's emblematic enough where men can say it's a problem, right? Because we know marriage is very low in our community.
Right.
To that degree in which I'm speaking towards that issue.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Go ahead.
Okay, I somewhat agree with Bruiser. At first, when he first said it, it kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But then I started thinking about, my real life experiences and stuff. It's a lot of black men that's very highly successful. And just last week, I went to the adoption agency just do my own little research on certain stuff, and I see all of those boys and stuff like that, black boys and black children with no mother or no fathers, and
How do you know they have no mother and fathers?
because they in adoption, they in the adoption agency.
Well, many times a woman could put a child up for adoption without notifying the father.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, like, there's no black men, successful black men, reaching out to us for the black community on no aspects though.
Have you ever wondered why?
Well, the thing is,
it should
do
never
we
be a
ever
why.
ask
It should
why?
never be a why you abandon your. It should never be a why you gonna ban your race, and especially when you get money is power.
There was no
That's why I came
justification
on a
for not
pedestal
helping your
for.
race out.
But you
Hold on,
you would go and support Gucci family. You would go support Lamborghini family. You would go support all these other people's family to make you feel powerful and want everybody to put you on this pedestal.
Man.
But your community is poor. If your community poor, you poor.
Well, let me ask you this.
Hold on,
let me.
I challenge y'all to
Hold on
watch
one
Dr. Claude Anderson show.
Let me ask you one
challenge
thing.
you.
I watch Claude. I love
Jay,
Claude Anderson, actually.
let me ask you one
We
thing.
move
Jay.
as a race, not individuals.
Let me ask you this: are there poor white trash?
Yes, it is.
Do white people go out of their way to lift them up out of their poor white trash state?
Absolutely not. They stay in them trailers.
Whoa! I'm asking. Jay.
They might stay in their trailers, but they got some type of resources. Those because
You
I know
know
a few
who the
people. They got
you know
a lot
who
of
welfare
resources.
was made for? The poor white trash. That's who welfare was made for. That's how they was helping. The corporations and the rich people say the government is going to give back money through taxes to the poor white trash. And then we and other people are able to, over the change of the law, get qualified for it as well.
But we don't have to care. We don't have to.
But we have an issue as a black community. Why do we have to draw a comparison to justify some actions that need to be taken? Why we can't just take action in our own community to fix our problem?
9 times out of 10, when black men have done something to uplift the community, particularly if he's married to a non-black woman, whatever he does is cast away. And it's done so by black women, and then black men, maybe like yourself, come up and support that he is no good, he's a coon, or he has no right to even. When Bill Cosby, who's married to a black woman, spoke up about how the black community need to change their behavior, the black community came for him. And Bill Cosby have put so many black families, both men and women, through college, quiet as it's kept.
And
so
Mr.
he has done, and he has given millions away.
And Mr. Lee, let me.
Not every man come out and voice their contributions, because some men don't necessarily like to publicize their good works, because the scripture says, do your good works without wanting anything in return, and do it quietly. So some men who are of that mindset, they will do their good works that way. They won't publicize it. But then they will also come out and says, look, as a black person, you need to improve your behavior, because by just changing your behavior, you can change your outcome. But black people, they fight that. When Monique came out and say, when you go out in public, don't wear that rag on your head. Don't wear no slippers. Don't wear them baggy ass shorts. Present yourself like a person. Black women came for her. So even to make simple change on how we carry ourselves is problematic. But then you want men to stop what they're doing, invest millions which normally go to waste. If you go 125th Street right now and look at the theater that Magic Johnson built back in the late 90s, 98 or something like that, that thing is practically torn down. The first 3 years, it was awesome. Everybody loved it. After that, they started dogging it out. They just destroyed that theater. And that's in the black community on 125th Street. That's my territory. I know that.
Yeah.
And hold on. Sorry.
Hold on 1 second. Meek, go ahead.
Yeah.
Let me say this, right? Even Barack Obama, and I'm no fan of Obama because he was another Democratic shill that did nothing for black people. Because if you still voting Democrat, you lost. I'm going to say that.
I think you lose, you vote any one of them.
Well, learn to be an independent and independently do what's best for yourself. Now, I'm going to say this, right? Even Obama went on a campaign to talk about the black boys and what level they're reading at and how they're doing. And you know who threw a monkey wrench in that? Guess somebody, one person on this panel, give me a guess who came out and spoke against that.
What, black women?
Black women. And they're feminists and they're white supremacy loving behinds. They didn't want nothing to do with black men doing better.
Right.
They wanted nothing to do with it.
And let me say this too, that when Ice Cube even came out with his,
they crucified that man.
Hold on.
I was gonna say that.
It was black women who came out against him, which I'm sitting there like, man, this is absurd. But it didn't surprise me because, like I stated earlier, that we're dealing with women who don't value black men, who value white supremacy over black men. We got to understand that, bro. They value white supremacy.
They benefit from it.
And that would have been a program that could have held the Democrats' foot to the fire,
right?
Because they would have had to give black people something if they got the vote.
Yep.
Black women short-circuited that situation, dissed him, and act as though black women are not part of the black community. They said
That's
it
what
out
they
of their
said.
own mouth.
Right. And this is very important. Let me say this right quick, because this is very important. And we
Little podcast,
a lot.
welcome to Sage Talk. You're up next.
Okay. They in fact would say to black men that black men we're not builders, or the black man's not a builder. That's a lie. And that's a narrative that we got to stop using ourselves. Black men have always been builders, period. Now, if you go back to the 1800s on up, some of these black townships were built by black men. Period.
Everything was built by black men for 500 years.
So I'm saying that to say that we're not builders, and black women say that to black men. They say, well, you guys are not builders. I said, well, all white men don't build either, but no one's calling them out. So my point is that this is some that we have to stop using ourselves as men. Stop saying, well, yeah, brothers, we're not building. The black one's mad at us because we don't build. But that's a bunch of cowardness that we got to stop saying and stop agreeing with that.
Move on from those type of women. You don't deal with those type of women, and you move on. Like you was talking about like you was talking about somebody like Vivica Fox. Them are trash ass women. Don't support them type of channels. Don't support what she does.
Mm-hmm. Right. And they also is poison. So if they is that type of women, we got to get rid of that poison. We got to just get rid of them because they just gonna poison all the rest of the women.
No, the point is that they have an audience, and their audience is a large female audience, and those women that follow those platforms support the ideology. Just like Natural Empress, what does she say right here? Let women rule.
It'd be a day,
So
cold day in hell before I let that happen.
We have to understand that the large majority of the way so many women think is that they now have some power and they want to rule. And particularly American women. And that's why I asked that other question earlier. Could patriarchy and matriarchy exist together? And the answer to that is no, because they're antithetical of each other.
I'm glad you said that, Mr. Lee. You want me to tell you why? Because I asked this question on the panel the other day, right? I said if a black man and a black woman feeling each other, they want to get married. The black man, he owns his own houses and everything. He owns everything he owns. But she also own her own house and everything. Who gonna be the one to sacrifice? And my point I was getting at is that even though they say women want alpha males and hypergamy and all this other type of stuff, but in that situation, they would rather deal with a beta male because alpha male is not going to sacrifice to come in and live with her. So it'd be more best for her to get with a beta male. Actually, beta males is becoming the next best thing for a lot of these women that's in control with money, that got a lot of money. Beta male is the best thing for them because alpha male is not. Alpha males is so traditional. It's old. It's played out. They want them somebody that they can't control. They can't control no alpha male. So
But
who
in
the
that,
next best thing they can
Yeah,
control
but
is beta.
can I say this right quick? But check this out. Why do we as men have to continue to have conversations about
1
beta
second,
and
Hank.
alpha male? That stuff to me again is more confusion and division. The thing is, as black women and black men, we don't have time to make more division and confusion. I myself don't even like those connotations, alpha male or beta male. I think that's some European shit. Has nothing to do with black people. That's some European shit. Excuse my language. But my point is that we have to have our own paradigm that can bring us back if we're serious about black men and black women, and stop using connotations that continue to divide us amongst beta male and black and alpha male and all this that crazy talk.
Well,
we're black men
first of
in
all,
a system that
I think there's
I'm sorry.
There's a segment of black women in the society who will continue to marry black men because black men will find the type of woman that they want to be with.
Right.
But I think to a larger degree, the majority of the society, black women and other cultural women, are moving in a matriarchal structure to run the society. And I think one of the things that I try to address when I speak is address the men who have options or who want to put themselves in a position to have options so they're not subjugated. And they can make the choice that's best for them, whether it's here in America with a woman here or whether it's somewhere in another part of the world. Cool Cat said he'll move to Canada. I will tell you this, Canada is more female run than the United States.
Yeah.
That's where Jordan Peterson is from. So
and brother, you know what, brother?
One second. The brother here, what's his name? Little Podcast?
Little Podcast.
You got the floor, brother. Welcome to Stage Talk.
What's going on, Mr. Lee?
How are you?
Chilling, man. What's up, Jay?
What up, Little Podcast?
What up, Hank?
My boy.
Yo, dog.
Honestly, my comment is gonna be very short, Mr. Lee, because honestly, you said earlier that you wanted to clarify on that child support statistic. And so I had just did a little research, and what I came up with is that there's 13.6 million custodial parents, and about half of that receive child support, which is 6.8 million. And so that 17.8% of that represented the black people. That comes out to about 1.2 million black people who receive child support. I don't know what percentage of that is male,
what is
male or female.
That 17.8% represent what gross of black women or of black women that are is that women who are receiving child support or
yes,
or men who are paying? Okay, so it's women who are receiving. Okay, so 17% would have to be a certain million of women, millions of women.
1.2 million.
It's 1.2 million women. That's the gross number of black women receiving child 17% of 12%, 12% being 40 million, 1/5 of 40 million. Well, half of that, let's say, is women. That's 20 million. So 20% of 20 million, 10 would be two, half of that. Okay, so you're right, about 1.5 million. Okay, 1.5 million. Go ahead.
What he said was receiving child support. So he didn't say if it was men or women. He just said receivers of child support, correct?
Right, yeah. The percentage of men, I couldn't find that, but I'm pretty sure it's very low, right? Because they say that the percentage of custodial fathers don't receive child support. It was a high number, but I couldn't really
custodial fathers
determine it.
Yeah, numbers is my game. I calculate numbers in my head pretty fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else you wanted to add to it? Well, what about the main question with regard to black men trusting black women and the subtopic, black men protecting their sperm?
And I'm gonna sound like a simp, right? But it was pretty disheartening, bro.
Every black man, I think, should be respected for their point of view. I'll argue the facts or argue the points of view, but I'll never label the man as one thing or another. I don't do that.
I respect you a lot, Mr. Lee. So do I think black men trust black women? Not the majority, no. Do I think we should? That's where it becomes context, right? That's why I think you need to add context to it, because you say trust in what way, right? If I meet a
Well,
woman,
trust with regard to your sperm. Because it boils down to women today, there's a catchphrase. Get the bag.
Right.
And a child for a woman is a bag, regardless of marriage, if it takes place or not. So that's why I add the subtopic of protect your sperm. So the trust factor has to do with your sperm.
Right. Well, I mean, I think Hink probably said it best as far as that goes, right? But when you're in a vetting process, I think that's where you can determine whether or not your trust is applicable to that particular woman. I will say that I wish we could at least say the majority of our women are trustworthy. I used to subscribe to the ideology that most of our women are messed up, right? I won't argue with anybody that says that. I won't. But I really don't want to believe that anymore, based on the fact that I don't believe it about black men either. I read a lot of statistics. I read a lot of numbers. I go off of what I see in public. You know, they want to talk about how the black women are overweight. Okay, maybe they are. You know, they use the kids against all this other stuff. Yeah, man, it does happen. But in my particular generation, I've seen way more people do a better job at co-parenting than I'm seeing not do a good job at it. So I don't know, man. I want to speak, I guess, prudently and say that we should at least maybe try to trust, right? But if I just had to answer the question directly, unfortunately, I would have to say no. We are not in a position to apply trust to each other at this point. I know a lot of spaces don't want to deal with how we got there, so I won't go into that. But I think individually, we ought to look at how we got to this particular place. Maybe that will reduce the need to do a lot of finger pointing at each other, right? Because what I've noticed is that the people that we are up against, they play a different game, bro. Like, they figure out the best way for me to destroy my enemy is to get them to fight together. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's because they recognize that they have an enemy. We don't.
Facts.
Can't argue with that. I will say this though, Mr. Lee, that seems more, I don't know, that seems like a new thing though, right? Because in my 20s and 30s, I was around a lot of people that discussed the fact that we had an enemy, not so to speak, but as you said, right? Like, we knew what it was. When I was in college and I'm watching all these documentaries from Hidden Colors this, and you know what I'm saying, all these different Dr. Cress Welsings and Dr. Kunjufus and even Umar Johnson with all of his faults, like all of these different people, it was like there was an understanding that we were up against something and maybe even someone. But it's like now everybody is just all
even Malcolm X.
We never did nothing about it though. All we did was just talk.
You got to have a mutual interest as a community and come together on something, you know what I'm saying, a plan. And we never done it.
A lot of us joined.
But the thing is this though, y'all.
A lot of us took jobs.
Hold on one second, one at a time. Jay, hold on one second.
But the thing is this though, y'all, right? The way that we were being told to do it was to infiltrate the system. That's a long game, right? So, I mean, we've been doing that for a long time. I think that was Courtney that brought up voting and all that type of stuff. Like, we've been playing that game for a long time. The only other way to defeat an enemy is to go head on, full throttle. And you know we can't win that game, right? So that's why I feel like it's kind of been this slow burn. But
we got $1 trillion spending power, though. So you don't think we got the tool?
I'm sorry,
now?
I couldn't hear you, bro. Say that one more time.
You don't think we got the tool now? We have $1 trillion spending power a year. You don't think we have the resources to even try to combat this now?
Well I think the key to
I don't know. I would probably direct that to Mr.
Resources and education is different.
Well,
what
what
I
I would
heard on
say to
another
that,
show was that we're not quoting that right. Like they said, it's something different between buying and spending power. So I won't speak
right?
to that.
Well, it's spending power because the money leaves our hand within 8 hours after we're paid, by and large.
Mhm.
But we don't have staying power. We don't circulate the money within the Black community long enough for it to be able to gain momentum and compound itself where we can have ownership. Because the key to building not only spending power but equity is ownership. If we own the businesses, if we own 70 to 80% of the businesses in our community, not saying that immigrants can't participate, but if we own a large percentage of the business, then we would be able to influence power in our community and how things go down. We can invest, we can own the buildings in our community. Most of the buildings in the Black community are owned by
Everyone else.
Yeah.
the W-E-J, spell it the S-W-E-J, spell it the reverse way. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
So that goes with our music, that goes with movies, that go with so many things that we participate in. So, in Japan used to have the highest savings rate of their society, which hurt the economy because they don't have a spending economy. But they also had a strong currency compared to the dollar. The JPY had a lot of power as well. But we don't have that because we don't save. We don't have saving power, and we don't have circulation power, cash flow within our community. But I want to address what the young lady, this question I put up. She says, Melly Maine, how many kids these guys got on the panel? I have 2, and I was
I have
married.
2 as
I'm now
well.
divorced.
Got one adult child, one 16-year-old son. I was married.
So far,
I got
all
1
of the
month and a
men,
half.
they have, most
Right.
have 2, and the other have 1. So
And
these
that's
are
a
not
little
baby
bit different
daddies.
too, right,
These are
Mr. Lee?
not baby daddies that are running around knocking up women. These are men that are serious about the life that they're building and the woman that they would like to build it with. Sometimes that choice doesn't always work out the way you want it to be, but at least we tried. And
I
my
got
wife
2
was a Black
here
woman.
behind me. I got 2 here in the crib here with their friends here, and their mother just walked in the house.
Okay, excellent.
Mr.
Hey,
Lee,
Logic,
Mr. Lee.
1 second. Hey, Logic, good to see you back on the
Everybody
show.
take care of their kids.
Yeah, somebody need to mute up, man. Y'all echoing.
Yeah, there's a background. I think that might be Hink. Check your
Yeah.
mic, Hink, because that be happening with you a lot.
Mr. Lee.
Yes, go ahead.
No, I would want to say.
Wait, player. Is your name Mr. Logic?
Huh?
One second. He had started to speak before I call on you. Go ahead, finish up.
Go ahead, brother.
He's a cool brother.
Okay, all right, man. Golly, but
go ahead, finish up.
Like I was going to say, I'm 55, bro. I'm single with no children, and I find that sisters, they take more offense to that than to celebrate me. They take offense to that. Like, well, what's wrong with you? No, huzzy, ain't nothing wrong with me. I'm just responsible. That's the point, and that's something you should applaud that as a Black woman instead of sitting up here looking at me like there's something wrong with me. It's crazy, but this is the mentality, and this is why a lot of brothers don't trust sisters, because they use his behavior against him, against Black men. The same behavior that these sisters kind of worship, this thugism and this egg, this dumb stuff, this behavior problem. These sisters will applaud that and have these children with these dudes. Then they in turn turn around against him and they punish him with it. But
so the Pookie-like behavior, the rapper-like behavior, the drug dealer-like behavior, they uphold it when it's beneficial, but then when they get in these type of spaces, they'll use those same behaviors to knock brothers.
Yep.
Okay, well,
and
we see them do that all the time. We just have to address it and point it out.
Right. And so when they see me come, it's like, damn, what's wrong with him? Hey, sis, ain't nothing wrong with me.
Okay, Logic, go ahead.
Well, ain't nobody gonna address that.
We
That
go.
would not work out really well. I think we should just let logic go.
Yeah, hold up, little nigga podcast. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Lee. Look, check this out. When I first came to Lapeef Network, I had said one thing. I said that this whole gender war is fake. I said, even though on the battlefield it looks like it's men fighting against women or black men fighting against black women, but if dudes ever get outside their emotions and the warfare they see right in front of their face, they'll understand that this is a political battle. The women are leveraging the policies against the men, and then the policies is they piled up against the men. So that's why I call cap on all these pick-me's and all this kind of stuff like this, because they would never go against the policies that they leverage. Women are emotional. They will sit here and they'll take it out to you. You can get married, you can have a happy marriage or whatever, but let something go wrong they don't like it, they'll make you pay for it through the court system because the policies. And I said this almost about 5 months ago. Now let's get to today, because we had this conversation the other day on cheat critique. And then these women was talking about this dick discipline, the most insane thing I ever heard. And then I said, and I think it was Thinking Man podcast said, no, men need to protect their seeds. And then I said, protect their seeds against who? The women? So what you're saying that in hindsight, the women, the black women are the enemies of black men. If I got to train a black man that, you know what, you got to move a certain way to protect yourself against women. See, that's how we got to start realizing that that's an issue. Nobody, and the women, they got silent. They didn't want to concede to the facts that if you run around here telling black men to protect their seeds against these black women, that means these women are out here, and then let's keep it funky. They are the worst enemy to the black men in this current day. Not no police, not nothing. It's black women. And then when I called that out, all of them was like, nah, Mr. Logic. Even the men would say, nah, Logic, protect the seeds. See, look, that coming right there. Pick better women. But if I got to train my 13-year-old boy to protect himself against the woman who's supposed to be on his side, that's my point. We got an issue. We can talk about everything around it, but until we know our black women, I said it, they're terrorists. They're terrorists by definition. And even when I read the definition of terrorist to them, they was triggered. But even though the definition makes sense, Mr. Logic, I don't know if anybody can pull up the definition of terrorist real fast, and you look at what's going on. Look at the definition of terrorist, but now take it from the domestic and the international level and put it towards the community level, and you will see the definition of terrorist fits our black women perfectly. Now, I'm not saying all black women, but I'm gonna keep it funky, at least by 75% of y'all.
Wow.
Logic is right. They are. He's right. They are a part, and they're proud to be a big problem to us. They're proud to hold us back, and that's the part that no one wants to accept and no one wants to address. Because guess what? We touched on something earlier, right? And what did we touch on earlier? There was a point where we were saying, why are black women this? Why are black women and how they deal with white men, right? And let me tell you something, right? I could tell you my personal life, right? Because I hear other things, I see other things, but I know who I am, so I'm comfortable and I'm man enough to tell you about my life.
Okay, hold up, player. This is the definition right here. Terrorist is a person who use unlawful violence and intimidation, especially against, and I'm gonna reverb this because this is a domestic and a national definition, but who use unlawful violence and intimidation, especially against their family, the men, in pursuit of personal gains.
Well, it's political aims. But what you're saying is
Yeah,
the same
personal.
thing.
Well, the political gains give them personal
Yeah,
gain.
no, exactly. That's what I said.
Oh, no, hold up, dude. I know what the definitions say, but I say I got to reverb because this is an international and a domestic definition.
I'm agreeing with you, but the reason why I want to point out the initial meaning is because what happens is you reverbing it, that's going to give the clowns space to rebuttal what you're
Don't
saying.
worry about them.
I don't care.
Worry about them.
Okay, Mike, go ahead, Miss Lee. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about them.
That's in concert with what you said anyway, though, Logic. Remember, because you said it was a political battle. So, I mean, that's in concert with what you said anyway.
It is a political battle. And like all these women, when they come up here, right? Like I said, look, people don't like me to talk it, right? But I'm going to say it because I'm going to keep it real. When you saw that so-called pygmy who's supposed to be for the black man, what did the whole essay on what's his name, Chaotic, and we see every time they get here, I can call it, I see it. They get up here, if you do something, you say something they don't like, they know they have what? They have leverage. They know that if they said that they feel uncomfortable, they not in a safe space, all of the simp mans will start coming in there. Stop, don't do that to him.
Facts.
Say that to him. Don't talk to her that way. We had a full process. You know what? All right, don't worry about it. All right, go ahead. I'll move on.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question on that just for educational purposes? You said it was the policies that you said it was the policies that women have as a defense, you know what I'm saying, whenever I guess the men don't do what they want or whatever, or things don't work out. What did these women have? And I think, I don't know if I heard you right. I know you said black women, but I think all women have these same policies. So we can agree that it's an all women thing, not just black women have these policies. And the second
But this
thing
is our community that we're speaking about. Why are we
right?
brought
Okay,
in
so it's our
conversation? Well, we're trying to fix black people.
Okay, so earlier you drew a comparison with other races and it
investing.
wasn't a problem. Well, okay, got
earlier
it.
you said rich black men should come back and fix the black community. These conversations is about trying to fix the black community and address the issues.
Right. So my question is, before, okay, what did black women have as a safety net, so to speak, before these policies? Like when
the power to keep their legs closed.
Let's not okay, I'm not trying to simp, but let's not act like some men, not all men, but some men did leave their women or have kids and didn't take responsibility.
I think they had the covering of their husbands. That's why the numbers wasn't like this.
I'm just asking a question for education purposes. I'm not trying to have a debate about it.
Don't get triggered by it. Listen what he's saying though, because it's a lot of men out here that gonna come from that same perspective. Right.
So
you know
what? I'm not trying to defend them. I'm just trying to ask an education purpose. Was there anything set?
No. You said what leverage did they have before these policies, right? What safety nets?
Yeah, was there any safety net before these policies when let's say somebody did walk away from their kids, or you know they didn't want to take the responsibility for the children? What was it then? I think it got out of control and women started using it.
No. You see, this is the key thing you said. You think.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you a question. So, and I'm just giving you my thoughts.
You're assuming. So now, it wasn't bad. Women had an incentive. They was incentivized through the family. They had incentive to stay with the husband. When you saw that they start introducing these policies, the Great Society, right? And you know who did the Great Society, right? Lyndon B. Johnson. And then what you start seeing during them times, you start seeing they don't have to fight and sacrifice like men have to.
Right.
No more.
They can get it easy.
Yes, you can get more money and you can be self-efficient through the state.
Right.
Than the option to be with the family and sacrifice for the man. Even if you see it, where you see how detrimental it is to the kids, you see how detrimental it is to yourself, you see how you cannot do all this by yourself, but you will still do it because of, guess what? You want to be in charge. The system and the policies turned you into a man. So now you're going to actually take it. They're just like saying, hey, look, you know what? You can stay in the city, but I'm gonna give you an incentive to get your own town. Which one would you take? You'll be alone, right? That's like a man. A man don't want to stay with another man. So now as soon as a man get an opportunity to be alone by himself, they take it. Just like these women, they will sit here and sacrifice their families. They will sacrifice everybody. That's why I said my women tier list is undefeated, because the problem is women will always put themselves first. When I talked to them ladies the other night on the K and Kayla show, I say, if you want a different results, why don't you actually take the whole blueprint that you're using and flip it upside down? Instead of putting yourself first, why don't you put the man first? And then now you can hold him to account that now he can put you first. But see, we can't have these excuses with these little blanket, you know what I'm saying? I know you're in real life, Bruce, so you know what I'm saying? And I tell you this in real life. You cannot give these women an out when you know deep down what's wrong. Give them an out. If you give them an out, if you give them a little breath, that you will sit here and you will cut off these men's neck for her, not your wife. Then now you're giving them hope. They'll take it. They'll run with it. Just like they take all these policies and they run with it. You think they even blink or they think about that man when they see him take him and put him on child support? When they see him take a man, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's other societies besides Western civilization that utilize different policies. I said South Korea, they ignore their child support orders. You know why they ignore their child support orders? So they can sit here and make sure that these women understand that in order for our economy to be strong, you need to stay with this family. And that's what sacrifice is. That man got to sacrifice for social you, especially if you have kids.
And can I say something? And can I add to that? I want to say, I got custody of my daughters, right? And they were trying to the government was trying to have me put my baby mamas and them all on child support. The love that I got for my children, for one, and how I feel about that, it's not even in my heart to put my children mother through all type of bullshit. You got to have some type of major hatred to allow the father of your children to go through all of this system, to allow them to go through all of that. Like that don't make sense. Like,
because they don't see black men as a man that deserve any form of respect. That's why.
And they getting paid to destroy the black family. The black women is getting paid extremely nowadays. It's 6 figures to destroy the black family.
Yeah, check this out, right?
Well, they don't think they're doing bad. They think they're doing a good thing.
Oh, they think they're doing great. But check this out, right? Somebody just said, oh, Logic, you calling black women terrorists, right? There was a black woman that recently, a Harvard graduate, black woman, she ain't uneducated. She checked all the boxes, right? And what did she say? Oh, black men are equivalent to the Buffalo shooter.
Yep.
She said that. Did y'all see that?
Yep.
Right.
Yes, I saw that.
Right. Now, let me say this, right? At one time when I was younger, right? Because I had my first daughter at 25. At one time when I was younger, my kid's mother, right? Because she did not want to do what I was instructing her, because she wanted to live in her feminism ignorance. She got lazy and blah, 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 blah. She ended up putting me on child support. She took me off in 3 months. 3 months. One thing my uncle told me, my uncle said to me, yo, once a woman puts you on child support, let her give that. Don't give her a single cent afterwards.
Thanks.
He said, yo, she decided her and the government could decide it's enough for her and the children. Don't give her a penny forward from there. 3 months she took me off. You know why? You know what she realized? Number one, I'm getting a lot less. Number two, yo, the judge, right? And see, this is what happens. Let me tell y'all something, right? All y'all Democratic shills out here that think, oh, the Democrats, man, they playing y'all. I had a Republican judge. You know what he looked at her and said? You better off taking this man off child support and letting him take care of you and his kids.
But let me give you some details on this child support thing, right? I got a partner who I guess this chick went on ahead and started trying to do the child support thing, right? And then I think they say that he'll pay $1,200 a month. He told the chick, you know what? Hey, I just give you $2,000. You know what I'm saying? Solidify, we can do the paperwork. You know what she said?
Nope.
She said no. You know why?
Because if you could pay $2,000, I want $10,000.
No. See, I told you this a power game.
There's more power.
Yeah. It's that she don't want to be in the light that she have to ask anything
from him.
From you.
So now that it's a power thing. That's why it's working so effectively, because now if I can see and I can put you in a house, even though you're living lower than what you would have did, what you would have stayed with that man. I'm giving you food stamps. You look down on the whole entire world. But guess what? It doesn't matter. In their mind, I don't have to ask that man for shit. You see what I'm saying?
So it don't matter if they they're the bottom of the barrel. It's just they feel like they're the Empire State Building.
Yes, and they don't own no homes because they own hood. It doesn't matter to them. That's what I'm telling you. It doesn't matter. It's that they can do what they want to do when they want to do it. Just like listen to the panels. You niggas can't tell me shit. How many times do you hear that? I don't have to listen to you. So now you think that they gonna sit here and, like I said, what was George Bush's famous words?
Let them hosts suffer.
No. I'm gonna see after the airplanes hit the Twin Towers. And then what was George Bush's famous word? You remember? The Democrats were saying negotiate. He said, I do not negotiate with terrorists.
Facts.
That was a powerful thing. And now everybody here mad because they say, Logic called these black women terrorists. Do they fit the definition? Logic ain't make the definition. So get mad at the definition, not Logic.
You're not the first person that I've heard refer to them as that. I mean,
but didn't they call us the Buffalo Shooter?
You said that a few minutes ago, but I've referred to them as that in the past on my social media. I felt like it fit as well, according to their behavior, specifically when you deal with the word intimidation, right? But I got to be honest, man. I'm sitting here, I'm listening to this, and it's not like I don't disagree with you, bro, but it's just like, what's the real solution at this point? I'm not usually the person that asks that, but I have to. I'm listening to everything. Hold on, bro. I'm listening to everything. It's super duper sad, bro. Like, from what we're talking about, I got a black daughter about to be 21. I got a black son, 17, right? All of us on here, we got black relatives. And I seen somebody in the comments said, man, talk about y'all women. I say that a lot, that when we be on these panels and we generalize, which I understand generalizations move the conversation forward, but a lot of times we won't talk about the people we know. We won't talk about our wives. We won't talk about our sisters. We won't talk about our mamas. And we just want to pretend like it's only the women that we trying to date out here. We won't be honest about a lot of this vitriol that we carry for women came from our own households and our own families. But since we're not going to talk about that, I mean, what's the solution, bro? Like, what do I tell my son, bro?
This is what you tell him. And you reverse it. If you see something, because the thing is, the only reason that this is working so well is because it's incentivized. Mm-hmm. So now if you want an opposite result, you take that same money that they spend on hood, welfare, all this kind of stuff like this, and you incentivize households. You incentivize being married. If the U.S. say, hey, look, you know what? We're draining all the money. Like I said, Trump tried to do that. And you remember the uproar? He became a racist because he was actually going through this welfare reform. Mm-hmm. Because if you reverse the incentives, right? Just say if you hit a peak where you get, and then you'll save more money. If you say, hey, look, you know what? You'll reach a peak where you're 5 years married. And then you get a $50,000 bonus, or it can even come as a tax deduction. You know what I'm saying? You gotta outweigh if it's an option out there that you can make more money. I mean, come on now, that's the American dream. Women gonna take it. But if you incentivize the things that you know that'll be beneficial for our community, then guess what? You'll get the opposite results. But the reason why that'll never happen, first off, because our black women want too much independence.
Well,
Let me finish. Second off, the reason that won't happen is because of this welfare program and all these different programs, it funds so many different things. It funds the police system. It funds the jail system. It funds a lot of different resources that will lose money. All this kind of crazy stuff will lose money. If you have men in a home, you know what's going to happen? The whole autism. You know what I'm saying? It's like one out of every black family, it's at least one of them that actually have a kid getting disability for this so-called autism. And these women constantly do that because they know they get an extra check. But if that man was in that house, that would not happen. A man was like, nah, ain't that wrong with him? Chill. A woman that see a son scratch their face the wrong way and they say, oh, he got autism. And you know what they want to do? They want to get a bag. They want to get a check. If you incentivize the opposite of what they're incentivizing now, you will see results.
And I also want to say, I want to
for being fair. Now, I agree with you, Logic. It should be way more than what it is, but there are incentives.
I want to say, like, I just think, like, with the women that's our age and older, probably even like in their 20s and older, they done. We shouldn't even focus on them. I think us black fathers need to get in our daughters in our daughters' lives and train them. Because the older women they already got their mindset. They already believe in what they believe in, and to be honest, there ain't nothing we're gonna be able to do to change how the way they feel.
Yeah,
so
but
now we got us black men. We got to act accordingly.
Train our daughters from birth.
We got to train our daughters.
I educate my daughter from birth, so she knows what's up.
We got to chalk up this loss. We got to chalk up this loss that we got with black women now.
Jay, she has to be in a circle of women that have the same ideas, because as your daughter get older and she become more towards a womanhood, she's going to listen more to what women have to say than what you have to say.
And that's what I'm saying.
So it's important that the women in your circle, your sisters and aunties and maybe even your mom, but the women in her circle and the friends that she keep, especially in her teenage years, and the parents of those children, if they have a similar mindset of you as you are, you can have an influence on that, because her circle of friends and network will have that same thinking. But if they have the thinking of the world and feminism in their minds, she's going to adapt to that because she want to be in with her friends. That's how, social societies work, especially with women. But I want to address this other comment from Millie Main. She says the sins of the fathers will fall on the kids. So watch what you say and do, black men. You got sons and daughters who have to navigate through this society after you're gone.
The best way to address it is to dismiss it.
I will say that, let me address it first and then you can follow up. What I would say to that is that we're trying to make sure that those sins don't fall on the children. That's why we're advocating for marriage and for women to stand in their marriage and not divorce. So a family can be brought up together.
You know what I think?
A lot of times, one moment. A lot of times, what women hear, because they're so single-minded in their perspective, is they hear the opposite of what men say. Yeah. Just like how they hated Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels, he had more hope than me in the term of his advocacy for marriage in the black community. I'm not the type that's gonna fight. If I see it ain't working, I'm gonna look for a solution that works. And what I say, that's why I keep my conversation to men that have options. And men who have options have the financial wherewithal to make choice. And when you have choice, if a woman ain't ready to roll with you the way you want her to roll, step off. Choose a woman who will. And if she ain't black, guess what? You have the seed of all nations. You can make another black woman. You can make another black son. Hey, you know what? Black people may become lighter, but who gives a shit? At least there will be black people. If black men are not having sex with black women, there ain't gonna be no black people, because black women don't bring back nobody but what's planted in her. And if she's sleeping with the white man, she's bringing back white folks.
And can I add? I want to add something to that comment. I think that comment was bullshit. The reason why I say that comment was bullshit is because they always trying to silence black men.
Yeah, that's a white supremacy comment.
That comment was just only trying to silence us, to keep us quiet. Because if that was the case, if they were so concerned about what we say that can affect our children, how come they ain't never checked black women of how they used to talk to us black boys growing up? You ain't shit. You gonna be just like your ugly, sorry ass daddy. Now one of them chicks had nothing to say or correct none of those women.
And they twerking all over the place.
Yeah,
They talk very disrespectful about men around they black boys.
This what it comes down.
Mr. Lee, can I say something?
Hey, bro, back your face up from the camera, man.
Look, yeah, you got the close up going on.
Hey, this what
because you on the phone. That's how my phone is too.
The thing that was presented, right? I think it was men. What is it? Little podcast, man. Whatever. I mean, I can't get it. I can't see it. But you know what I'm talking about, little podcast.
Yeah.
See, everything we said, no woman can come up here and debate that. No woman can come up here and sit here and give an alternate plan. If they say right now, which all black women say right now, is everything that we see is trash, then the exact opposite is to do something different. You have to do something different. You can't build houses with sand and you cry about it. You know what I'm saying? You keep doing it. If you want a different result, you got to actually change something. And then now, if you sit here and say that, hey, look, and these women even said, but they would not give up that leverage. They would not sit here and say, you know what? If before the Great Society, this is how black households was, and then you see that they was together, you know what I'm saying? They were striving, you know what I'm saying? All these beautiful things was happening for black people besides the Jim Crow and all that kind of stuff like that. So now imagine if we can have that same thing today, minus Jim Crow. Well, now we got something called equity. So now we get the benefit. See, they don't want to hear that. They want control. They want it. And I guarantee you, if they come up on this panel right now, they will quickly say, shut the fuck up, Logic. You ain't shit, because that sound like somebody with power.
Well, Logic, but you ain't shit though.
I'll take that too.
Listen, I've been saying, I know you want to jump in. I've been sitting here patient.
I already know who you is. You're white. You're a little white.
That's Rilla. That's Chicago Rilla, right?
Oh yeah, my avatar not pulling up.
No, it's not up.
You're a white man. You're a white man.
Yeah, I'm definitely
white man off the
right.
I have to look down and see your name.
Right, I appreciate it, Brother Lee. I had to come back, man, because I was listening to y'all, and I don't know why we skipped. I don't even know who said it earlier, but the brother that said, listen, man, we get on these panels, and again, I say, I've been in this space for 1.5 years, bro. We know what the issue is. We already know that. I don't know how many more times we got to rephrase it, reinterpret it, flip it upside down, smack it, flip it, rub it down, all that. We know what the issue is. So my challenge and my thing is, all these beautiful brothers up here with these beautiful black minds, man, where's the game plan? We can't just over that. Somebody literally said, what's the solution? And Logic, you came with a possible solution. Then you said, but you know why that's never going to work? Like, what we going to do? We going to barbecue a mildew, man. I want to see the brothers put a game plan together, man. Y'all tell me, when can we put our resources together and get an investment pool going? When can we get together and start buying the block back? Because if we come with a strong, I'm sorry, Brother Lee, I'll pipe down 2 seconds, I promise.
Finish up.
If we come with a game plan and we put the plan in motion, then them ladies got to get down to lay down. The train pulling out the station. We ain't got time to wait for them no more, man. We ain't got that type of time. And I ain't got time to be sitting up here complaining about what these females is doing. If they going to be unruly, man, I don't need you. Let the welfare feed you.
But that's the whole point.
You see, we could keep saying, right, what's the game plan?
Right.
The problem is this. We trying to strategize on how we could salvage something. But the folks on the other side, they ain't trying to salvage it. They done already shown us, yo, we coming for blood.
And
We
they
gonna
not on our
slaughter
side.
you.
Well,
So
what I
we
would say
sitting
to
there
that,
talking about is what's the game plan? How we gonna salvage it? Now, here's the thing. I'm not saying all, right? Because there's no all. But the point is that you got folks on the other side already coming for blood. So to say what's the game plan? How we gonna salvage it? We gotta move on.
Bro,
We
you keep
gotta.
saying that. Did you hear what I said though, brother? I didn't say anything about salvaging. I didn't
let me
say
say
one
this.
single
These
word
black
about
women
salvaging
want
anything.
us dead just as well as everybody
Well,
else.
let me
Damn near.
add this. Let me add this. 1 second. As Logic rightfully pointed out, that this is a political problem, and it requires a political solution. The thing is, can black men move enough in unison to sway the vote to put the Republicans in power who are thinking in the way in which we think, not that they are for our behalf, but just because of the way they think in terms of not giving away free money. They would curtail these programs. And with women who say they are with the black man in this manosphere space, would they really make the switch and vote in that same alignment with the men who are moving that way to regain the power? Because to regain the power means we have to take power from somebody else who got power. And the power that they have was given to them politically. So we have to use the same man that gave them the power to take the power. But there's a left hand and there's a right hand.
Right.
There's two little black men that are going to actually stand up and do what it takes to get it done. And that's a reality. There
I
are
don't know
two
why
little black men
let me
that's
say
going
something
to
to
do
you real
that.
quick, little bro. Let me say something to you real quick, little bro. I don't know why people be so surprised about that. It's always been way more Chiefs than Indians, right? Most people are just soldiers, bro. You know what I'm saying? Disposable in a way, even, right? And so I think, like, when I look at the statistics, particularly when we're talking about marriage, the next lowest rated marriage of women is 53%, which is white women, right? Which is double black women, right? But and then the Hispanics is in the 60%, and everybody else are pretty much more than that. But here's the thing: that's because average people, which are the majority of people, get with average people. That's how you build your way out. So even though I rock with Rilla, I rock with everybody that do all this prosperity preaching bullshit, right? And I don't mean to call it bullshit, forgive my language, but to me, it's just like at the end of the day, bro, everybody ain't getting to the bag. That's never been the case ever throughout the history of man. Everybody ain't getting to the bag. So getting to the bag can't be the solution for the community because this is not logical, right? The community is either going to heal itself through the natural order of things, which is average people getting with average people, having kids, having a family, working, having a savings, doing some investing, raising the kids to be a better version of yourself, stuff like that, just like regular
there's
shit.
another option too. Crash and burn.
That part, which is where
Well,
I was
who's
going
having a
next.
problem with average?
That part, nothing
Is it
ain't
black
wrong with
men
it.
or is it black women?
It's
Black women.
I
Who's
would
having a
agree
problem
with
with
you.
average?
I would agree
Black
with
women.
you. I would agree with you that it's
So a
black
lot of
women.
these detriments.
Hold on, Jay.
You
Hold
got
on, Jay,
with
real
our
quick,
women.
please.
Jay.
Hold on, Jay, real quick. I would agree with you, right? That it's black women, right, that has a problem with average, right? Because the majority of them don't even believe they're average, right? They believe they're better than average, right? And then they also have a hypergamous mindset, right? So they want somebody that's better than them, and then they think they're on a level that they ain't really at.
Right.
But then at the same time, we also have the men too, bro. Let's just be honest. If we was okay with being average, I wouldn't have a wall full of Jordans right here. You understand? So
But Jordans don't represent nothing. That's just vanity.
Just understand.
Hold on 1 minute.
What I'm saying. Just understand what I'm saying. I'm gonna give it to you, Logic. Just let me.
I want to highlight something in the chat though. That's
okay, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, brother.
So the chick just said Logic make women want to push him off the stool, right? That's all they say. Like, can you come up with something better than that? But this is the mentality of black women. Like I said, just check the polls, look at them. You think these black women, you know what I'm saying, go, whoever said let that shit burn, I'm with that shit. Everybody should motherfucker run around here playing Usher every day. Let it burn. Let all that shit burn. Let
and stop trying to save them.
No.
So what does your wall full of
saving
Jordans
your
mean to
enemy
you?
that's against
Right.
you.
What I was saying with that, right? We all know that in the hood, bro, like our brothers who get to a certain amount of bag, bro, we go get the mics, we go get the Chevys, we go get the foreigns. We not buying the property that will house, you know what I'm saying, the stores and all of the different businesses in our community. We're not really doing that. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. Like, we want to be more than average, but we don't even have the sight of what that is. The majority of us in the hood. I'm just talking about the hood, right? Because where I live at is mostly black people. It's like 84% black, right? But it's nice.
Let me ask a question.
Houses, right? They have everybody work on houses.
You know why you can't be with the man,
Do you know average is middle class?
I'm understanding what you're saying, brother, but the brother, Mr. Lee, was just talking earlier about how we don't save. And even with savings, you don't earn a lot. It's not a big interest rate on savings, right? We don't do any investments. And that's what I'm saying. We're not buying up the property. That is the biggest thing that we could do really as men. And I think Rilla might have been headed towards that with what he was saying. Like, if we go in the neighborhood, bro, and we buy up the property, even if we don't own the businesses in the community, they have to pay us rent for being there. You see what I'm saying? That's a change.
Even if we don't own the businesses, they have to pay us rent.
Yes,
They will be renting the
Come on,
stores. They'll be
man.
renting
And that's the reason why we can't come together. We gotta. He's basically telling you.
Okay, that's what you mean by that. So you got to own a property, but you don't own a business. That's what you mean. Okay.
We don't own and control some resources.
No. It's something got to happen before that. You can't go to that because look, just say if three of us start doing this on the panel, right? The way the trajectory goes, one of these dudes gonna sell us out for a check.
Facts.
Hey, I'm just
Facts.
All right, brothers. Hey, I'm gonna drop down, man. I'm gonna let y'all cook, man.
Yeah. You
I
ain't want to hear
appreciate
that.
y'all.
You ain't want to
No,
hear that.
it's not that logic.
Yeah.
It's not that logic.
You'll cut
logic. Hold tight, brother. Breathe, man. That's not what it is, bro. I've been sitting there. This program been going for 5 hours, bro. I sit on panels with you week in, week out. You come up with some stuff, right? I was literally piggybacking it. And shout out to the little podcast or what I think I heard the little podcast or whatever it is. But it was like I'm preaching prosperity bullshit. No, I'm really trying to figure out solutions for this shit, man. I ain't got time to be sitting up here arguing about what these women is doing, bro. So I'm gonna put my money and my feet where my mouth is.
Okay,
I'm gonna do no. Hold on, Logic.
You gotta call out.
Logic.
You gotta call it out.
I'm gonna either find a political action committee that advocates in my interest, or I'll form one myself. Okay. And I'll join forces with likes that want to get some stuff done, man. That's all.
Before you leave, though, Rilla,
I'm
let
gonna
me just real quick, Logic, please. Before you leave, Rilla, I just want to say the prosperity.
Go ahead.
Real quick. The prosperity comment, bro, it wasn't towards you. It was just in general about the plethora of platforms that I see where all they want to talk about is the bag. They think getting to the bag heals everything, and I'm just saying it just doesn't. That wasn't towards you. My last comment was I thought was in line with what you were saying.
Right.
What we could do to put together a solution or a plan of action. I think as far as taking back our community, at least on the real estate level. You see what I'm saying? So I'm rocking with you, Rilla.
I got nothing against you. And that's it. I didn't take it personal.
That whole real estate thing. Then let me clip that.
I just wanted to make sure I cleared that up.
Mr. Lee?
Yeah, hold on, play. Let me go because I'm gonna fade to black after this. Look, I understand what you're saying. Look, I don't even like calling you little podcast. That shit seems disrespectful. But little podcast. But the thing is that if we do a collective effort like that, it's hard because the reason these women is like that because they know that it's always somebody they can go to. You know what I'm saying? You can got it's no low point for them. Like a woman would never be wanting, hey, I want some dick today and I couldn't find it. No, they can always find it. It don't matter how many kids they got. It don't matter what kind of environment they living in. It don't matter if they got roaches and rats. They can always find, and I'm gonna just say it, a simp. They can always find it. Now, just because of that, we would never be able to, until you start scarlet letter these chicks. I mean, we ought to have a database and put a scarlet letter. You remember the scarlet letter? We read that in high school. You know what I'm saying? It need to be on there. I got 4 kids and I got 4 dudes on child support. I had 18 abortions. We need to start presenting these scarlet letters. So now men will follow along with a code. And I just did that. It just took it off. I know that was crazy. These women really gonna get triggered about that. But the thing is if 25% of us get right, the 75% that don't get right, the effort will go in vain, because the women will still find a little soft bed to lay in, even this for a day, because they'll just bounce back and forth to another soft bed.
Well,
so I'm with you.
Let me ask you this, Logic, since you say that. Why couldn't there be 2 different Black communities? Why can't there be a high-class, rich Black community and the ghetto?
No, I think you're right.
It exists. It exists in other communities.
But what we got to do?
That never helped none though.
No,
I was waiting on somebody to say that.
No,
but it
Mr.
doesn't
Lee,
stop
Mr. Lee,
progress. It doesn't
Right.
stop progress.
We got that already.
Wait, Mr. Lee is right. It does happen. But see, the difference between us and them is they would say them other motherfuckers is hood, ghetto, stay away from them. We would accept them as our own. And not only that, our role models will come from that. Our role models don't come. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, that's
it's
why
a way to show how to uplift yourself. I mean, that has to be created, because in the white community it exists, in the Indian community it exists, in Asian communities it exists, in the Arab communities it exists. They're poor Arabs and they're rich, very wealthy Arabs. So it exists in Africa, it exists, and I've been there several times. So it exists. The thing is that because we all came out of slavery together, we want to act as though we're all on the same plane. And some people have ran this race and excel above others. And some people have played the government card for their best interests. And like Logic said, they're not going to give up their power. Their power isn't real power, but it allows them to have what they may say to themselves, I'm calling the shots and you can't tell me what to do.
That's it.
Hey,
but
what I want to say is this. As far as the land thing, that's the best point for Black people, is to buy up land as much as possible. Because one thing, I mean, even with the gentrification thing that's going on now with our so-called Black communities, there are white people, Los Angeles, Baltimore, New York City. They going into those cities and they buying that land up because we failed not to do that. That was the problem. That's part of the problem. Okay, so I think
in general, most Black people just started to learn about investing.
No, but that's not
when the
true,
Black
though.
community. Let me finish. When the Black community was burnt out and dilapidated, that was the time to buy property.
Yeah,
we didn't want to buy it then. But
right.
Part of also buying property on a large scale is that you have to have development plans. And the people who do that, they sit down with the mayor's office and they get a whole area charted out and they make a 5-year plan on how they're going to buy up these houses and what's going to be the new project. And by the time we see the signs up for the new project or it's being talked about in the newspaper, they're already starting to move people out because they bought the building. The building got a big X on top of it and you got to move out. You got to find someplace else
but
to
I'm
live.
saying, Mr. Lee, is
and when they rebuild it, now an apartment that was on SRO for $200, it's now $2,000.
Okay, now
one bedroom.
What I'm saying is this. I'm saying I disagree with that point because I've seen it happen. Right now, Los Angeles had a situation where the Crenshaw Mall was up for sale. The Black investors outbid the white investors. They raised $120 million. Guess what happened? They still gave it to the white investor. Huh?
I heard about that.
Yeah.
I heard about that project.
Right.
Yeah.
So they still gave the project to the white investor.
So that's
regards the fact that they
and that's part of the problem also.
Okay,
because you can't change a community one building at a time.
No,
you really do have to do infrastructure development.
Right. That's my point.
And then when you have black people that come together that have the money to be able to do that, then the powers that be, they're gonna block you.
Also, once they did that happen,
Hey, Lee, I
give
want
the
to say
person with
something
the
to your
lower
last
bid
point.
the project.
Oh, you
what I'm
different
saying-
over here, Mr. Lee.
Right.
Lee, I want to say
Different
something
over
to your
What
last
I'm saying
point.
is that that's something that black investors should have been doing in Los Angeles a long time ago, but they didn't do that until it was it's too late. But so
It's
that's
not that they weren't aware of it, is that they know if they want to make money, they got to go in with partners with white people, and when they do that, the white people's plan is gonna what's gonna go through, and they may have a small percent. They may have 20% out of the 80% invested, which you could be talking about a $500 million project.
And
right.
you
But I'm
always
saying
consider
still
the
no.
What's going to
minority.
happen is he's going to make money or she's going to make money, but the project is not going to be for the benefit of black people.
Well,
It's going to be a rollout.
my point was that they outbid it. They outbid it. Hold on, bro. Let me finish, Logic. My point is this: that in fact the point is they outbidded them. So it was a hands-off thing. They outbidded them. Period. So they played that game.
But you're making my point. The point that you're making is that if those in charge don't want the black community to own nothing to benefit them, they will block it.
Okay,
because
right.
that was
Okay,
an
so I
all-black
understand that, right.
development project.
Okay,
The
so
only project they will let go through is where the white people have the majority equity and the black people have a small equity stake in it. That's the project they'll let through.
And I guarantee
okay,
you.
now hold on.
Lee,
So
Lee, can I please say
do
something
you
to your
think
last
that they
topic?
should have?
No. I want you to do this.
Do you think? Hold on, bro.
Bro, you gotta give somebody else a chance, bro.
No,
That's
but
All right, let somebody else speak. It's a dialogue. It's a dialogue.
Yeah,
Hang
that's
tight,
fair,
Yeshua.
I'm gonna help you out. Do that same area. I want you to go and see who's the local, who's the politicians in that area, because they the ones that approved that. And I promise you,
Yeah, bunch of black loving Democrats.
I'm telling you, I promise. See now, and then now you can't see when you said that if they are black, then how is that systematic racism? But I guarantee
No,
you,
I said they're a bunch of black loving Democrats.
Listen what I'm saying. All you got to do is now look at that group and then follow how much money them politicians get. Because at the end of the day, I guarantee you they got kickback off that project to approve it for who they approved it for.
Right.
Well, it was a private project, so it was private equity owned. So the government didn't have a hand in directly, but they may have had a tax kickback in some way. I don't know.
Hey,
But it
Lee,
was
I
a
got
privately
to
owned
push back
venture.
to your last point that you brought up.
What's that?
When you ask the question of should it be two different type of black men, the rich ones and the ghetto
Oh,
ones?
no, I said, should they be two different black communities? A more wealthy upper class black community and the hood.
Okay, my thing is, because a lot of people talked about something like that on the panels before. And my thing is this: why should we have a division anyway? And let's be all the way honest. First off,
Because all people are not the same, and all people don't accomplish the same.
Hold on, let me get this out once, Lee.
Sure.
How these people end up poor. For one, a lot of our black men, was pushed out the home. So these Pookies and Ray Rays come from the lack of those dads. Two, it was the poor people who got us free in the beginning. It wasn't no rich black man.
It was all of us that got us free, because there was no rich. 1 second. There was no rich black folks 60, 70, 80 years ago. We all set ourselves free.
No, what I'm saying is,
after we got free, we fought our way to the top.
Right. What I'm saying
those
is
who arose to the top, right?
Majority, not all, but the majority of our leaders, because it seems like a lot of black men that got money, they like to divide themselves from the poor black men, all this other stuff. But the poor black men of our leaders,
they separate themselves for safety.
But you gotta let me finish
anybody
my point,
could get
Lee. I'm
clapped
trying to finish my
in the
point.
hood.
The majority of our leaders was poor. That got us free today.
We all came from nothing.
To put them in a position to become rich.
Say again.
The majority of our leaders was poor, that put these so-called rich black men in the position that they able to get now.
Black men became wealthy through business and different avenues. They made themselves that way. It's only more in the past 40 years that we've had a lot of politicians, black politicians.
So Malcolm X, Huey Newton, I mean, they wasn't.
Huey Newton wasn't rich.
Huh?
He ain't rich.
Right, that's what I'm trying to say. It was the poor black men and women that put us, a lot of black men that's rich today. It was because of the poor black men. My thing is,
No,
why is these rich black men want to think they're above the poor ones?
We all fought for the freedom.
Right,
Once
but
the
the
freedom
rich
was
black man
given,
never did
once we
nothing for the
received it,
community.
but when we say again,
Rich black men, let's be honest, the rich black men never did nothing. They got the resources. Michael Jordan, all of those men didn't do nothing. It was the
wait a
poor black
second.
men that
Hold on
really
one
saved
second.
us.
Hold on one second. Michael Jordan didn't do anything to get black people free. Michael Jordan benefited from the freedom that was fought for black people.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So you can't quantify him in the fact that he didn't do anything for black people. We shouldn't, you know what, as a people, we got to stop this shit about always looking for somebody to help us. That's garbage, man. Okay. Pull yourself up. Do your work. Find a way. Stop pulling other black men down that makes it out just so you can say why you didn't make it. That's garbage. I worked on Wall Street with an all-black firm, and everybody thought we was white because we didn't talk black. And we made millions of dollars off of white folks. And it wasn't until they came and visit the office that they knew it was black. This one legislator from Louisiana came up to the firm. When he walked in, he had to take a double take. He was like, y'all should have told me this was all black. I didn't have to waste my money. But you know what he wanted? He wanted us to pump his stock so he could make millions of dollars. And he offered us stock shares so we could pump his stock from $1 to $10. So he could make a killing and dump the stock when he makes his money. Let me tell you something, man. We got to stop this crap about holding every black person to have to come back to fix something. First of all, if we fix ourselves, black people want to help black people. But we are so self-destructive with everything around us. Why are we going to go back there, man? You saw what happened to the rapper last year. He went to give out turkeys for Thanksgiving and they blew his head off. And he's from the hood. You saw Nipsey Hussle. He tried to build up the community in California. They came out and they popped him, man. Stop this crap about trying to make black men who pull themselves up and become a success to always want to come back. They may be doing things that you don't know nothing about.
There you go.
They're doing things that you don't know nothing about. You don't even know half of these men exist. But you're going to blame them for something that we create for ourselves. We don't have to sell drugs all our life. The fact that what's his name? That Biden could come right now and offer crack pipes to black people is a shame.
Facts. And black
That's
people love it. They love
something that
Biden.
no black person should even accept for a second. But there are black people smoking crack today and would love to get more. That's us holding us back. That's not no rich black person don't want to help. Make us be worthy of help. Change our behavior. Improve the quality of our life and show the world that we are a better people.
Well,
I know if I become rich, I will be looking to help. But I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to have to do it arm's distance.
Yep, because they're going to be looking to blow your brains
I'm
out.
going to do it arm's distance. I'm going to do it through organizations. Because showing my face in the community.
Destruction.
So I think the problem is, I think everybody
that's how we
highlighted
take care of our own. We cap them. That's how
I think we
take care of our
highlighted
own.
the issues very, very well. What would y'all say is step number one to fixing the issue?
I think
Well, like I said, my suggestion is men with options and women with options to build a new upper class, rich black community. Because then we can do things that will benefit black people on a large political scale. And like Ronald Reagan said in the 80s, the trickle-down theory, then we can affect black people at the lower stages and make opportunities for them who want to come out. But if you in the mud, you can't get out. If your leg is stuck in quicksand, how you gonna help somebody else come out? You got to come out first. You got to lay a foundation. You got to lay an infrastructure. Then you got to be able to not only protect and defend what you have, but then you can go out to create new opportunities for others. I mean, there are guys who are railing against Robert Smith having a white wife, and this man dropped like $5-6 million to pay off 400 people's tuition. And there are people ragging him for having a woman that's not black. Like, come
But
on,
they
man.
don't mind Kamala Harris being married to a white man, though. They jumping up and down, talking about representation. We represented. We feel good.
So we pick and choose
What
too
in
much
the
who we
hell?
want to represent us, and that's garbage. And I think
Mindset, Mr.
as
Lee.
black men, we have to start exercising our power and our choice. And regardless of what anybody say, from the black woman on down, fuck them. Do what we're gonna do. When we're finished building what we want to build, we'll be in a position to help them. And if not them, their kids.
Can I give you a little bit of pushback,
black folks
Mr.
don't want
Lee?
no real change.
One second, bro. I want to give you a little bit of pushback. I think Logic should give back to the black community and help the people in the hood so that we can all wear Vero sweaters. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I want one, Logic. So I'm gonna put my cash app in the back check. I'm gonna need you to send me whatever it's gonna cost to give me one of them sweaters, bro.
Nah, I give you the website. I'll hook you up, and then if you said you need me to send you one, I'll send you one. See, they ain't got no problem with that though. But
man, that sweater fire, boy.
Yeah, we got a terrorist on the panel right now.
Don't do Court like that.
Look at our face.
Court, you ain't got to take that fight back, Court.
Logic, she got to take
I ain't worried about that little pea head.
Go on, Courtney. Go ahead. Add your voice to this conversation.
Well, I came up here because I was summoned by Logic. But I legit question for all the guys on here. How we're speaking right now, how is that any different from how other women on their other platforms that are opposite of Manosphere speak? How is it any different?
What do you mean when you say how we're speaking and compared to those other women? We're not talking about destroying anything in the black community.
Okay,
we're talking about building an upper class black community.
Do you know why Cynthia G said the deletion of black boys?
No, is there a reason that's justifiable?
Well, no, it's not justifiable, but there was a reason
all right,
why
so
she
give me
said
the
it.
reason. I don't know the reason.
Okay, so she used to be heavy in the black manosphere a long time ago.
Right.
And she got turned off by a lot of the rhetoric that she felt as if it was bashing. So she's a single mother. I don't know how many kids. But the idea that the Pookie and Ray Rays are because of single mothers, the bad men are because of single mothers, the thugs are because of single mothers. So what she said on the platform was the resolution would be if you're a single mother and it's a boy, abort. And therefore there'll be no Pookie and Ray Rays.
No, don't open your legs to the Pookie and Ray Ray, then they won't even be a child.
Right.
Well,
instead of killing the child, don't open your legs to the Pookie, because you got to let in a Pookie and Ray Ray to have a Pookie and Ray Ray. So she's not addressing the question of prevention. She's dealing with the question of after the fact, what happened.
So I'm explaining the reason why she said it.
Right.
So she said at this point, if you're pregnant with a boy, and because the men are saying that it's going to be automatically a Pookie and Ray Ray, then go ahead and abort it. So she was saying it to combat some things that she heard in the sphere. So that's why she said it.
I think you kind of making a
but
little
that's
bit
not
of
really
excuses for
addressing the
Cynthia.
problem, is it?
That's
not really addressing the problem.
She's saying
Prevention
the
is
reason that she gave. That ain't no excuse.
No, she is making she's somewhat trying to make an excuse for Cynthia on why, like, you know,
Hold
on one second, guys. One at a time.
is a bad person altogether.
Wait a minute, hold up. Jay
Prince, slow down.
What we're not going to do is say or try to put something in my mouth that I did not say or did not do. I specifically ask why, because there's always a reason why.
Okay, well, what's the point of bringing up Cynthia?
Jay, 1 second.
Excuse me. Okay. And before then, I said, what is the difference when I'm listening to a lot of conversations now that we're having, and I go on her page and I listen to the conversations that they're having? The hurt and pain is prevalent in both. The distrust is prevalent in both.
Okay, so did you hear my solution, Courtney? I just want to know.
I heard your solution.
Okay, so do the logical thing. Compare my solution to her solution.
Okay. Well, that was just a thing. I don't know if she has a complete solution. That's just
Courtney. Wait. Hold up, Jay Prince. Hold up. Courtney,
let me finish my thought. So I heard what you said, and it was the policy changes. And I said that at the very beginning when I got on the show, I believe that it should be harder. The no-fault divorce should have never happened. A lot of the child support, I think, should be rectified. So I'm with you. We agreed on this on a prior show. That takes time to put into act, correct? If it were to be an act.
Yes, but
so
see,
these solutions, what should be done now?
Okay,
because
see,
right now it's a now kind of resolution that we need.
No, Courtney. The thing is when you comparing the two conversations, one is telling women not to have boys by black men. The other solution will be
one is saying to kill the boys.
Oh yeah, to kill him. It's a boy. So, and then the other one is saying, you know what? Remove all the safety nets that I'm telling you, because watch this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna watch this. And then this is a proven fact. Outside of Western civilization, you know, child support don't exist. All these different things, these incentive programs don't exist. So, like, the thing about this, if a 16-year-old get pregnant today in any community, right? What is the benefit of her having that baby at 16 years old? We know she's not prepared. We know she's not mentally prepared. And we know the boy is not mentally prepared to have a child. But we'll ignore it and allow it, but we won't understand the reason she do it. And the only reason is she knows she will get benefits. If you take away the benefits, you know what happens? You know what happens?
They get smart.
Women will start actually protecting their womb because they know that it's consequences to it. But there's no consequences to it when you have systems that incentivize that level of behavior.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
It'll eliminate baby
hold on.
I want to rebut something you said too, Courtney.
Jay Prince, if I can, hold on. Again, logic, I agree with you, but that is a process of changing policies. What is the solution for today?
How long did it take them to get a Asian hate policy pushed out?
Oh,
in a year.
Just like that.
No.
Not even a year.
Wait, hold on. Watch this. How long did it take for Biden to do the police and executive order? He did it within 24 hours after the mass shooting within Texas, right? So the thing is that this is not hard, especially in a society today where we have equity. Equity is power. If black women and black men can come together and say, hey, look, you know what? We don't want this, then we won't. And then now I'm just saying, I guarantee you, like I said, the Thinking Man podcast the other day, when you have a generation of black boys that's raised to tell them that they have to protect themselves against black women, and if we can look through the fine print and see who you're training these black boys to sit here and say, protect yourself against the women that you supposed to love and adore. Okay. That's a message.
Okay. So let me say this because there is a super chat that came in that I'm a chat nigga too.
Oh, don't address it.
Mr. Carbon Master, Courtney is a chameleon justifying Cynthia G abusing male babies because men on the internet says stuff she disagreed with. You see the ignorance and the dumb shit. Saying the reason why isn't a justification. It's the understanding of why some women are thinking the way that they do, and you can't combat stuff if you don't understand why they're thinking it.
Yeah, I think
it's not a justification. There is a reason why.
I think you kind of
agree. Hold on 1 second, Jay. I would say this to you, Courtney. When you came on, what you said to me was, "How is what I said any different than what Cynthia G said?"
Right.
And I didn't say anything that would harm the black community. I said those who have financial options separate and create a new black community so we can make avenues to be able to help the black community, because it's too much problem us trying to fight right now to try to see if we can fix it from within. It's just not working.
Well, what I said, Mr. Lee, was what was the difference in when I hear other women talking on other panels And then on this one, what is the difference of
I
the
can tell
rhetoric?
you the difference. Let me tell you the difference because I'm keeping
Please
this
let
skipped
him
over. I
speak,
can't get.
boy.
I'm trying to get my point out too.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think the difference is over that Cynthia and them. They speak hate. They speak hatred. Hold on, let me finish. They speak hatred. I listened to Cynthia and G and them for a long time, and they speak nothing but hate. The energy is all about hate. They don't got no. They got negative solutions. They're not coming up with something to bring us together. That's who they are. The people who started the divestment people, all those type of people. So they not talking about men and black people together. The difference is if you can't compare the manosphere, because manosphere, only how you will be able to compare the manosphere to Cynthia G and them, like you say, Cynthia G and them talk about deletion of black boys, and if only how that will equate with the manosphere, that if the manosphere would be like, okay, well, fuck it then. Since they want to delete the black boys, we're not going to give black women black female babies, so we're going to erase the whole image of black women. That's the only how you will be able to compare the two. Only reason why we having this debate because black women don't want to shut the fuck up, listen to what we have to say, and try to get an understanding with their men. They too stubborn, and like Logic said, they got all of these policies to the point where they don't have to listen to logic, sense. We're not trying to tell them to destroy themselves.
All right.
Well,
Well,
an
I'm
economy is power, and power is not something that is never ceded voluntarily. And to the degree that black women have the amount of economic power that they have, perceived or otherwise, how beneficial or otherwise, they believe it's beneficial to them. They give them a sense of freedom that they don't have to listen to what a black man have to say,
right?
Because listening to a black man is a tantamount to slavery, and I've heard that many times.
Yes.
So when it falls under those characteristics, it's going to be very difficult for a black woman that is in that mindset to see the value of being with a black man and cohabitating with a black man and giving up the levels of economic power that she believes give her the freedom that she has.
So
Can I
hold
make
on, Cole, let me say something to you real
I'll
quick.
listen to everybody say something. I just want to make one comment.
Hold on one second, little podcast. Let Courtney respond. There were 2 or 3 people that spoke, so let her get it out.
So again, I debate the divestors a lot. So when I'm talking about the other side, it's not just one. Cynthia G is just not that one.
Right.
I commented on her because we spoke about her earlier. But what I'm saying is that when I get into divestment and when they say black men ain't shit and get a white man, and I hear the same thing where go overseas, passport bros, save yourself, black man, still that where then it's not, or even with you, Mr. Lee, when you said black men can always make black babies, and then you see Drake and his Drake, the recessive gene is going to go. We're not going to be a culture anymore. If we're practicing
we will be a culture.
to go out, and sometimes if we're practicing not to try to fix what we have here in the black community, there's not going to be a black community.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Hold on one second. Are black men trying to make a way to build relationship and have black wives and have black children? Is not that what this space has been about for such a long time?
A lot of the spaces, yes.
Okay.
But the space
so
of black manosphere
black men are trying
with a whole lot of different men that believe a whole lot of different things. And there's a whole big push out for travel bros.
Well, that has developed over time because of the resistance.
Yes, because women don't want to listen. They want us to. You want us to sit up and deal with that shit?
You stupid
Hey, can I say something?
They don't want to listen to you.
Let me say this right quick.
And that's what you mean they don't want. Hold on. I want to let's unpack that. What you mean they don't want to listen to me?
You
as a black man? Why? Like I'm because you're making it sound like I'm less than another man.
Because you're being emotional right now.
No, because this is a lot of black women attitude. They got their picks and chooses of who they can respect and who they can disrespect. But us men is taught to respect all women.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a lot of women. It's a lot of women that I don't got to respect it. I can disrespect them anytime I get ready. Then, right?
Look how you acting, Jay.
No, because I'm tired of that logic. Like you really, what you said earlier. I'm so sorry for screaming at you, Courtney. I'm sorry. I'm not screaming
Calm
at you.
down
I'm
and get
screaming
your
at
point across.
the argument. You came on here. You said you said this is the reason why, because they felt like this stuff was hate that we preaching, that we've been talking about. And like somebody said earlier, the truth feels like hate. We not saying nothing hateful or towards women. I guarantee you, if we was to ask you what did we say that was hateful towards black women, I guarantee you won't be able to say nothing. But I also can guarantee you, if I go with Cynthia G's channel, I can name about 100 different topics of hateful stuff against black men.
Why are you even on her channel though?
No, that was way before I even came to the channel.
Hold on, Jay. I wanted to answer.
I didn't mean to yell
Courtney's
at you, Courtney. I'm
question.
yelling at the argument.
Yeah, you said that. I wanted to answer your question directly, Courtney. To me, the only thing I would say, I get what you're saying, right? And the only thing that I would say is different is really that I think, if we're honest, that is more in the so-called male manosphere, right? It's just more videos of dudes just saying that they want things to be better. It's not really it's to me, it seems like it's more of the divestment coming from the women than it is from the men. So that's the only thing I would say is different. It's a lot of talking points in the manosphere about women that's very disheartening for me. I used to do a lot of it myself. I guess I can just use the word matured, right? If I can. But I just, at this point, it's hard to hear a lot of it. I ain't gonna even lie. But that's the only thing that I can see is different. I think it's more of the divestment talk comes from the women's side than it does from the men's side.
Well, let me say this too. Hey, look, this is the other point.
Yeah.
The other point is this. Mrs. Cynthia G, when she made that comment, her lifestyle is hypocrisy, because if she went and slept with a guy who she totally is a Pinky and Ray Ray, and she went and slept with the guy. So that kind of baffled me when she did that. The second thing is this: I am a passport brother. I travel. I've been to Brazil 4 times. I've been to Medellin 2 times. And I'm going back. And this is my point. I'm single with no children. I got no obligations to black women at all. None. Because that's how they wanted it. They didn't want me to have no obligation with them. So I can travel. I can do what the hell I want to do. I'm not hurting nobody. And this is the point with the brothers who do travel. This is the type of rhetoric that we hear against us, that they travel because they don't want to deal with the black woman. They travel because they can't handle a strong black woman. Honey, that's not being strong, talking back to a man all the time. That's not strength. Strength is supporting his situation. Strength is understanding that he has a system of supremacy that is against him. He will have time all the time to be dealing with and arguing all the time with a bunch of women. He just don't have that time. So yes, so I travel a lot.
But I think in general,
you said you travel.
Well, men got paid too.
One moment, 1 second, Hank. 1
We
second.
love
Hank.
you, Courtney. You a good girl. But us men, we got pain and hurt too.
Jay, Hank,
I
1 second.
think I know.
One of the things I would say is that we're at the point where black men are looking for options. And one of the things I think black men are realizing that it's very difficult to get black women to change. And they're very resistant to the change. And we've tried talking about it. We've tried to work it out in many different ways. Some men have tried to use money as a bait to try to lure black women in to be more feminine with them. But no matter what is being tried, it seems to get a significant amount of pushback. And I think the bros that are traveling, SYSBM and all that, they're doing that as a last resort, because they're like, either I'm going to have a child with a woman that don't want me and just want to use me to get my money and I can't see my children, or I'm going to go overseas and see if I can find a woman over there that I can have a family with. It may or may not work, but at least they're going to try. And I think at this point now, men are starting to get seemingly better results. And with that, if it increases more, at some point, I think black women are going to take it serious that, hey, these guys ain't fooling around, they leaving. Because the shaming tactics are not working. And black men are just kind of had it up to the top of their head, and they're just stepping. And the men who can step are stepping. The men who can't step, they have to stay and deal with it. And the bottom line is, like, if she's gonna kill Pookie's kid, that ain't hurting the guys that are successful and are going up. It's just killing black children, which is what we don't like. But it's not killing one of our kids because we ain't dealing with them.
And
So we're
Pookies
speaking
don't
to the
care.
larger, one second, we're speaking to the larger majority of how could you just want to kill black kids like that? Besides the overall abortion thing, that's another topic, but to deliberately use that was a fair tactic as a strategy to kind of force you to deal with us the way we are or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna kill your kids.
Intimidation.
That's not a real solution of someone who's coming to the table. One second, Jay. Who's coming to the table to have real discussion to solve black men and black women problems. And once black men get to the point where they say, you know what, I throw my hands up, there's nothing more. We don't have to deal with every black woman, but if you deal with 5, 6, 7, 8 black women and you're getting the same kind of pushback in different relationships, at some point you're going to say, you know what, this ain't working for me. I got to try something else. And men who have financial options, they're going to try because now it's being publicized. Hey, bro, you can fly here, you could go there, you could go there. And if their business allow them to travel, that makes it even easier. So I think that's really where the SYSBM option is really beginning to take hold, is because instead of the woman looking at it like, you know what, maybe we ought to make some change to keep our brothers in house. They're saying, F you, take me like I am. And you know what? You don't like it? I'm going to kill your kid. How is that going to motivate you?
And you know what, Mr. Lee, when they talking like that, talking about deletion of Pookie kids, Pookies, but it's a walking contradiction because most Pookies didn't want the kids in the begin with. They gave these women $400. They gave these women $400 to get rid of them in the first place.
Thank you.
If you kill their kids, that's what they want you to do anyway. So you're not hurting them.
Yeah,
that's why the argument was a
they the ones
nonsensical
decide to keep it so they get benefits.
I said this earlier though, that the problem is it's a result of oops babies.
Right.
What we stand at, like, and then women know this. Like I said, women never concede to the fact. You know what I'm saying? That if you ask your friends that got kids that's not married, and you ask them, you know what I'm saying? And not saying they won't say logic said we don't like our kids. No, you ask them, was you ready for a baby? Did you want that baby? No. So the thing is that it's a deeper thing that, like I said, it's the safety nets. If you remove them safety nets from that female, if you remove that power, what you will get is you will remove the oops babies. Oops babies. A man should be proud of his kids. He, like, from the time that he had them, he should work on it. He should say, hey, let's do this. Let's do this. It's time for us to have kids. Instead of a woman saying, oh, you know what? I met you at the club last night. Both of us was drunk. And then, you know what I'm saying, I busted in you. And then 2 months later, you come back and say, hey, you got a kid. Oh, well, what if you say I don't want that kid? Well, you're going to have it anyway. And that's what I'm saying. We got a culture of oops babies. I'm telling you.
Well,
can I ask you a question, Courtney?
Yes.
When you was making that statement, right? I felt like maybe you were suggesting that the reason why she even said that about deleting the male babies was facetiously responding to rhetoric out of the manosphere. Like, it was she saying it as an actual suggestion, or was she just being facetious as like an emotional response to rhetoric that she didn't agree
to? So again, and I have to make these very clear because again, like that super chat, ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not advocating at all for Cynthia G.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a pro-lifer. So there's no way that I would advocate for deletion because I'm pro-life.
Mm-hmm.
However, when I heard that she said that, I did my due diligence to go and look at the whole stream in which she said it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was out of emotion, and she was like being facetious. Hey,
right.
So they calling it who? Well, how about we won't delete him then? And how about we don't? So it was out of a response of what she was hearing, but it wasn't, right. Ladies, we're all gonna go to Planned Parenthood on Tuesday, 7 p.m., baby. It wasn't, it was in response to that.
Yeah.
So that was the show. Now, because she has a powerful voice, obviously women, I'm pretty sure a lot of women took her serious.
Mm.
And I'm sure
And
now
that's the
it's
irresponsibility.
yeah, but again, but that's how that video started, what I saw.
Right. And that's the irresponsibility of someone like that who has a
Absolutely.
platform to be able to say things like that. But to have a knee-jerk reaction where you want to spite, and that facetiousness of her statement, it's spite. It's not, how can I find a way to work with black men? Because the black men are saying things that they want us to change, but I don't like the way they say it or whatever. It's not any kind of acquiesce. What they're doing is saying, you know what? I could fight you back, and I could fight dirty, which is what a lot of times happen in black relationships. Black women go dirty in the fight. And that's why
Mr.
when
Lee.
you have divorce, one moment, when you have divorce, they will use the kids against you because they know once the relationship is over, the only thing you care about are your children. So now they will then pull back on the kids and make you pay for kids that you can't see to spite. Those are all spiteful ways in how our women, black women, deal with black men. And I know that from a personal relationship myself because I was married. Both my kids came out of my marriage. And I paid, my kids had beautiful lives before we divorced and even after I divorced. I paid that money up front. I made enough money that I still took my kids places and bought them things. And you know what? She got so spiteful that she wouldn't even let them bring the same clothes. The clothes that I buy them when they came back to see me, they would come back in raggedy clothes until I got wise enough and I say, you know what? Clothes I'm gonna buy for you, I'm gonna keep it here.
Right.
Go back in what you came in. I have to start using that kind of strategy where I can't send my kids both home with big shopping bags, wearing new clothes and bag full of new clothes. I have to stop that because she was being spiteful.
And Ms. Lee, I got a serious question for Courtney, right?
Sure.
A man body can produce kids 24/7, right?
24/7.
Every day in the month, right? Can a woman
Every
body
day.
produce kids?
One a year, two a year, maybe.
No,
If they're
I'm
twins.
saying like, can it produce like kids?
Nope.
Like, not really produce kids. Can it receive the semen every day of the month?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, because they have cycles in which
so
they're able to get
and
pregnant.
like I say, even though it's a ballpark figure, right?
Mhm.
So if you want to know who's being, like you said, who's being what's the terminology they use? What they say, the dudes that don't protect their seeds, they being what is
irresponsible?
Irresponsible.
Reckless.
Yeah, reckless. So if a woman knows her body, and even though it changed, they still know the time frame that they can get pregnant, right?
They sure do, absolutely.
If we want to be honest and say who are the reckless ones in our community, who would it be, Miss Courtney? Hello?
I'm thinking on how I want to answer that.
Oh, just answer it truthfully.
I am. That's what I'm thinking. Who's the reckless one in the community?
If that math is correct.
When it comes to childbearing.
When it comes to the problem that we have, knowing that a man can have a baby once a month for the rest of his life. I mean, not once a month.
Yeah.
Every day he can have a baby. But a woman cannot do that. And if a woman is on a timetable and she know that timetable, she knows her body, a man don't know that body. So now, who is the one that's neglectful?
Well, I'll say this. I think the woman has more responsibility, but I'm not going to put it on knowing your body. My body's be off. I think it's more of we have more preventative ways not to get pregnant. So I have more control over getting pregnant than a man does with impregnating me. Because regardless if you're skeeting, I have a pill. I have a IUD. I have this. So I have more power over my body to control me having a child than you would.
Yes, but I'm just saying, because y'all know like the timelines. Because you know what? Y'all taught me some when I found this out, right? And look, I've been fucking with the best, but I never knew that concept that It's like
So it's a
y'all
5-day
only,
window.
yes.
It's a 5-day window.
And I was like, hold up, wait, you telling me that it's a 5-day window out of that month that a woman knows, hey, any sperm touch my foot, I can get pregnant. And you telling me that you don't sit here and say, hey, obviously, you got to put it on these women. Even though that's a hard pill to swallow. And I even give you salute for even coming up here with all these dudes. Cause
I think she froze.
Yeah, I think she's frozen again.
Yeah, she did that on purpose. She told somebody in her house unplug her. She don't want to answer this question.
Hold on, let me ask Mr. Lee a question real quick, because
Sure.
I feel like you might know, right? Or maybe all of y'all might know, right? In the manosphere, when they are suggesting, right? Because I think she said what Kendra Dree was upset about was this whole talk around not dating or being with marrying whatever women with kids, right? Single moms, right? So
Right.
when the manosphere, when they're telling men to not deal with women with kids, are they speaking directly to quote unquote high value men, or is that something that they're saying to men across the board?
Men across the board.
Men across the board.
Oh wow.
But see, this is what I want to say too, though, because I don't want this to go out nowhere,
So
right?
men across the board, all men are not going to make that choice. There are men that's
Right.
going to find a woman that they feel they are in a relationship with, and they can trust that woman, even though she may have 1 or 2 children, and still try to make a life. But
Right.
they're saying basically to men, look, you have value too. So be mindful of your value so you don't waste it. And taking a woman with other men's children, especially if the child comes from a Pookie type guy,
right,
then you're truly wasting it, because she didn't make no requirement for that man to give him children. That's where it's coming from.
And see,
I
they
thought they was only talking to high value men when they said that.
They say it's called an ovulation period, right? And
Right.
that shit struck me to my soul, because now, like I said, terrorists, if you they can use that language or whatever, they get mad at me for it, right? But I guarantee you, if you tell a man, hey, I'm ovulating, he will stay as far away from you as possible. If that, look, just keep it funky. If chicks run around here and tell dudes they ovulate, men will stay away from them and say, call me when that ovulation period is over.
And matter of fact, they're gonna wait
I believe that, man. I believe that 100.
Look, Jay Prince think like me, and they gonna be careful and wait an extra week after.
So I want to ask a question, right?
Hold on. I want to lose this point, because this is so deep that if we really want to know the issue, that means these women do this shit is premeditated.
Meditated. Yep.
It's pre-fucking meditated. And now
the trap
goes up at the wrong. And I guarantee you, I hope I dare any woman to hit this link and come up here and refute the facts that we just dropped right here before that. And I learned this shit on Lapeef Network on some bullshit talk. It was bullshit. And they was like, oh, well, you should have known logical ovulation. What? Ovulation period? What is that? They think, I don't know that. So I'm teaching all you brothers. Look, you ask her window, and then you fuck with her when her window is closed.
But when we ask for their window, they probably gonna take an offense to that.
So I want to ask a
absolutely.
question,
If you ask
right?
them about that window, they're not gonna like that.
That's like asking a woman how old she is.
Most married men tend to know their women's cycle.
So let
Most
me ask
married
a
men tend to
question.
know their women's cycle.
Let me ask a question, right? In this quote unquote manosphere, how many of us have seen men calling for the extinction of women? Because I've yet to see it. But if it's there, I want to be there to condemn it. So I want someone to tell me when they've entered a space of this quote unquote manosphere where they're seeing men call for the extinction of women, because I keep hearing women saying they're seeing this, but I've yet to see it. So I want to ask you guys on the panel, and I would love to ask Miss Courtney Michelle to lead me to where there's a mass.
We know that's not true, because if there was a link and it exists, they would be posting it everywhere. And they would be doing reviews on it. So we know it doesn't exist.
Oh,
but
okay.
just because we have called them out on it, and they didn't realize it would get this much pushback, and it would look like pie in their face, they're now trying to flip the script to make it seem as though we said something similar, which
And
we
you know
haven't.
what else? They
Men are
actually
not
got
so
black
petty.
men.
Men are not petty like that.
Elite.
The worst of us.
They actually got black men on their channel agreeing with that idea. Black men.
I guess those are the simps. Those are the simps.
That sounds hilarious when
It's
you
always
say
gonna
it.
be. It's always gonna be some of them. We can all be on the same page to get these women back in order, but it's always gonna be. They know it's gonna be one of them dudes that's gonna sweep the world from under our foot, and bam, is everything that we done set is gonna go right back out the window.
Are you that dude, Jay Prince?
Hey, Mr. Lee.
You know, Mr. Hink, that ain't me.
Hey, Mr. Lee, is we allowing women to come up here and explain this window? Because I see a lot of people making excuses about this window. I just want to know.
Sure, if they want to come up, as long as they're respectful, I don't have a problem.
But Logic, let's be honest though,
All right,
bro.
come
Like
on.
in the hood, it's a lot of young cats that really be wanting to reproduce themselves too, though. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
a lot of cats
That's
really
the
be
meme.
spreading their seed around,
But
bro.
we know
thinking
it's the
that's
women
deal.
that control sex, so their mothers have to teach them the value of their body, the value of their womb, and not to accept going into relationship with hood dudes. They may got game, they may have swagger, they may talk a lot of ish, but the bottom line is, where is he gonna be after that? After you get pregnant?
But
Man,
Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee, I want to challenge that a little bit when we talk about Pookies, right? Pookies, a lot of these women is the sisters of Pookies. Pookies just come from men that didn't have fathers.
Be that as it may, the point is, Pookie is the male, and if we have a ratchet female, it's a ratchet female.
You're right. That's what I'm saying. So the reason why a lot of these women open their legs to Pookies because they can relate, because Pookies is their brother, their father, their uncle, their cousin.
Well,
so that's all
water
they know.
Water finds its own level. I mean, that's the way it is, and that's why it's so difficult to understand when women don't want to deal with average men, because the women that are dealing with Pookies, they know that's their level.
But a lot of women know who they want to reproduce with. Don't be fooled. They know
they
what
love Pookies though. You hear Mary J.
but they
Blige,
know.
you hear Destiny Child, I love my Mr. Wrong. So these women done made it.
It's mostly
and they
based
still
on
rapping
looks.
and singing about Pookies.
Right, but they know who they want to reproduce with. They ain't just out here just they're not out here just being like, oh, I'm just gonna let any. They know who they want to reproduce with. Now that's not to say
y'all don't think baby fever got something to do with it? Y'all don't think baby fever got a play in it?
No,
I don't think baby fever got as much of an influence for us to talk about. I don't think it has that much of an influence.
This is our problem, right? They want to reproduce for a check, because even when you see these kids, they mistreated. You know what I'm saying? It's a check. It's an element of control. I'm telling y'all. And because this link is dry as hell, because they want to get in that chat. I ain't never saw a link this dry. They see in terms of that. See, they can never explain that. See, if they explain it, they understand this 5-day window, and a man won't know it, and you would know it. We just got to the root of the problem, and now that link is dry. I ain't never saw a link this dry in my life.
And you know what else kept? When they talking about deletion of black boys, they won't never delete black boys. You know why? Because one thing I know about black women, that's one man that they know for sure that's gonna always love them and protect them. A lot of these women use their
I
son
would beg
for
to differ
protection.
with you on that. I beg to differ with you on that, Jay Prince. Our women have been deleting black children, male and female, to the tune of 19-point-something million in the past 40 years. So
yeah,
I differ with you.
It's really big, bro.
But black children are also their meal ticket.
Yeah, he just.
I mean,
Logic
yes.
just said
I mean,
that,
but
so.
I mean, there's some women who use the children for the money, but there's some women, like the young lady that was up earlier. She cited abortion as a birth control mechanism. She cited abortion, deletion as a birth control mechanism. And that's how many women today see deletion of children. It's a form of birth control. They don't see it as they use the whole incest and the grape word for justification to have the law, but
Right.
they're not using it because those things are happening to them.
Right.
You don't get 19 million children deleted because of incest.
Right.
So what do we
Well,
tell
great.
our
It's
sons?
just
What do we tell our sons that's going out there today?
well, you see what
Please, because I
LeBron
told
James
my
and his
son. Go
LeBron
ahead,
James
Mr. Lee.
and his wife have no objections with what his son is doing. Take it from their example. If you got money, choose a woman that's going to roll with you and care about family and want to build. If that's a black woman, cool. If it's not, cool.
Right. Yeah.
Don't just patronize our women just because of our color. Because if left up to them, if they could choose, if they could get every white man they wanted,
They
we would get
would.
no ass.
White
We
men
would
could
get
get all
nothing.
our women.
Hey,
We
hey,
would
what's
get
up,
nothing.
bro? At the bottom,
Hands
who
down.
asked that question? I don't know. I can't remember
Okay,
what
so
your
I
name
see a
was,
couple of
but
women in the back chat.
I just wanted to say,
Chelsea,
bro,
you
like
want to let Chelsea up?
for a long time, I was
Yeah,
telling my son not to
hold
date
on one
black
minute,
women.
player. Hold on one minute, player. Hold on. Hey, she ain't came up yet, Mr. Lee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chelsea, come up.
Yeah, for a long time, bro, I was telling my son not to date
Okay,
black
Raw
women.
B. I'll bring Raw B up until Chelsea is ready.
He ended up
Raw
getting a
B.
half black, half white
Welcome.
girl.
Quiet down, guys. Welcome to Sage Talk. This is your first time. How are you?
I'm
What I
fine.
asked
How
is
are
that
you?
Who's the other girl
I'm good.
behind you?
One second.
That's
One
me
second.
too.
What's going on?
1 second, guys. Just so you understand, with regard to how we communicate here, we try to do it in a very respectful manner. So if I interrupt you and start asking you a question or something to clarify your statement, just give me that liberty, listen up, and then you can continue speaking if we're having a dialogue. Okay? Go ahead.
That's fine. Thank you so much for having me up, Mr. Lapeef. I came up
Oh,
because
I'm Lee. I'm not Mr. Lapeef.
okay. Sorry.
Appreciate the title, but no.
I try to keep it respectful. I've been sitting here and I've been listening off and on, and the conversation that you guys are having is actually a pretty good one. But I think we get into this place where we want to assume blame and assign blame to everyone instead of dealing with personal accountability. Now,
Okay.
when Mr.
Accountability on whose part?
Personal accountability.
Okay. All right.
Each
Continue.
individual person needs to have their own accountability. I think that
continue.
the title of this video is really reasonable. Men do need to protect their sperm. There's a lot of women out here that will in fact try to trap you, but there are a lot of men out here as well that will try to trap women. So it becomes
And what's the benefit? What's the benefit of a man trapping a woman?
well, Mr. Lee, now, if that woman got that good snapper, if she got some good benefits, now I'm not saying that's for all men, but some men will try to lock it down so they have access forever.
Okay, but access
That's
to
'cause he'll
her or
marry her.
access to her resources? What are you
Snapper
saying?
don't last forever.
And that's because
Access-
he'll marry her.
1
I
second,
think
guys.
they having a conversation, bro. Hold on.
You're right.
Go ahead.
Access to her and access to her resources.
Okay. Well,
You know,
usually the men who are looking for resources from a woman is a broke dude. Why is she dealing with a broke dude?
I mean, and that's true indeed, but there are also dudes that make money that just don't want to let a woman go. Now, that may not be your story, that may not be your testimony, but it does happen. Now, as to what Mr. Logic's neighborhood was talking about with that window of conception, this is when it comes time for men to get a full education of the spectrum of things that go on with women in their reproductive system.
Okay.
Number one, I know a lot of men are completely unaware because it's a non sequitur to them. Some women suffer from polycystic ovarian system. Some women have disruptions in their menstrual cycle. So while on average, most women can pinpoint their day of ovulation, there are a lot of women that simply cannot, depending on when their cycle falls, how long their cycle lasts, if they have the underlying issue of polycystic, you know what I'm saying, ovarian syndrome. Yes, Mr. Logic.
Would they know about this, or is something that's unbeknownst to them?
Well, see, the thing with polycystic ovarian syndrome, you can know that you have the disease, but as far as when the ovulation days come, you could potentially never know.
So,
because
is that a 1 second logic? Is that a large percent or a small percent
yes,
of women?
it's a large percent of women that have polycystic ovarian syndrome, and
What
some
percentage
women.
would you say?
I say
Estimate.
it's about 40%, and that's the women that are diagnosed. And there are a lot of
40% of women?
yes, and there are a
Logic,
lot
look
of
that up.
I'm looking
okay,
at
and there's a
Look
lot
that
of
up.
women that don't even know that they have polycystic ovarian syndrome.
That's on top of the 40%.
Yes, that's on top of the women that are already diagnosed. Some women have
And
to go and have
what are the do you know any of the causes that contributes to that?
it's mostly genetic, but there are some lifestyle things that can be a factor, like being overweight can contribute to it. But by far and large, it is a genetic disorder. It comes down from the mother to the daughter. And, again, our community on a whole is not the best at going to the doctor and getting thorough checks and getting tested for certain things. So if you're not tested and you don't know, and you just have like an irregular cycle, you could
Okay,
be
so
ovulating and think you're perfectly fine.
okay. But a woman who is in her womanhood, let's say by the time she's 19, 20, 21, she's aware of the behavior of her cycle, whether she's aware that it is a genetic problem or not, because of its irregularity, right?
Not necessarily, because you got to think
So
about it
you're
like
saying it would
this.
operate normal and then just change?
Yes, cycles do actually change up over time, and you have to
Oh,
understand
yes.
that. And
Well, the cycles is keyed in with the moon, so it does change with the cycle of the
right,
moon.
but
So it
the
moves
cycles
from upper
all
the calendar to lower the calendar. I know that.
right, but the
I
cycles also change with
got a
the
stat update. All right,
the cycles
Okay.
also change with a
ma'am.
woman's age, and you know what I'm saying, how her
Well, of course.
body, her hormones, and every different thing like that. Like a woman can be pretty irregular in her period until she reaches full adulthood, and then she can have moments of stability, and then she can develop issues that put her back into an irregular stage.
Okay, ma'am.
But
For the CDC.
how far would that window change? A couple of days early or a couple of days late? How does that actually work? Or is it broken up into multiple parts of the month?
Multiple parts. You can have women that have cycles that are usually coming on the same day of the month, and then it changes where it skips a month or two and it doesn't come at all, and then it comes for a month or two. That is the nature of polycystic ovarian syndrome.
Okay. All right. Well, I've known women like that, so that's true.
Is
Logic,
it
go
is it
ahead.
true that
Oh, well, hold on,
is it
Darren.
true that
Hold on.
sperm
Wait,
sits in
One
the
second.
womb for
Darren, hold
5
on.
days?
Darren, let me.
Bruiser, 1 second.
Okay, go ahead, man.
1 second.
Yeah, no, I just want to drop these stats so we can clear this conversation up. Ma'am, according to the CDC, only 6 to 12% of women even have this. So
Are
wait,
you sure?
go.
I'm looking at it too.
It's on the
Same
CDC.
thing. It's on the CDC.
Yeah. So 6 to 12, right? So what we would
6 to
consider,
12. Okay, let
yes,
me share this screen because y'all are not being truthful with what you're
ma'am,
saying, because I'm looking at the CDC as well, and that's not what it says. But continue.
it literally says this little syndrome right here. It says it's one of the most common cases of female infertility, affecting 6 to 12% of U.S. women at reproductive age. So you took it and you ran it to
40%.
40%.
Okay, so now as you see, for women that have the phenotypes, and this is from Frontiers in Endocrinology and Reproduction, it clearly states, based on a study of 1,960 eligible women ages 18 to 45 years old, that the prevalence of PCOS, according to the diagnostic criteria of the NIH Rotterdam and AEA PCOS Society, were 13.6, 19.4, and 17.8 respectively. Amongst those who met Rotterdam criteria, 23.9, 46.3, 21.6, and 8.2 had phenotypes A, B, C, and D respectively. Among the remaining 1,580 women who did not fulfill the PCOS criteria, 108 suffered from only oligoanovulation, 332, 21% only hyper.
What was the ages?
No. Can you do one thing? Go all the way to the bottom and let's check the sources.
Okay, let's check the sources.
Any credible information.
That's fine. We're gonna go down and check the sources.
Yes.
You're absolutely right. I have no problem with that. And the study goes much deeper.
All right.
But we'll go all the way down to the studies.
Mr. Logic like to see sources because this
That's
the
fine.
interview.
That's fine, Mr. Logic. I have no issue with that at all. So we're looking at understanding variation in the prevalent estimates of polycystic ovarian syndrome, a systemic review and meta-analysis. We're looking at prevalence of acne vulgaris amongst women with polycystic ovary syndrome, a systemic review and meta-analysis. We are looking at fundamental concepts and novel aspects of polycystic ovarian syndrome, expert consensus resolutions. We are looking at insulin resistance and
Drop
obesity.
the link in the back chat if you can, so I can pull it up later.
Absolutely, I will. But as you can see, this is a pretty reputable article.
Yes,
I know that a lot of people come up here and they bring you stats and information.
No. I'm gonna tell you though. But you ever heard of a peer review article? You know what that means?
Yes, I did hear peer review articles. You do know that I have a medical degree. You do know that I work in government councils, and that's what we do. We look at statistics.
It's not a dick
all the
swinging
time.
contest, but I'm just saying, do you know what a peer review article is?
I already answered that question. Why do you have to make it about anything else? You asked me a question, and I'm telling you that I'm speaking to you from.
You got it. I ain't finna fuss with you. Go ahead.
I'm just telling you, I'm speaking to you from a position of knowledge. This is what I do. Would you like to see my nursing degree?
Okay, so
would you like to see my qualifications from government councils?
43%. I want to go back and look at that to see what it was speaking to, because it was speaking to something respectively, and I didn't remember the different categories and the age.
It was about the phenotypes for polycystic ovarian syndrome. It's 46 point. Excuse me. Let me go back and pull the specific stat out of the article.
So who did it? Which category of women did it refer to?
All women.
Because
all women ages 18
I have to go
to
back
45.
and look at that sentence, because it appears as though it sounded like it was classifying different type of women and age groups, and then it was
no. What it said, I'm going to highlight it for you, and I'm going to highlight it as well.
I shared my
so
screen
that you
too,
can
Mr.
see.
Lee, with the CDC. So if you want to show that one.
Yeah, the CDC is so damn detailed. I don't know how she skipped the CDC.
Did I?
I don't. Yeah, apparently so. You would have found something that conform to your idea. But when you read the CDC,
now see, if I say that to you, that you found something to conform to your idea, then it's disrespectful. What is the date on that article?
Baby.
What's the date on that article?
Baby.
Don't baby me. What is the date on that article, sir?
Yeah, scroll.
Hey, we'll get it. We'll find it. We looking.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Here we go.
March 2020. March 24.
Yeah, March.
There it is. March 24, 2020.
In the right corner.
Right, and the article that I just showed you is from March 10, 2022.
So you're saying that you think that the numbers went up 30%?
Yeah, that's huge. That's not 30%. That would be like 200%.
But you guys have, and again, you know,
it's 200%.
Y'all are males, so I could understand you not being well versed on women's health and how they are doing these studies to get to the causative actions of problems that happen in female reproduction. But this article you're showing is from 2021. This article that I'm showing you that has multiple sources, that has been delved into depth, is from March 10, 2022. You can click back over to the screen I just showed you and you'll see it. You can look at the article.
Link and I'll do a comparative after.
Yeah.
And,
it is. The link is already in the back. It's already in the back chat. And this is the problem when we are having these type of conversations. Y'all are men. If the stats went up on testicular cancer or prostate health, you're a man. It would be up to you to know this because you're a man. These are men's health issues. As a woman, I'm coming here to you, not offering up emotions, but offering up proof. And you are still trying to tell me that I am wrong. Who would know better about women's health? A woman that actually is involved in healthcare and actually has to deal with this, or a man?
Well, I mean, on the surface,
women,
it would appear that it would be a woman, but sometimes we find that even women are not very familiar with many things.
Well, you know what? I can say that does have some validity to it. But the point is, if we're going to have these conversations and we're going to get to clear understandings, no one can be dismissive of either one's point of view. And this is the issue. This is the issue that we have in most of these spaces when we're having these conversations. Everybody wants to be dismissive based off of their anecdotal experiences. And those times is
we're not
there.
even doing that right now. We're looking
I'm not
at the
looking to
numbers.
dismiss anyone's point of view. However, you know, we're talking about what appears to be reckless behavior in the choice of men that many of our women, excuse me, are choosing to procreate with. And the good guy that has a good job, a career, who's making good money, who may have his own business. It may not be a flashy business. He's not a rapper. He's not an athlete or something like that. He's not someone who you can sport, but he can hold it down economically and he can build for a family. These are not the women. These are not the men that the women are choosing. They're choosing guys who are not taking care of their responsibilities, and they're having multiple children with multiple men. But then when they come to this space, they use the same men who they have chosen to cite their irresponsibility as to why Black men are underperforming.
Well, I could say
real quick,
these are
Robbie.
some of the issues that we tend to have to always fight back on.
Hey,
Because,
Mr. Lee, do me a favor. When you
Sure.
go to that link, go scroll down to where it says introduction. It literally says the same thing that we pulled up in the
I just read it
introduction.
too. I didn't want to be dismissive.
So I think that 40% number is talking about a specific demographic of people and not women in general.
right.
Because
It's
literally-
talking about women in general that have the phenotypes. Again, like how I said when I pulled up here. There are a lot of women that have the phenotypes and don't have a full diagnosis. You can run it back because
Yeah,
I did say
the
that.
only reason I say that, see that this look, the reason I use CDC is because all the hospital database, you know, it feeds into the CDC, right?
I know I work for the CDC.
Okay. So just I know you work for the CDC. Good. All right, this is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
If we want to get actual stats that shows what's going on in America, right? You go to CDC because all these hospitals data feeds into the CDC. Now, when you start doing peer review articles, that's why I asked you, did you know what peer review articles was? I'm not trying to be combative, man. I mean, I appreciate you coming up here having this conversation. But the thing is I want to get to just don't curve it. Directly to the point. If women understand and know their bodies, they know when they go through, what is the correct terminology? Ovulation?
Actually, and what I'm telling you is I hear what you're saying, and it's not about being combative. It's about getting a full diagnostic picture of what is going on. We have current rates that are already being reported. We have information that is not pulled from private healthcare facilities. We also have people that have genetic markers in order to be subject to be diagnosed with a condition. It's the same thing that happens with children with autism and special needs. They're still doing plenty of genetic research every day and diagnosing more people with issues. And see, that right there is low-key combative.
I've been
I'm
holding
having
on
a
the whole
conversation
time.
with you and you're laughing while I'm speaking.
1 second.
How sad.
I've been holding on the whole time, man.
Guys, hold on 1 second. Don't get triggered or offended by people's
never.
expression, because people make expressions. You know, an expression could be whether they agree or disagree or indifferent. But what I would say is, on your link, I just went and take a look at it, and at the bottom where it says the introduction, it says polycystic ovary syndrome, PCOS, is the common endocrine. Am I pronouncing that right? Endocrine disturbance worldwide, affecting 6 to 12% of women of reproductive age. So this percentage has to do with worldwide women.
Yes, worldwide women, absolutely. And
So
you
the
see how
percentage that
many
you were
have
quoting pertains to what demographic of women?
you see the percentage if you go in and you look at the results, because before they get in depth, that's where they started the introduction. They show you the results. And as I put in the back chat, amongst those who met the Rotterdam criteria, because this is about the prevalence of polycystic ovarian syndrome phenotypes, it is 46.3%. Now, if we go down
that's
to
for a demographic of a particular country,
that's
it can't
worldwide.
be worldwide because that will be a conflict.
No, it's not a conflict because, again, like how I stated when I came up here,
Well, the two
we're
numbers
looking
wouldn't
at
match.
like how I
One
said
can't
when
be
I
worldwide and the other be worldwide and have two distinct
like how I said when I came up
valuations.
here. We have
Okay,
people
not a
that
problem.
are already diagnosed with the disease, and then they are looking into further studies to
Okay.
pinpoint the diagnosis. So we have,
Okay.
as I already stated, who is diagnosed and then who has the phenotypes and the markers for this disease process.
I got a
Because
comment. If I
even
can get it
though
out.
All right. Okay. So let me see if
Misreading
I'm
that. I
reading
wish
this
I could
correctly.
get you to
I
see
just
it.
Hold
got
on one
one
second,
damn
guys.
comment.
That's this is in Rotterdam. It says among those who met the Rotterdam criteria, 23.9%, 46.3%, 21.6%, and 8.2% had the phenotype A, B, C, and D, respectfully.
Right, exactly. Just like how I said. Now, when we look at Joanna Network, and this article is from February 15th of 2022, the numbers have JAMA. I'm sorry, JAMA. I just said Joanna. When we look at JAMA Network, the results of the studies have already significantly increased as they are able to get the markers. And you can share the screen that I shared with you if you would like to, because this says now, out of 722 screen studies, 6 studies involving 470 girls with TD2, mean age at diagnosis 12.9 to 16.1 years, met with the inclusion criteria. The prevalence of PCOS was...
Question. What country is this test being selected for these?
This is in the United States.
This is U.S.?
Yes. Was 19.58%. Heterogeneity was moderate to high. However, it was significantly reduced after excluding studies that did not report PCOS as diagnostic criteria, leading to a calculated prevalence of 24.04%. Associations with obesity and rates could not be determined because of data paucity. So yes, the CDC is an awesome tool. However, as we are looking through the data and looking at all of the methods, not just at who has a diagnosis right now, the numbers are increasing steadily.
Hold up. They doing a breakdown. Look, they doing an initial breakdown. So they saying it's 6 to 12, right? Then now after they do further breakdown, they start coming in and actually doing deeper. So now that is all that data you're reading is still from
the breakdown within the breakdown.
Exactly. So
so when you're looking at the introduction, you're looking at where they started at the breakdown.
No,
so therefore,
No, they're giving you the global statistics, and then they're breaking it down further into the categories.
Exactly.
No, what they are doing, and again, like how I said, this is how I get paid for this.
46% will be
world
catastrophic.
I get paid for this every single day. And what I'm telling you is when you're looking at the introductions, you're looking at what they have on the actual book by diagnosis right now. And then as they go into these studies, they are looking at the shifting dynamics and demographics in the studies.
That whole number would have to reflect the breakdown. It can't be
if y'all don't have to agree,
hold on
that's
real
fine.
quick, Robbie.
You know,
Hold on real quick, Robbie. It's a little podcast, Robbie.
I know. I see you.
One at a time. One at a time, guys. One at a time.
It's a little podcast. Check this out. This is what I want you to see about them numbers, right? I see what you're saying, but You got to look at what it's saying. It's saying among those who met the Rotterdam criteria, right? It says 23.9, 46.3, 21.6, and 8.2% had phenotypes A, B, C, and D respectively. So when you see that word respectively, what it's saying is 23.9% had phenotype A, 46.3% had phenotype B, 21.6% had phenotype
I know
C.
this, and this is what I say.
Hold on. But that 46.3% is out of the entire 6 to 12%. That's what we're trying to get you.
No,
to
it's not. It's not out of the whole 6 to 12%.
Of course it is.
Okay, well, if that's how y'all want to interpret, if that's how you want to interpret the data, you're more than welcome to.
Let's get past that.
If you're
Yeah,
thinking
really,
that
let's get past it because we
46%
can go in a
of
circle
women
about it all day.
worldwide suffers this,
okay,
that would be catastrophic.
So, Rodham, let's do
you think
this.
it's not catastrophic?
It's not, Rodham. Just come on.
Okay,
Look,
it's
do
not.
this.
Mhm.
Rodham,
So let's get back to the topic at hand. Y'all
Let's
protect
get
your
back to the
seed.
overall topic.
If y'all feel that women are just out here,
hold up, Raw. You just derailed us for a while. Just hold on. Now, based on this, right, we gonna go with the CDC. So now, if we're not gonna play this game based on the CDC numbers. That is 6 to 12, right? Let's deal with that. That means almost what? Over 80% of women know when they're gonna have, you know what I'm saying, they period, correct?
no, that means if we're gonna go with your number, that means 6 to 12% of people have polycystic ovarian system. Again, as a woman, and the only one that is an expert on the panel about periods, I'm telling you right now.
Over 80% of women do not have this disease, correct?
That doesn't mean that over 80% of women know when they're going to ovulate.
So how can you come here and say that women know their body?
I didn't say all women know their body. When I first came up here,
you don't have to say all, but it's
when I came up here, I said that
Yes.
a lot of women actually don't know their body, so they don't know when they're ovulating.
No, you were saying a lot of women don't know that they have PCOS.
No,
That's
actually,
what
you
said.
can. No, what I said was a lot of women
Go back and
do not
listen.
know. You can go back and listen too.
Because you were trying to justify why they don't know that they have this cycle.
I said that's one
they
of
don't
the
know when their
reasons.
cycle is.
No, I said that's one of the reasons why they don't know. Women that don't know they have when they're ovulating don't know, some because of polycystic ovarian system. And I also told you that women's cycles do change up.
Hey, Rodham,
Yes, women's cycles do change, of course. But when it changed, they know when it changed also.
That part too.
Not
I don't have a problem
necessarily.
with that.
If you are so as a woman that has a cycle, I'm going to tell you, if you're expecting your cycle to come on the 29th and it doesn't come, you will be thinking that your ovulation date for the month of May maybe was the 16th, the 17th. If your cycle switches up and now your cycle is going to start on the 3rd of June, guess what? Your ovulation date has changed.
But if your cycle doesn't come, then what? What does that mean?
If your cycle doesn't come, that means you're having a disruption in your ovaries, which will also throw off your ability to calculate your ovulation. Because if you don't have a cycle for 2 months and you're thinking that your cycle should be on one day and it's not there, but your period also doesn't come, it doesn't necessarily mean you're pregnant, because you can then turn around and get your period and your ovulation cycle has shifted. Those are the facts.
Sperm can sit in the womb for 3 to 5 days, right?
Yes, it can.
That was my only comment. It took me forever to get it out, but I was going to ask that question about the ovulation period. Your ovulation window can change. So it's not really like a woman can be like precise on when she knew that if she has sex, she's going to get pregnant. It could
So if
change.
a woman can't be precise, then how can a man be held to any responsibility of getting a woman pregnant? It's her body.
Right, it's still her body. I think the thing is she got to keep her legs closed if she's not ready to have.
There you go.
Hey, Robbie.
But I also feel that men need to be,
because most of the times women try to make it the man's fault that they get pregnant. And if it's your body, you should know your body better than the man you're laying with.
Okay, but if a man doesn't want to have a
responsibility
kid,
of pregnancy would have to fall first to you before it defaults to the man. It has to default to you because you must know your body. And
like
if you're
I
out
said,
here having sex, not knowing your body, I mean, I can understand if something changed within your body, granted. No one could be held responsible for that, and you, the woman, can't. I'll allow you that grace. But by and large, I'm saying I will allow it as a man that I'm not going to say you're guilty for that, or you're being irresponsible. What I am saying is that only happens to a small percentage of women. So the larger percentage of women should know. And if you say they don't know, then they're being irresponsible because they're the one that controls sex.
So
Okay,
we
so
gotta
then let me ask you
tell
this.
our
So you're
sons to wear
saying that
condoms.
men,
Hold on 1 second. Let the young lady respond.
so you're saying that men should not have any personal accountability to protect their sperm.
No, we just gonna wear condoms.
I didn't say that.
That part.
No,
That,
what
but
he
see,
said,
this is where I come into play. I know. Hold on a second. Let me finish. Hold
What
on.
he
Hold
said
on. Hold
is
on.
men
Hold
should
on.
not
Let
be
me finish
terrorists like
saying
you.
this point, please,
You
sir.
showing us
Thank
how
you.
much you're the terrorist you are. This is insane. You can conceive to no facts at all. You want to side. You want to just.
Wow, you're yelling. You're upset.
No, I'm not upset. It's just insane that we can't have a conversation.
We are having a conversation.
Oh,
So like
man,
how I
you
said,
trying to
and like how I was saying, Mr. Lee, I do concede to your point that women do need to be responsible for what they're doing with their bodies. Unlike a lot of women, I didn't have my first child till I was 32 and I was married. So there is measures that women can put in place to make sure they're not having anybody's children. But as I also said, the accountability is on both people, because what I'm going to teach my sons is you don't know if a woman is going to be in charge of her reproductive health. You don't know if a woman is responsible with what she's doing. So if you don't want any children, you need to take measures in order to not leave any of your semen behind.
Well, Robbie, I went back and watched the video when you first started talking, and what you said was your exact words. I'm quoting you verbatim. I got it set up too where I can share it if need be. What you said was, while on average, most women can pinpoint when they're ovulating, a lot of women can't. So if we're still saying most women can, then I think that tends to lean towards logic and Mr. Lee's argument at this point.
Right. No, and I like how I said, most women can, but there is still a lot of people that cannot pinpoint their ovulation. And then there are a lot of women that simply don't care, that are a little bit reckless with what they do.
The ones that can. If a majority of them can, that's why we bringing this up.
Right, but it's just like saying the majority of men are high value when they're not. There's a majority of men that are not.
We always say
different,
we
though.
say 10%.
Okay, but listen, when we look at the statistics,
ma'am, that's on the opposite end of the spectrum. If you saying most men are high value, no, that's not correct. Most men are not high value. So we're saying,
they're not.
But ma'am,
she was being sarcastic.
Yeah, but see, this is the difference, ma'am. This is the difference. If a majority of women is not affected by this, and we're talking about a majority of women, I understand it's cases that women can't do it. Okay, but when we're talking about having these conversations, we're talking from the majority.
So there's 51% of Black men that are having children outside of wedlock. So that is the whole time, because that's the majority. Y'all have set the standard at 51%.
But why we can't stay on the subject though, Robbie? We talking about the ovulation thing.
50% of Black men, or 51% of Black men, are not having children.
They are having. You know what? Let me go ahead and pull that up. Even though y'all will just either way, it goes like this, because I'm not going to be back and forth.
How would a stat, Robbie? How would a stat be able to tell how many kids Black men having?
Well, of course, this is the numbers that y'all use. This is the numbers that y'all use. How would a stat be able to tell you how many Black men are not having children?
Robbie, we don't know. Robbie,
y'all raising your voices, y'all getting upset.
No, because you're not gonna come up here and switch the conversation. The conversation is still
the conversation to what? That everybody should be accountable for where their semen goes and who they opening their legs to.
Okay, we talking about ovulation.
Well, are there more single mothers than single fathers?
Are there more women than men?
The question is, are there more? But all women don't have children.
Come on.
Right, and all women are not straight looking for men either. So there's that too.
Okay.
There's women that there are women that are going to fertility
is,
clinics to have children as
so
well
if
that
we
are
can,
single
if we can
parents. So
even it out,
ain't gonna go nowhere.
Though there are more women than men, we know most women don't. I wouldn't say most, but there are a percentage of women who don't have children, whatever how they fall on the sexual spectrum, whether they want to or whether they choose another lifestyle or whatever that might be, or whether it's biological.
Yeah, but
you know that women are choosing to have
children
without men, though. Do you know that there's a big portion of that too?
Say again.
Women are choosing to have children without men. There's a big portion of that as well.
That exactly. That's my point.
Yeah.
So if women are choosing not to be in marriages and families and are choosing to have children on their own, it's because there's a benefit to them to do that.
Not when they go to a fertility clinic to have children. There's not. What's the benefit
But
when they go
YB,
to
they still
fertility
need
clinics?
men's sperm though to have those kids.
That is true. That's true. They do.
So
But
you
what
still
is the
need a man.
benefit?
So I want you, because I see where you're going with it. I heard this topic from a lot of women that y'all basically trying to say y'all don't need men to have kids.
That's not that's not what I'm
Because
saying
there's a
at
lot of
all.
women with that
No,
talking
we
point, but the
falling
sperm
into
bank is
her
still
game.
men
Look,
babies.
we allowed her to change our conversation to what she want to do. So now we just throwing away worthless stuff. The thing of the conversation is we was talking about a specific thing. So now why we just can't stay to that? You try to derail it with these
I didn't
false
try to derail it with anything.
The question was, ma'am, if it's only, we can throw that out. If women, if most women know, that means they control it. So now why can we stick to that? If women knows, most women know that. They know when they ovulate. Then we can say it's a 5, I give you a week. Fuck 5 days. I give you a week. That means every time a woman, she knows that she can have a child, even if the man don't want to have a child. She's in control of actually childbearing.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's why they call
So
it.
then I'm gonna say this to you.
Hold on a second, my brother. We don't
I'm
do
gonna
that up
give
here.
you every caveat that you have said.
Thank you.
Women know, women control the childbearing. Whoop whoop and ray. So what you gonna teach your sons? What you gonna teach your little brothers? Oh, women got all the control, so just be out there doing whatever because it's all on the women because the women have all the control. Or you're not gonna
No, we're
tell
gonna
them
teach them to
your
wear a
sperm is
condom, wear
valuable,
some
right?
protection.
Wear your condoms. If you can afford to get a vasectomy and store your semen, do that.
We gotta
Don't leave your future.
We gotta tell
Don't
them
leave
this.
your future in the hand of women if you feel that women are just out to get you.
Bro, this is what we gotta tell them. We gotta tell young black men to protect themselves from black women. That's what we gotta
get
tell
out. Get out
Well,
of the black
tell them
community.
to stop sleeping with black women too.
Shut your lame ass up. I knew you was
Get
finna
out of the black community.
lame ass dude. I hate see, this is the problem. Simps want to come
Yeah,
up
you
there.
right, Logic. Simple dude.
We gotta
I
protect
mean,
our
why are you
sperm,
not telling
man.
them not to sleep with black women too? Don't sleep with black women at all.
No, listen, I'm saying the bigger message, ma'am. The bigger message is when I run around and I see across all these spectrums, right? They're telling black men to protect themselves against black women.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the deeper message is when you tell, if I got to tell my young son that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Low-key, I'm telling him not to trust them. And we wondering why
It's a trust issue.
Is breaking down.
What he's saying is that it's a trust issue within the black community between black men and black women.
Right, and I
If
get what he's
you
saying.
have to tell your son that, you're telling her that she's not trustworthy and she's the woman that you should building a family with.
But see, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this. Tell them to completely stay away from black women. Don't sleep with us. Because when I'm teaching my son how to protect his seed, I am not teaching him to protect his seed against black women. I'm teaching him to protect his seed, period, because that is his biggest asset. I find it very interesting on these spaces how a lot of men act as if there are not single white mothers, there are not single Latino mothers, there are not single Asian mothers pregnant from black men. If we're going to have this conversation,
That's a lie. I know you got that from Cynthia,
one thing
but
I
that's
would
a lie.
say, one thing I would say is that I try to keep this channel focused on improving and benefiting both black men and black women that listen to this conversation. That we
Mhm.
want to try and improve our community and our life.
right?
So the things that I speak about pertains to black people. I've never
Okay.
said it doesn't pertain to the larger majority of white people or other nations of people that may practice very similar things. But we have to deal with it from where it affects us most. And the
But
choices
Mr.
as
Lee,
black men, where we need to make our choice with regarding to our women first.
but
That's the
Mr.
first
Lee,
default. The
I hear
first
you, but
default is
Mr.
our
Lee,
women.
right? But
And then
Mr.
you're
Lee,
saying to me that it's best for black men to avoid black women altogether. You as
No,
a black woman is saying that. You just
no,
said
that's
that.
not what I'm saying. Please don't put words in my mouth.
You just
What
said
I
that.
said, no, what I
You
said
said
is, what
you
I
said
said
we are
is,
specifying black women only, and we should
right,
tell them about all women.
right.
In this space, we talk about all women, but we deal specifically with black women because those are our women.
But this is the thing, y'all, not maybe not you specifically, but in these spaces, the narrative is don't be with the black woman, go be with a woman of another race. So my thing is this, let's run a generational experiment. For one generation, leave
Well,
all
we
the
have
black
already
women
read
alone.
4 generation already, and we see how that
Right,
turned out
exactly.
with
But
the
you
black
don't
women at the
see,
head.
so you don't see the numbers in regards to black fathers with other races of women and those single family households that are created. Because what I hear when I'm in these spaces,
That's a lie.
respectfully, is a lot of rhetoric against black women. And again, it goes back to what I
So who should
initially
we
said.
make our rhetoric against?
We should make our rhetoric against ourselves. If we want to
That's
improve
what
the
I'm talking
community,
about. Black
listen,
women. That's the
please hear
women
me.
that
Please
we
hear me
choose to
out,
mate with,
Mr.
and we
Lee.
mate with
Mr.
first.
Lee, please hear me out.
Uh-huh.
If we
Sure.
want to improve our community as a whole, it needs to be a multi-pronged attack. Women need to be expressing the import of not having children out of wedlock, of not having children before they have education, and men need to be expressing that same sentiment to their sons, regardless of if it's a black man or a black woman that they're engaging in sexual congress with, period. Sex should be the least important commodity. We should not ever be making it seem as if,
How can
well,
sex be
one
the
person
least?
is consenting to
Sex
sex,
cannot
so
be the
whatever
least
happens.
important. No, but sex cannot be a least of anything because sex is an automatic drive within the human body,
Is
just
it?
like hunger. Yes, it
Is
is.
it?
Just like hunger.
It's
It's a
not.
survival. It is a survival mechanism that drives humanity.
So if
All
you don't have sex,
mammals
will you die?
suffer from this.
Yes.
They
Yes.
must procreate, and they will get the drive, and they will do it.
That's the problem. The problem is society's viewpoint on sex. Sex is not a necessity. What you need is food and water and sustenance. Sex is a pleasure principle.
No,
If we
sex is
stop,
not. We
okay,
have
well,
Sex is
turned
how we
sex into
continue our
pleasure
life.
because of our ignorance, but sex is a procreation mechanism.
so if you're
It is
not
not.
having sex with
The
the
pleasure
function,
part is what we get from it to allow us to practice it more to affect the procreation.
right? But this is
Because
the thing:
where
if
we
you're not
different
going,
from animals they just have their cycle. They get in heat, bam. As a higher class of species and being, we can't operate like that because society would be chaotic.
well,
So
I
we
tell you
plan
what,
how
if
to do that in a more systematic way. But it
well, if
is an automatic drive within the body.
right, so then you're saying that men and women are ignorant if they're having sex outside of the purpose of procreation.
I'm saying, say again, I didn't quite hear you. You broke
So
up.
you're saying that we have
Uh-huh.
turned sex into a pleasure principle, which means that men and women that are having sex without the intention of procreating are willfully ignorant. We have to
No,
start teaching.
they're willfully behaving on the sexual drive and not understanding or not willingly wanting to understand the consequences or the fallout from acting on an instinctual behavior and not using your higher civilized mind to control it. To
Right, so the
teach.
accountability winds up on both people.
Well, accountability is on who opens the gate.
Accountability winds up on both people
No,
because life,
accountability is who opened the gate. Because if you don't open the gate, the only way I could get it is by graping you and taking it by force. And
Lord,
that's
listen,
against the law.
ladies, I'm gonna just tell
And
y'all
that's
this.
against the law.
I'm gonna tell y'all this. Take it from your
So you have
highness.
to understand,
Don't
the
give
first
nobody no
accountability
sex.
is on you.
Don't
Because
give
if you say
anybody
no,
any
and
sex.
if you
Give
close
sex
your
to
legs,
yourself.
it don't happen until you say yes.
Exactly. And that's why I'm encouraging all the ladies, and y'all come over to my platform where I encourage y'all every day. Don't you get
The hell was that, man? Hey, like raw. Look, check it out.
Right.
You can at least hit the cash app before you try to do that. Come on, man. We just trying to have a conversation with you.
And the
Why
thing
are
is,
you upset? Because I said y'all. I'm saying the same thing you saying, and you gonna be upset and kick me off. Y'all said women need to keep their legs closed, right? So that this is not a problem. So I'm telling
no, we're
women
saying
keep their
we're
legs
saying
closed and
that
not have sex,
no,
and then that is a
we're
problem.
saying
Come on now.
we're saying that women should be more selective. You can't keep your legs closed for the existence of your life.
Who
That's not
cares?
realistic. What I'm saying is You
Maybe
should
you're
be
dealing with the wrong type
selective.
of women.
Do you have children?
I do.
Exactly.
Okay, then. So why are you talking
How
about who
many?
can't? You
Oh,
can't.
I mean, I had children after I was married. As I said before, in
It
case you didn't
don't
hear, let me
matter.
repeat.
You still
I
Congratulations.
didn't have
keep getting
children until I was
assholes for the
32.
existing
But I
women.
cannot
Did you
have
divorce?
sex
Did you
with
divorce or
anybody.
did he divorce?
But you're not
I cannot have.
espousing.
I could have
You're not
sex with no
espousing
one.
to women to get married first.
Yeah,
That's
and
not
don't
what you're
have
espousing.
sex.
That's what
Period.
we're
Don't have
talking
sex
about.
unless you're
That's
married.
what
Don't
we're
have
talking
sex.
about.
Don't give
We're
these
talking
men no
about men
say.
having self-control
Are you
and
telling men
women
not to
having
have sex until
self-control.
they get married?
Say again?
No,
Are you
we
telling men
telling
not to
men
have
to
sex until
wear
they get married?
protection.
We're telling
We
men to have
telling men to protect their
self-control
sperm.
Right,
over
and
the
I'm
women
telling
that they
women,
have sex with.
if you don't have a conversation with someone and your sexual in exchange is not based on procreation, and you don't know where these dudes will stand, if a child does occur from the situation, don't have no sex with them.
But Robbie,
Perfect. I agree with that.
But Robbie,
Perfect. I agree with that.
the thing is when you saying it as if we the problem and you just trying to protect women from us, like as
No. I'm
like we the issue.
No.
No,
I'm
shit.
saying that if this is how y'all feel, women should acquiesce. Women should be
But
docile and
I agree
gentle and
with
give
that.
you what you want and keep their cookies to
But
themselves.
we agree on that. We agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know what that'll stop? That'll stop all the baby mama syndrome.
Exactly.
And
If you
then
don't have
we can
rings on your
build
finger, diamonds, then
married.
don't do it.
We can have married man and woman families and rebuild the community. So
Hold
if
on,
that's your message, or if that's
Yep.
going to be a new message, go ahead.
That's a
I'm down
message
with that.
I've been preaching that message.
Ma'am, can you put that ring back up to the camera again?
Don't do it, Logic. Stop,
Sure
Logic.
can.
That's
Sure
a
can.
nice
Sure
ring.
can.
All right, hey, look, ma'am, you didn't get knocked down. You just got knocked for your comments. It was just your shameless promotion. That's it.
What
So,
shameless promotion? I'm just telling the people the truth. It is what it is.
I don't want to hear. We ain't gonna do that.
It is what it is, Mr. Logic.
You need to sign a Lapeef contract then, goddamn it, and come over here so I can go and throw tomatoes at your ass. So don't do no shameless promotion.
Oh,
That
you
was,
want to throw a tomato at me? That's so violent. Why do you want to be violent? Do you need a hug?
oh yeah, I need more than that.
They'll throw Cash App tomatoes. Don't worry.
Hold on, Logic.
You'll be
Hold on,
very
Logic.
well
Go to
rewarded.
that
I thought
CDC
one
website
of
again with her.
the strong was Logic.
Say that again.
Well, I think in actuality,
All right.
Logic, she came up
Don't be
here
naive.
and she actually agreed with us, and she proved
Exactly. So you, Mr.
the point.
Logic, trying to start some drama. Now, if your number's looking right, let me put my email in the back chat. Holla at your girl. I'm about that money.
Listen, ma'am. I'm not starting no drama. The only way I really ain't got no smoke with you. I think I didn't talk to you before on another panel.
You did.
So I ain't got no smoke with you, baby. You know what I'm saying? Shit, you need it. Look, but my only point was you totally derailed our conversation, going in the opposite direction when we was talking about that 5-day period that you know exists. That's it. I still love
What
you.
I'm saying to you is,
Well, we took the long way around, but we got there.
It's still on the same trend, because if you feel like a woman is not doing the right thing, then it's up to you to protect yourself. I mean, let me just say this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go, because y'all out here
before
acting
you
up.
go, I want to ask you a question.
Hold on, wait. It's a lame dude. That lame little pro-black dude in the back. Ain't nobody called this lady a mutt. See, that's why I can't deal with you fool pro-blacks. See,
Robbie,
Now,
let me
I
ask you a
honestly
question.
took offense to that little statement in the back chat too. I just wasn't gonna give it no air.
Robbie,
Somebody
can I ask
just
you a
tried
question
to
right quick?
that's correct though. Hold on, Jay Prince. Nobody on this panel called you a mutt, man.
I know. I just
So
let it.
why would he do that? Why would he do that?
Did you see the comment that was above my email in the back chat? That's why he said that.
Okay. But nobody on this panel did that.
No, y'all are fine. Listen, people, I have a tendency to get underneath people's skin, and I like it. But I'm gonna say this.
That was G Frost.
Hey,
Yes.
Robbie, before you go, can I ask you a question, Robbie?
Yes.
Okay, when you,
Let's not.
I just,
one of the things I don't like, as no matter how heated the conversation may get or contentious, as black men, we need to give grace and respectful to the women that come up here and to one another as well. The conversation can be heated, but slighting people and calling them derogatory names only generate the same type of feedback. And what we're trying to make here is we're trying to bridge a communication to see if we can find a headway. So, and especially from an OG making a statement like that, that's immature of you to do that. Don't do that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Now, Robbie,
Mhm.
when you said, because I want to see where your mind at, because there's a lot of black women that make those type of statements. when you just said to Logic, you want to see where that money at, what that money do. You don't find that to be embarrassing?
Not at all. He said I need to sign a contract. In order for me to sign a contract, the money has to be absolutely right.
I thought you was talking about something else.
No. No, I'm straight.
She already hit me up on IG trying to get my phone number. But
What? Now you lying? Show the receipt.
This Sage talk. This Sage talk. I ain't gonna do that.
You right.
What we doing?
Yeah, she tried.
You telling stories right now?
Yeah.
That's what you gonna do. Look at that smile too. You know he lying.
She trying to move up here in a high rise with the Jeffersons. She said she tired of being in the project.
What we doing? I thought we wrong B. Don't do that.
I'm not doing nothing, Mr. Head.
Okay.
Okay, guys.
Mr. Logic, we gonna fight.
Damn,
We just hit the
we
8 hour
done had
mark.
this. We done had this run talk, and you see the one of the
Guys,
strongest
we just
men
hit the,
in
we just hit the 8
on
hour
our
mark.
team.
Let's shut this
got
down.
Show some respect
I'm not going
to
to
the
do an
host.
Anton. I'm not going to do an all-nighter. I'm sorry. I'm not built for that.
Hey, good show though, Mr. Lee. I miss Ben.
This was a nice one.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good show, man. We
Raw,
need that.
if you
Keep it
want to
funky
say
show,
something
man.
before you leave, keep it respectful, and we'll close out with you. We start closing out with you.
Yes, I'll just say this. Ladies, whether you know your ovulation cycle or not, there's this nifty little product on the market. It's called VCF, vaginal contraceptive film. If you cannot keep your legs closed before you engage in sexual congress, because I know some of these men take off the condom and they just want to put the head in, put you one of them inside your vagina. It's a spermicide and it will kill all enemy contact. Don't have no babies for nobody that won't give you their last name. And I mean that.
All right. Well said. Well said. That, I approve that message. Thank you very much. Okay, Bruiser, you're next, and then Little Podcast, and then Jay Prince.
All I want to say is thanks for
Logic
having
and
me
myself.
on, man. All I want to say is thanks for having me on. It was a good conversation. I learned a lot. I had a lot of questions that I couldn't get answered. I mean, the discussions kind of got real intense and passionate. So I'll say that for another day. But I appreciate y'all time, man, and allowing me to be a part of the panel.
Likewise, no problem. And we may touch on some of these things in a future show. So if you have your questions written down, you may be able to raise them at another time. Thank you. Little Podcast.
Yeah, man. Likewise, thank you for having me. Shout out to you. Shout out to your patience, honestly, as a host, for real. Shout out to the Lapeef Network. Jay Prince, I'm pretty sure I'll probably see you tonight. Hink, can't wait to see you again on the show. Logic, bro, I need to rap with you, bro, about something on the personal side of the game, on the business side of the game, bro. So if you could drop something where I can get in contact with you in the back chat, I would appreciate it. And just to I want to say this to the sisters, like, I know that Black men ain't perfect, but it's a lot of evidence out here that we have elevated. We are trying. We do love you. We do all of that. It's a few cats out here that's simping. It's a few cats out here that's pimping, but it's a lot more of us that's just in the middle. You know what I'm saying? And we just want to love y'all. We just want to have families. And you know what I'm saying? Just, like, one of my biggest goals in life is to die old with my family by my bed and not like alone, you know what I'm saying? Or separated from my people. And it's just crazy what I've been seeing. A lot of my family members, as I'm getting older, passing away alone. And it's sad, bro, the men and the women. So let's cut that out. Let's get back together, build these bonds. Salute.
Thank you. Jay.
Okay, I want to start off by shouting y'all out for having me and giving me a voice. And I want to shout out Courtney. She's still one of my favorites. I just didn't, I want Courtney to understand, like, when you make a statement like that, like saying women respect men, but they just won't respect you, is almost like you putting men above other men, and a lot of men not gonna like that. Because most women won't like if a man do that to women. We gonna treat this woman better than you because this woman got a bigger butt, or this woman lighter, or this woman look good. I'm quite sure a lot of y'all women won't like that. So I didn't really take it personal. It's just that kind of hit me the wrong way. And shout out to the Sage Talking. We had a good time today, and I learned a lot today.
No doubt.
All right, y'all.
All right. Have a good one. Hank, talk to me.
Man, look, interesting conversation. I loved it all, Mr. Lee. You know I always with you all the time, every time. You know, Logic, you ain't shit, but you're still my dog, no matter what they say. Black men, protect yourself at all times. I don't give a damn about what these chicks say, how good they look, how pretty they're good, how well they throw that thing back. Protect yourself at all times.
Absolutely. Okay, Logic, it's you and me.
Yeah, Mr. Lee, I gotta say I missed this. It's been a while, man.
You've been occupied, man. You've been occupied.
Yeah. But after August, yeah, we'll be able to turn up back again. So hey, great show. I think that it's a lot of gems come up in here, man. And JR, you need to clip a lot of this stuff. Good questions, good conversations. And I want to salute to the women that even came up here. They still maintain a level of integrity and a respect, even though it might have came off as being like, you got to salute them compared to the other shows that's on this network. There was a level of respect. So I got to say salute to that. And people, man, just like I said, the solutions that we can bring forward is simple. And then all about just reversing the things that we see being done now. Use other blueprints. I know I say that all the time. And just great conversation, man. All y'all chat niggas, please put a 1 in the chat for y'all self up here. Late night support Mr. Lee. All my chat players and my chat ladies. We still love you even though we had a bad you know what I'm saying? You don't gotta agree. Just put a 1 in the chat because we having a conversation and support the Lapeef Network, man. Come on, man. Make Mr. Lee proud. Flood the chat hour wars. Chat niggas attack. All right, Mr. Lee. Thank you for having me up.
All right. Talk to you, man. All right. Well, we've come to another closing of Sage Talk. You know, I tried to choose topics that I find that are pushing the envelope for us to really talk about that affects both men and women, black men and black women specifically, because we have to find a way how to get over the things that prevents us from succeeding and achieving. And I know some of the topics can be very emotionally jarring, and some of the opinions can do the same. But if we don't tackle the difficult things and sort those through, the easy stuff is going to be easy. The difficult things are the real hurdles that we're going to have to overcome. And I tried to bring it, and I try to bring it hard so we can really iron it out. And sometimes feelings get hurt, both on the male side and on the female side. But in the end, my goal is to try to bring black men and black women together as best that can be possibly achieved. How that would look in the next 25, 30 years, I don't know. I might not even be here. But the point is that we're trying to lay a foundation so the next generation can pick up the baton and take it forward, because we all said we want black families and we want black people to exist. Well, that's only going to happen if we put aside the differences that blocks us and stop us from achieving and do what we need to do. So thank you very much, guys, for tuning in to another Sage Talk. See you next Sunday, same time.